All right, we're live, Paul. Didn't even mute my bike.
No, well, okay. I was just gonna ask if you do anything with those laser discs, that video I sent.
Yeah, I posted them. Are they priced?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll show them. Yeah, good deal. Yep. All right. Welcome everybody. Kind of late. I got here in plenty of time, but a couple of things happened. I'm trying to buy silver and gold, and then of course the Ace Frehley news broke, and we're just kind of taking it all in, and stuff's happening, and time flies by. Sorry about the lateness. All right. All right. Da-da-da-da-da. Shock me. Make me feel better. Da-da-da-da-da. All right. Wow. Unbelievable. You know, when stuff like this happens, it's like just crazy. It's like, wow, he's gone. And it's wild. Caden, that would be your alarm. Do what? All right. Sorry to all the Kiss fans. I was telling Tanner and Paul, and of course Ed, that y'all know Hatchet Ed's a huge Kiss fan. Huge Kiss fan. I was like, this is like finding out a superhero died for some of y'all guys. This is like finding out Superman died or Batman died for the fans that grew up with this guy. All right, I'm getting everything shared. I'm getting everything shared over here. Metal Knight is brewing. Sorry, we've been trying to buy silver and gold. Market's crazy. Prices are volatile. And all of a sudden, I knew it was going to happen. All of a sudden, we got a lot of people trying to sell us a lot of gold and silver. Like huge money, okay? We're talking about massive quantities. So it's obviously something that requires a little bit of time, and then, of course, the Ace Frehley news broke. And then I had to eat. So sorry I'm late, but we got to be careful with when we're buying tens of thousands of dollars worth of gold and silver. So I had to take care of that and make sure we're all on the same page, me and Tanner and everybody. Huge day for new vinyl and a sad day for Kiss fans as I share the news of Ace Frehley's passing. Had Jake draw up a graphic right quick. Good job, Jake. We got a Ace Frehley memorial graphic up there. So Need everybody to share the feed. I just hit the like button. I'm going to hit the group button. Chad, you talking about me? Sorry, message, didn't realize you was on here. Greg, you're one of the people. But no, we had one guy wanting to sell 400 ounces. We got another guy wanting to sell 700 ounces and gold. But no, you've been talking to Tanner. So Greg, it's nearly impossible to meet with me, because if I get here at 4:30, I go live. If I get here at 4:30 or 5, I'm supposed to go live at 5 or 5:30. So I just can't meet with anybody. I hope you understand. So you'll be talking to Tanner, and hopefully you can set something up with him. It's just, there's no way to meet with me. I get here, and as you see, all these people are waiting on me, and you're one of the one. We've had about, between 3 people, collectively 1,100 ounces of silver, which is a lot, you know, so we're trying to manage it. But Tanner will take care of you. He's trained and up to date on pricing and coins now. You'll be talking to him and dealing with him. But I've just got to the point, I don't make a commitment to meet anybody here anymore because it's going to really slow down me starting this show, and it would be rude to you because I'd act like I was in a hurry. I've met people before, and I'm like, guys, I'm sorry, I just got to, if we don't have a deal, I just got to leave and get back here to the back. So, which to me seems rude. So I've just stopped trying to do 2 things. I stopped trying to meet with people before the shows. Obviously, we can't meet after because it would be 3 a.m. And then I try not to take any phone calls before the show because I've been on the phone with people and had to basically hang up because I'm trying to, you know, go live. So I'm almost done sharing. I'm going to clear off the table. We're not going to go through these CDs. And the reason we're not, because we have way too much to get to. We have way too much to get to tonight. I mean, it is insane. Brian didn't even get to meet me. He drove all the way down from Michigan. Yeah, well, I was asleep. I'm never here during store hours, but when I've tried to meet people, if I've tried to meet people in the evenings, it turns out really bad. The last time I did that, I didn't get back here to start a sale till 6:30, and I had some angry customers. So, all right, I'm almost done. Okay. All right, welcome everybody. I'm almost done sharing links. We're got a full night ahead. If you like metal, new vinyl, it is going to be pretty wild. Big night ahead. Why didn't that link share? Hold on one second. Sorry, I got a dead link over here. Lorna Shore album. I think we have that in stock, actually. If Laura's on the chat, she would be the one to ask about that. Laura, are you on the chat? I think she is. Oh, man. Shock me. This is a family business, yeah. My dad passed away back in 2019. But, yeah, it's me, my mom. I've got friends, family that work for me. And it's all one big family deal. One big family deal here. And lots of close friends. And I'm friends with everybody that works here. Hopefully. hopefully. I think I've shared everything. My nephew's right here next to me. He's employed here. Do you work here, Caden?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Let's keep it that way, right?
Right.
Okay, good. Like your mentality. He's got to keep his job. He's got stuff to pay for. All right, let's clear off the table and get started. Even Seth. Seth is not a friend. I started it. No, all this is my conception. I had to convince my parents to come along with it. Yeah. I mean, we've all been buying and selling stuff together. I had to convince my family, like my mom and dad, to let me have money because I knew I could make money. So I'd be at like garage sales. I'd see a box of video games for $50 or $20. And I'd tell my mom, I'm like, listen, I can sell these on eBay for $500. And after I started making thousands of dollars in junior high, they convinced me to start letting me have like access to like a credit card and stuff like that and set up an eBay account. But I mean, the first couple of times I made them some money, they started listening. Right, Paul?
Oh,
yeah. I remember going to a yard sale and buying some video games one time. I told my mom, I was like, I can sell these on eBay for hundreds of dollars. They're only $50. So when I was in like 6th and 7th grade and I started making thousands of dollars, they started listening to me. So I always loved buying and selling stuff. I started out with collectibles and I've been doing it my whole life. So what I'm doing every night here for 7-8 hours a night is what I've always wanted to do. But I was always worried, could I make a lot of money doing it? And so I've had to really develop plans to make that happen. And it's worked out pretty good. All right. Let's see here. Ever hire outside of families and friends? Yeah, Seth and Paul work here. I'm not friends with them. I just said that because Paul's right over here. But no, we've had to make lots of hires that wasn't friends and family. Oh yeah, we've grown to 15 people. We've grown to 15 people, so yeah, they're not all friends and family. Okay, wow, what a day. Sad news about Ace. I'm sweating already. I don't know why. Come sell software. I'd be pretty good at selling anything, but I love collectibles. I love collectibles. I mean, we've kind of kicked into the vinyl bug the last 5 years, but if I could, I would be selling other stuff just as much as this, coins and knives, and I love coins and autographs and comic books and baseball cards, and we're gonna grab this new vinyl behind the counter. Is it still up here? Did my mom move it? I bet it's still back here. No thanks to Paul.
You know me.
Paul. Getting up there around that Seth level.
You know what? That's for you.
The police?
Yeah, I just wanted to interrupt the show and sorry.
Here we go, folks. Sirens are outside. Paul says they're coming to get me. They're coming to take me away, ha ha. Rest in peace, Ace Frehley. Rest in peace, Ace Frehley. We're going to start with 2 crates of new vinyl that was part of the 6 a.m. video. We're going to start with some 45s here. Split ends. Some of these are from Hatchet. Some of these sold pretty expensive. Look, $10, $20. Split ends, Los Falanas present Cockroach Blue, Southern Culture of the Skids. Wow. So split ends, Southern Culture of the Skids, Madonna, Buy the World of Coke, Yakety Yak, Don't Talk Back, and Rodriguez. Yeah, the legendary Rodriguez. All of those singles for a $15 start. All those singles for a $15 start. They're coming to take me away. Man, what about Shock Me? Make me feel better. Dun, da, da, dun, da, da. Shock Me. All right, $15 start on those. Run, da, 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 da. Shock Me. First auction is Crocus, change of address. This is a 1986 UKOG. It's an Indianapolis press. It is EX Plus, a $15 start for Crocus. That is now up for bid, and that's now up for bid. The singles have a bid for $17. Unfortunately, Mortgage Guy Rob, we got to keep it as a lot. I got to keep it as a lot since it already has a bid. So Jeffrey Fries, F-R-I-I-S, has the high bid. And I probably could have broke some of those up, but they've been sitting over here for a while. And let's get started. So I'm sure some of the KISS fans have that weird feeling in their stomach. Sad day. We'll get the paint out with selling some vinyl. Let me pull up this morning's video. And welcome everybody to CollectCo Thursday night. Make sure you've done me a favor and hit the like button on Facebook and the like button on YouTube. I would greatly appreciate that. Greatly appreciate that. Let's go over here to this and this morning's video. Crocus has a high bid of $15, and these singles have a high bid with Jeffrey Fries for $17. And new vinyl for Thursday. Here we go. So I'm looking for Megadeth, Charlie Brown, Megadeth, STP, Beach Boys, Leonard Skinner, Charlie Brown, Megadeth, Godsmack, Candlebox, Chris Isaac, Iron Maiden, Faith No More, Frank Sinatra, STP, Megadeth, and LA Guns. Here we go. Thursday night, Metal Night has commenced. Laura's already got some incredible auctions up here. We have the big thing tonight is the new vinyl. This is Rocktober night. The first big Rocktober night of October. We've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10 crates. We had 13 boxes and we have 10 crates of new vinyl. Now keep in mind, a lot of that is pre-sold pre-orders, and there's going to be extras. We've already got a lot of vinyl pre-sold tonight. Paul has marked stuff. Laura is marking stuff. John has marked 6 crates. It's 6:20. I'll be done showing new stuff at 12:30 tonight. It will take me 12:30 to 1 a.m. Central Time to get through everything. So I'm going to start right now with Eric Clapton. This is called Clapton Chronicles. That's a tongue twister. Clapton Chronicles, the best of Eric Clapton, 2 LP black and white splatter. Eric Clapton is $46.99. That's a fairly new release if you hadn't picked that one up yet. Also, the Beach Boys Pet Sounds in mono. That is sold to Alvo C. Dabney Jr. Thank you, Alvo. That is sold to you. And then the singles over here are sold to Jeffrey Fries, F-R-I-I-S. He got those for $17. And then Crocus has a new bid for $16. Todd Co., just so you know, Co., you are out on Crocus, okay? There's that. We also have Paul McCartney featuring Neil Young live in Los Angeles, 2004, $34.99 on that. Styx, Circling from Above. Styx is $36.99. And Elvis Presley, Sunset Boulevard. Elvis Presley. This is a 2 LP, $44.99. Highlights of Elvis's 7275 RCA legendary Sunset Boulevard studio. I've got 2 of those in stock. I also have 1 MoFi pressing of Natalie Merchant's Tiger Lily. That plays at a 45 RPM. It's $59.99. Change of Address by Crocus is an 86 UK original. A UK pressing, actually. A UK or US? US original. Yeah, this is a US original. Has the original on her sleeve. It's at $17. It does have a saw mark, but the vinyl's not bad at EX. Let's go ahead and put up another auction over here. I'm going to start pulling first from our surprise crate. And we have Judas Priest Stained Glass. This is a 1978 US OG pressing, a Terre Haute original, VG++ EX, and about a VG cover. Chad's about to sneeze. $25 start on Judas Priest. We also have Tomorrow is the Question, the new music of Ornette Coleman. Ornette Coleman's a craft, all analog by Bernie Grumman, pressed at QRP, $29.99 for that. And the best of bread, Maybe I'ma Want You, $33.99. A Bernie Grumman remaster on white vinyl, $33.99 on that. And the Psychedelic Furs, Talk, $39.99 for Psych Furs. We have George Harrison, Let It Roll. That's a new 2 LP compilation that's recently came out. First time ever on vinyl. It was originally a CD only, $59.99. Crocus is at $18. Paul Brothers does want that Clapton Chronicles. Thank you, Paul Brothers. That's so do you. We also have Shania Twain, Man, I Feel Like a Woman, colored vinyl. You Don't Impress Me Much, $33.99 on that. Priest is a $25 start. No bid yet. They're still bidding on Crocus. Keith Richards, Main Offender. Keith Richards is $29.99. That is Main Offender. That album originally came out in '92, so a little bit tougher one to get there. Jackson 5, The Ultimate Collection. That's $34.99. It's a Greatest Hits Expanded, $34.99, a double LP. Taylor Swift, that's her self-titled debut. Taylor is $33.99. Priest does have bids for $25. Priest has another bid for $25. Crocus is still getting bids. It's tied at $21. Brad Waits was in first. I need a little extra space back here, so if anybody wants this Van Halen Japanese singles box set, Van Halen is $174.99. 13 Japanese singles, $174.99. I thought that was pretty cool. Also, we have the Godfather soundtrack. Godfather is $38.99. That's pretty cool. And then what about Star Wars here? John Williams conducts John Williams, the Star Wars trilogy. May the 4th be with you on blue vinyl. Numbered from Music on Vinyl, 46. Really cool foil cover. That's a cool release. Grant Green Idle Moments. That's on blue vinyl. $34.99 for Grant Green. And then MoFi, Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab, Hall and Oates. And this is $44.99. $44.99 on that. Frank Sinatra Collected. That actually did get claimed. That is sold to Daryl Johnson, D-A-R-R-Y-L, Daryl Johnson. If anybody else wants one of these, let me know. I'll put you on a waiting list. It's numbered to 10,000 on blue vinyl. Sinatra Collected, $49.99. And then we got some Rhino High Fidelity series. I've got Television Marquee Moon for $39. I've got Television Adventure, and this is the numbered edition. Numbered Television, $39.99. We have Hello, I'm Dolly Parton. Dolly is an all analog. That's $34.99. Vinyl me, please. LA Guns actually did get claimed by Bill Sammis. Thank you, Bill Sammis. That was called Renegades on white vinyl. $29.99 on that. The Batman soundtrack, $33.99 for Batman. $33.99 for that. Twisted Sister Now Playing, that's on orange vinyl. $28.99 for Twisted Sister. Skinny Puppy Last Rites is $29.99. And we have Pantera, Far Beyond Driven, white and stronger than blue marble vinyl. Is Grant Green a toe poet? No, it's a Blue Note. It's just a Blue Note reissue on blue vinyl. It is from Blue Note, though, $34.99. Crocus is now at $25. Judas Priest is at $35. I think it's time we go ahead and start a third auction. What do you say, Tanner? He said yes. Okay, and then we have, we don't want another Crocus, and I actually have a whole crate over here on Kiss, but I am going to hold on Kiss auctions tonight, so sorry about that. We're not going to be putting any of those up tonight, even though I had a whole crate over here. Except this is Kazaku Band. Except is a 1985 USOG, a 12-inch 33 1/3 RPM, VG Plus, $10 star. So it's kind of like an EP, but it's got 6 songs on it. It's Except, $10 start on that. $10 start on that. The Blue Note Classics are mastered by Kevin Gray. There you have it. There you have it. All right. Now, next thing we have is this. let's just read through these. That crate took a little longer than normal because that was actually a Hatchet Ed like leftover crate. So there's a lot of variety in there. It's not our normal crate of new vinyl where there's about five different colors or 5 different records. It's all different. We have Paul McCartney, we have Styx, Elvis Presley, Natalie Merchant, the MoFi pressing, Ornette Coleman, Bread is Bernie Grumman mastered, Psychedelic Furs, George Harrison, Shania Twain. We have Keith Richards' Main Offender, the Jackson 5 Ultimate Collection, T Swift, Godfather, John Williams, Hall & Oates, Hi-Fi Television, Hello, I'm Dolly Parton, Batman, Twisted Sister, Skinny Puppy, Pantera, and Grant Green. By the way, Dolly, Robert Warner just said, just listen to Hello, I'm Dolly Parton today. Great pressing on peach-colored vinyl, which is true because, and OGs are rare, right, Paul? Tough to get album. It would be $100, $200 for an OG in nice condition. So $34.99 for that new Dolly. That's her very first album. I think we're done on Crocus. The last bid was Todd Co. at $25. Priest is a final call for $35, and Accept just got a bid for $10. Pantera was Far Beyond Driven. That's on white and stronger than blue marble vinyl, $33.99. The Hi-Fi Televisions are the album Adventure. That's a numbered edition. And then Marquee Moon. Those are both available there. Those are both available, okay? And I've got one more crate behind the counter to go grab, and Metal Night has officially commenced. We're officially rolling. By the way, did everybody see that incredible crate of Laserdisc Paul marked? Oh my gosh. Tanner, we need every Funko in this building priced and every collectible for when we do our 24-hour live stream. Okay. Hey, is that signed?
I think by the artist.
Oh, okay.
John Lucas.
Yeah, we're about to do a live stream here in a couple weeks. It's going to blow everybody away. We're going to sell everything in this building if I can. And like Shania Twain would say, that does impress me much. Gosh, I feel like Seth singing that stuff. That does impress me much. Bum 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 bum. That's Tool. What song is that, Paul? Bum dum. Sober, right? Dun 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 dun. Throw me a bone here. Here we go. And the shipping department will kill me. That's true. Oh, no, we're going to do one before Thanksgiving, and we're going to do one for Black Friday. So, all right, Crocus over here is sold to Todd Co. for $25. We've got a whole crate of what I call bonus auctions, which are surprises. Matt Nichols gets Priest for $35. And there's a lot of stuff that sold out of this crate because this was the newest stuff from yesterday. And then we're going to go straight into the Rocktober exclusives. Chad, I thought I won that Accept EP last week for a bot now with 10, but it's not billed or mailed to me. Well, I can promise you this is definitely not the same one. So if there is one back there, it could be in the Hatchet Ed crate, or it could just be a mistag to the wrong person. Brad Waite says, no, I was ahead of Todd. So Brad Waite said he got it, okay? Yeah, if you got, I can promise you that's not the same one. This is a different one because these just all came from Seth's house where he got done tagging these. So definitely not the same one, right, Paul? Next auction is Black Sabbath Sabotage. This is a 75 OG Terre Haute pressing. This is a 75 US Terre Haute OG, VG++ condition. Not bad for a copy of Sabotage. $45 start on that. Okay, let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. There was a couple questions. Ryan Eaton and Pantera. Tim Graham. Ryan Eaton does want Pantera, Far Beyond Driven. Round, down, 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 down. Round, down, 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 down. I'm broken. That's so to Ryan Eaton. All right, and then Accept 12, and then Accept 14, and then Accept 15. Led Zeppelin is new and sealed. It's on clear vinyl One of the few ways you can get a Led Zeppelin album officially on colored vinyl, $33.99 for Led Zeppelin 4. When the Levee Breaks, Stairway to Heaven, Black Dog, Rock and Roll, Battle of Evermore. It is epic. I have Faith No More. This is a live, unofficial. Faith No More is a 2 LP, $44.99. It's a live, unofficial Faith No More. This is sold to Daryl Johnson, and we have one extra copy. It's a 2 LP live, $44.99. Laserdisc are mostly going to be buy it nows. I'm going to make a decision on which ones to auction, but Paul's got them straight priced because we figured we wouldn't have time to auction them with all the other crazy stuff we have for tonight. So I'm going to probably slip them in for buy it nows. Was I high bidder on Crocus? Crocus was sold for $25 to Todd Coe. You and Brad Waits, wait a minute, we have a mess up. We have a tie. Todd Coe, let me know if you want to bid more than $25. You are tied with Brad Waits. Brad Waits and Todd Coe were tied on this. This is tied, okay? That is tied. Y'all are tied. The high bid is with Brad Waits, okay? Brad Waits. What sticks? Stanley, it's their newest album, Circling from Above, $36.99. Laserdisc are mostly going to be buy it nows, but there's going to be some auctions. Especially if you want one. If there's one you definitely want, I'll put it up for auction so you have a better chance of getting it. Accept is at 16. Are you going to throw an unadvertised Kiss or Ace record tonight? No. Conditional Sabbath, VG++, VG Plus jacket. We've shown one record in here, Faith No More, one sold and there's one left. And then we've got a ton of Megadeth, even though Paul's holding an Ace Frehley record right now.
Literally just found it.
Yeah, that's wild. Sealed. That's pretty cool. I've always wanted one of those signed. I've passed many opportunities and sold some. His solo album, he used to sign with those blue Sharpies. Really cool. But no, here's the deal. It's just like Ozzy. It's the same deal with Ace, okay? We sell, before Ozzy died, we would have an Ozzy or a Black Sabbath record almost every night. It's hard to avoid them. Same thing with Kiss and Ace Frehley. Y'all know we sell Kiss and Ace Frehley stuff almost every night here. Unless one pops up in a new vinyl crate that I'm not aware of, I'm at least going to give it 24 hours to chill, okay? I'm not here to capitalize on Ace Frehley's death. But just like Ozzy and stuff, it's not like I can wait 30 days before I sell anything because people's wanting to buy it. But we're not going to be trying to push anything tonight whatsoever. Zero will be going up for auction. Zero will be in the bins unless it just slipped past me. There shouldn't be anything. We rarely straight price Kiss records, so not tonight. But it's not like we're going to try to push anything. But just like Ozzy and just like Kiss, we sell that stuff every single night regardless. So it's kind of hard to basically avoid it. Did I win the Crocus? You did not. Crocus is at $25. You and Brad Waits was tied. I said so to you, but he said I was the high bidder. Y'all were tied. He bid $25 before you did. Now, Accept, the last bid on Accept was Daniel Strom at $16. Daniel Strom was at $16 on Accept. Black Sabbath is a $45 start. Black Sabbath is a $45 start. It is a 75 Terre Haute OG with the original correct inner sleeve. It's a nice VG++, almost EX condition copy. $45 start. Okay, first thing we have right here is Megadeth. That is sold to Danny Thomason. We have Curtis Nielsen on a Megadeth, sold to Curtis Nielsen. We have Brett Mowlin on a Megadeth, sold to Brett Mowlin. We got John LaBeatty on a Megadeth, sold to John LaBeatty. And we have one Megadeth left, sold to Sean Druin. That Megadeth live in New York 1994 bootleg is now sold out, $29.99. So Todd Coe, if you want to bid more than $25 on Crocus, you got to right now. If you don't want to, I got to sell it to Brad Waits for $25. Y'all were tied at $25. Your bid came in second. Brad Waits has Crocus for $25. Todd Coe, you're out. The last bid on Accept that came in was Daniel Strom at $16. we're about to sell that as well, okay? Now, like I said, with like Aussie stuff, that day and maybe even the day after, we were obviously flooded with requests. And it was like 2 or 3 days later, we started selling some stuff. People wanting to buy it, but here immediately and tonight, we're just not going to be trying to push anything, okay? But it's hard not to avoid selling stuff like that, especially when we got people saying they want to buy it. A lot of people like buying these recently deceased people's records for the only reason is they love celebrating the life of who they love. They want to buy stuff. They're like, man, I don't have this album. I want to buy this. They just passed away. I want to listen to it. So, and that's what happens. I don't think it's anything to do with, you know, speculation. Most of it's people wanting to buy this stuff because they're sad. Okay? The Elvis stamps are $4.99 each. Chris Isaac, we have sold one and we have 0 left, but there's more that came in tonight. This one is sold to Scott Beebe. This is sold to Scott Beebe. Thank you, Scott Beebe. That's sold to you. Bush is a 2 LP greatest hits. This is on clear vinyl. Bush is a double LP, $39.99. And we have 4 copies of Iron Maiden Twilight in Japan, which is a live Iron Maiden limited edition color vinyl. And this is a live unofficial from 1981, Iron Maiden. The last bid that came in, or the first claim, was Daryl Johnson. There's one sold to Daryl Johnson, and we still have 1, 2, 3 copies left, okay? The bid on Crocus is 27, and now it's 28. Todd Coe, you've been outbid by Brad. John Kaiser was the only bidder on Black Sabbath for $45 final call, and now accept Kazaku Bond, or Kazaku Ban, except is sold over here for $16 to Daniel Strom. $16 on that. All right, there's that. And we have Iron Maiden. I have 3 of those left. I also got 2 Stone Temple Pilots, New Haven. One is sold to Mike Massey. Mike, I could have swore we'd already sold you one of those before, but I guess not. One to Mike Massey, and then the other one was sold to Noah Colwell. So those are both sold. Did you get any distillers? Yes, that will be in tonight's new Rocktober stuff. Over here, Candlebox is sold to Scott Beebe. He got that, and Chris Isaac. That was our last copy of Candlebox. I've got 3 copies of Black Sabbath, Syracuse, 1976, Black Sabbath. This is a live, unofficial of Black Sabbath, and I actually have 3 left. Yep, I have 3 left. I have 1 Leonard Skinner, which is sold to Tim Turner. That is sold. Sabbath has a new bid for $46. Michael Wilkerson is the new high bidder. John Kaiser's out. They're still bidding on Crocus. It's now at $30. Stanley Richmond is in on Bush. That's sold to Stanley Richmond. Next thing is Carl Berger wants one of the live Iron Maidens. Is there a wait list for Candlebox? I can add you to it right now. John Durden wants an Elvis stamp. I forgot to pull that. That's sold to John Durden for $4.99. Now Sabbath is at $47. Black Sabbath Live is $38.99. Black Sabbath Auctions at $47. Potty Mouth by Bratmobile, that's on yellow vinyl for $29.99. James Taylor's Christmas album is $29.99. Brian Hickson wants to go on a wait list for Candlebox. Kool and the Gang's Greatest Hits, Jungle Boogie, $33.99. And we have a Charlie Brown Christmas Vince Guaraldi Trio. That is sold to Rod Bryan. We have another one sold to Dennis Schellenberger. Another one sold to Dennis Schellenberger. And then Godsmack 1,000 horsepower sold to Dave Kavanaugh. Okay? Now, Daryl Johnson was supposed to get a Made in Japan. Daryl Johnson was supposed to get a Made in Japan. He also got Faith No More and Sinatra. And I think he got all 3 of his comments. Yeah, whoever's watching this sale, make sure Daryl Johnson got a Made in Japan, Faith No More, and Sinatra. If leave me a note, because I think I pulled all 3 of those for him. I always have everybody, always make sure if you're claiming in the videos, you do 1 comment per item, because it helps me track that you got everything. And I'm pretty sure I got all 3 of those for you, Daryl, but if you would have commented individually, it would have helped my system a lot better. Scott Smith also wants an Elvis stamp. First day issue, $4.99. One also sold to Scott Smith. Okay, now Sabbath is at $48. Crocus is sold, this time to Brad Waits for $30. And then we sold an Iron Maiden. And then the Megadeth is a live unofficial. So let me show y'all what's left, and let me show you what we have waiting list for. Here's the first waiting list. Megadeth, there's already more on the way. Live in New York, the MTV show, color vinyl, $29.99. That's waiting list number 1. Here's what's still left in here. I've got one copy of Faith No More live in Hollywood, a 2 LP unofficial, $44.99. Iron Maiden live in Japan, also colored vinyl, $29.99. Black Sabbath in Syracuse, New York, a 2 LP live unofficial Black Sabbath, $38.99. That would have been on about the same tour that this Sabotage album came from, which is a USOG, not bad at all, VG++, maybe even EX. Potty Mouth Bratmobile is $29.99. James Taylor at Christmas is $29. Cool and the Gang's Greatest Hits is $33. And we have one person left on Charlie Brown Christmas, Vince Guaraldi. Brad Waits wants on the Megadeth waiting list. And Brad Waits wants on the Megadeth waiting list. Brian Hickson's on the wait list for Candlebox. And I think that's everything we sold out of, unless anybody wants on a waiting list for STP. If anybody wants on a wait list for STP. And then there should be more Chris Isaacs in the new stuff tonight. Yeah, and we still got Charlie Brown, plenty of Cool in the Gangs, James Taylor, Black Sabbath, Iron Maidens, and Faith No More. All right, here we go. We're about to start with our big Rocktober exclusives pre-orders. Not before I go ahead and put up some new auctions like Riot. I don't recall seeing this one before. Riot is called Born in America. I don't recall ever having this one before. Riot is a 1989 US on Grand Slam Records, a Herb Serval press and shrink EX Plus condition, a $15 start. $15 start on Riot, Born in America. So 2 people on the Megadeth list, and everybody in the video got everything that they wanted. Good deal. Let's get started with our newest Rocktober exclusives. So tonight, huge night for new vinyl. We also have some Laserdisc. We also have 6 crates over here of new vintage stuff from John. And then Laura's working on marking some stuff too. What does that mean? We have a full night ahead. This is going to be fun. Hope everybody's ready. Well, these Rocktobers are insane. So there's not only big pre-orders for about every one of them, but we should have extras. These are all... Rocktober is something that Rhino does. Let me explain what this is if you're new to collecting vinyl and new to what labels and exclusives really are. So the first thing is this. Rhino's a label who does these exclusive titles every first of the year and every fall. Sometimes they do a thing called the Sounds of Summer too. They do the Sounds of Summer. They didn't really push that this year, but they always do Rocktober, and they do Start Your Ear Off Right. Not your year, but your ear. And they do those at the first of the year. And they have put out this fall, and I think it's because this is why this year has been so popular. They have put out a ton of stuff, first time on vinyl and first time reissued. And some of these titles, I know these 2 right here, as a fan and a collector, they have not been reissued in 30, 40 years. It's been a long time for these 2. And the first one is Yes, Big Generator. Yes, Big Generator. I don't think this was ever reissued until right now. It's on orange vinyl. There's the stock photo. It's going to be on really cool orange vinyl. Rocktober Rhino, the 1987 Platinum Classic, contains the hits Love Will Find a Way and The Rhythm of Love. 80s Yes at its best. Orange vinyl, $29.99. There was a pre-order. There's a pre-order for every Rocktober. And the people who got this was Mike Bartlett and Mike Quadrini. If you wasn't on the pre-order and you know you want one, let me know right now so you get in line after I get done tagging them. Kevin Willis and Melanie Jennings. Jerry Stone and Stephen A. Young. Alonzo Breezy Brinsno Jr. and Michael Potts. And the last person was Paul Brothers. And this is new. Yes, this has been out of print since the 80s. I don't think this has seen many reissues. I don't know of any. And I'm a Yes collector. So that's been out of print for a long time. So everybody on the pre-order got one. Mike Bartlett, Mike Quadrini, Kevin Willis, Melanie Jennings, Jerry Stone, Stephen A. Young, Alonzo Breezy Brinsno Jr., Michael Potts, and Paul Brothers. and we're going to start pulling some live, okay? We got one for Stephen. Stephen, you already got one on the pre-order. So, Stephen, you already got one on the pre-order. Carl Berger, you get one, and Tony Freeman, you get one. We have 4 extra copies left of Yes. Are we done on Black Sabbath over here? The last bid on Black Sabbath was John Kaiser at 49. Michael Wilkerson, I was going to make sure you were done. Kaiser does have it for $49, just FYI. And yes, the train is coming through town. That was the train whistle you hear in the back. That's right, Craig. And then over here, Riot is the most recent bid on Riot. I see Matt Nichols out. I see Todd Coe and Jeffrey Freeze all have set out. Michael Snared has this for $35. John Kaiser, he's still bidding on Black Sabbath. Sorry that took so long. I never did call out your bid, so he was probably didn't see that or didn't hear it. So now you've been outbid, and here's our third auction, Dawkin. Dawkin Tooth and Nail is an 84 USOG Allied pressing with the original lyric inner sleeve. It's a strong VG copy, a $15 start. All right, so we sold 2 live yeses. There was 3 claims, but we already have one. Sabotage is OG. Yes, OG, VG++ or better. Okay. Next is the Rocky Horror Picture Show. This is a 50th anniversary edition of the original movie soundtrack on 180-gram red and gold colored vinyl. It's a gold foil cover, and if y'all already know, this already came in, but I didn't realize we had sold out and I didn't reorder them. So that was a new release from a couple weeks ago. Really cool, perfect for Halloween time. The Rocky Horror Picture Show, $34.99. I've got 2. And the other night, or last week, we sold out for the first time of the Buckingham Nicks album. So I had to get a couple of those. Blue vinyl, Buckingham Nicks, not the hi-fi, the regular blue vinyl, which is about $10 cheaper than the other version, $29.99. All right. The next Rocktober is the Von Bondies. I don't know a lot about the Von Bondies, but it was desirable enough for Rhino to put it in print. And let me look this up in the group because there's a pre-order for all of these. The Von Bondies. The Von Bondies Pawn Shop Heart, produced by Jerry Harrison. This debut album was a cornerstone of the 2000s garage rock revival and charted on the Billboard 200 with the hit single Come On, Come On. Lacquers cut by Joe Nino Hearns at Sterling Sound, and this was from the Rhino High Fidelity series. And we sold 2 at $36.99, 1 for Patrick Lear and 1 for Paul Brothers. Thank you, Patrick Lear, and thank you, Paul Brothers. I have 2 extra copies of the Von Bondies. $2.90, two left at $36.99. And then this is also a Rocktober, New York Dolls. The 2009 album from the legendary New York Dolls, produced by Todd Rundgren on limited edition red vinyl, New York Dolls. Now, what's bizarre about this one is I think we either got 1 or 0 pre-orders. Let me go look this one up. There was 1 pre-order, Cynthia Herdren. Just 1 pre-order on that. Red vinyl, New York Dolls. There's 2 extras if anybody else wants one. Black Sabbath is out. This is sold to Michael Wilkerson at $50. The last bit on Riot that came in was Carl Berger at $40. Everybody else is out. Dawkins has 1 bid for $15. So Riot's a final call for $40. Dawkins a final call for $15. Rocky Horror is $34.99. And then the next one here is probably the biggest of the Yes albums from the 80s. And this is Yes 90125, $36.99. Once again, this has been pretty much not available except for the Analog Productions 2 LP. This has not been in print as a single LP, I think, since it came out. Owner of a Lonely Hearts on this one. Yes, 90125, and it's from that new Rhino Reserve. Lacquers cut from the original masters by Matthew Luthans at the Mastering Lab. Rhino Hi-Fi series, or excuse me, Rhino Reserve series. Make sure this gets a sticker. This one didn't get priced. It's $36.99. And this one goes to Melanie Jennings. Please make sure that gets priced at $36.99. And then let's count out the rest of them. There was a lot of pre-orders on these. We got 1 for Melanie Jennings, 1 for Mike Owen, and 1 for Mike Bartlett. Mike Owen and Mike Bartlett, those are sold and sold. Blaine Zapnick and Rob Fordham. Blaine Zapnick and Rob Fordham, there's 2 more sold. And then Stephen A. Young and Jerry Stone. Stephen A. Young and Jerry Stone. Also Clifford Umstead and Kevin Willis. Clifford Umstead and Kevin Willis, thank you and thank you. Brian Studdard and Don Nicole. Brian Studdard and Don Nicole, there's 2 more sold. And then the last person was Mike Conway. And as you see, I've loaded up on Yes 90125s because that's a great album. We always sell the originals, and that's a new Rhino Reserve cut from the original all analog, okay? Riot got a new bid for $41 with John Kaiser. That means Carl Berger, you were outbid. Dawkins has a new bid for $20. The record guy gets the New York Dolls. That is sold to him. And then Dawkins Details. Dawkins Details is an 84 USOG, a strong VG, and a VG Plus jacket. It is OG VG. Carl Berger has it for $20. The Riot's at $41. We have an Elvis stamp sold to Brian G. Owens for $4.99. Thank you on that. First crate of Rocktobers and restocks are done. Let's look at those again. Yes, Big Generator. Orange vinyl, $29.99. 4 are left. Rocky Horror Picture Show 50th anniversary, gold foil cover, gold and red vinyl, $34.99. Buckingham Nicks, blue vinyl, $29.99. The Von Bondies, Pawn Shop Heart, Rhino Reserve, $36.99. One New York Dolls left, their 2009 album, that's been out of print, red vinyl, $29.99. And then Yes 90125, Rhino Reserve cut from the analog tape, $36.99. Riot's at $45, Dawkins at $21. New bids on both of those. It's time for another auction. Let's also go ahead and put up, what are you going to put up, Chad? Honestly, I don't know till I find out right now. How about Ozzy, Bark at the Moon? Ozzy is an 83 USOG, an 83 USOG press. It is a Carrollton press with the original inner sleeve, EX edition, a $45 start. John Kaiser, you've been outbid on Riot. Todd Coe, you've been outbid on Dawkins. Ozzy's now up for bid, a $45 start. All right, first crate of Rocktober's done. Let's knock out some more. Now, I have other stuff to do, like as y'all know, vintage pre-owned and stuff like that. But a lot of these huge Rocktobers and some of these huge pre-orders we'll try to do as ASAP as possible. And they'll go pretty quick. I said 10 crates of new vinyl, but when 90% of it's already pre-sold, it's going to get gone. So Dawkins and Ozzy of Ludwig, I need Ultimate Sin. Ultimate Sin is not in print. I don't think I have one of those tonight. That's a tough one. Ultimate Sin and No Rest for the Wicked. Those are tough. This is just a restock. I didn't have in stock Korn Untouchables. Whoops, wrong camera view. Korn Untouchables is $34.99. Korn Untouchables, $34.99. Riot has a new bid for $46. Carl Berger, you're out. Dawkins is out. This is with Todd Coe. Let's go ahead and sell this to Carl Berger for $25. Carl, you're outbid on Riot.
You ever seen OG copies of those?
Not often. No, not OGs.
Yeah, I've never seen them.
No, never seen those. Paul holding 2 rarities over here, as usual. Michael Wilkerson on Korn. Craig says, talk to Paul about the camera view. I know, I got a call from him about that. Ozzy's a $45 start. $45 start on that. There's Korn. I've got 3 copies of Nice. Now, this, I was trying to find, it took me forever till I realized what I was doing wrong. This is not a Rocktober. I was trying to look this up in the group. This is just a new release for Friday. The Nice, as in Keith Emerson. $34.99. To celebrate his 60th anniversary, Immediate Records proudly presents the reissue of Nice, the groundbreaking third album by British progressive rock pioneers The Nice, an adventurous blend of prog, symphonic, and psychedelic rock that captures the free spirit of the late 60s. So that's just a straight reissue of the Nice self-titled third album with Keith Emerson, very proggy psychedelia, $34.99. That's new and sealed, comes out tomorrow. Riot has a new bid for $50. David Doyle says Nice. There's 2 copies left. And then over here, we have what Korn? It is Untouchables, a 2 LP, $34.99. There's 2 Nice left. I also have 2 copies of Pantera, Reinventing the Steel. White and Southern Flames, yellow marble vinyl. Pantera is $29.99. Let's get a third auction going. If you want Ozzy, this is your last chance to lock in a bid. We're going to go ahead and put up Dio Holy Diver. Oh, man, an 83 USOG with the original inner sleeve. Holy Diver is going to go up for a $45 start. EX Plus condition. There it is. EX Plus condition, $45 start on Holy Diver. Riot has a new bid for $51. We're not done there. Here's the other Korn album, Life is Peachy. Life is Peachy is a music on vinyl press, $39.99 on that. And, okay, now this one's weird. I got worried about this one. This is another Rocktober. I was concerned, but they are sending the rest of them. We just got one today. They had to split our order because we got so much shipped to us, they had to split our order. So there's going to be more of these tomorrow, guaranteed. So luckily, I'm able to get the pre-order. I was worried they were going to short us. And this is Lenny Kravitz. And Lenny Kravitz is up for pre-order. And let me tell you who got one. And let me tell you who I still need to get one for. Lenny Kravitz is called Black and White America. Funky rock and soul meet social commentary. $38.99. The first one goes to Troy Robinson. And then the rest will be here tomorrow, I promise. Next on the list is Jerry Stone, Sherry Darnell, Scott Smith, Bill Samuelson, Scott Beebe. 5 more people. And then if anybody else wants one, there's going to be like 3 extras. Lenny Kravitz, that's been unavailable for a long time. That is sold, and there's more on the way, okay? Now, Riot, the last bid was John Kaiser at 51. I'm waiting for one person, Carl Berger. Dio has a bid for 45, and so does Ozzy. Brian Thurman has bid on both of those. Kenny Cates Jr. got the Pantera. There's one copy left, Reinventing the Steel. That's sold to Kenny Cates Jr. Hope everybody's done me a quick favor and hit the like button on Facebook. And there's the rest of the Chris Isaacs. Chris Isaac, Forever Blue. Record Store Day Essential, 30th Anniversary Commemorative Edition, includes Baby Did a Bad, Bad Thing, Somebody's Crying. Chris Isaac is $38.99. That's what they call a Record Store Day Essential. And then we've got 2 copies of Shinedown. We sold both of these last week. I figured I needed some more. Shinedown, Leave a Whisper is a 2 LP blue vinyl Shinedown, $44.99. And then there's Fleetwood Mac, another Rhino Reserve. Fleetwood Mac. Let's look this one up and pull up the pre-order. This might fill up my first full crate after this, and it's only 7 o'clock. One of Fleetwood Mac's overlooked classics. This is the last album to feature the distinctive guitars and songwriting of Danny Kirwan. The lacquers are cut from the original masters by Matthew Luthans at the Mastering Lab. And that is $36.99. That's another Rhino Reserve. The last one that had Danny Kirwan, $36.99. It is an overlooked album. We sold 4 on a pre-order. 1 to Clifford Umstead, 1 to Autumn Betts, 1 to Ron Burns, and 1 to Jerry Stone. Clifford Umstead, Autumn Betts, Ron Burns, and Jerry Stone. And by the way, if you don't know, if you see that sticker on these, that's going to be a really well-made, well-cut record, just FYI, okay? Those are sold. The first thing we have is Riot did get a new bid for 55. John Kaiser, you were outbid. Dio got a new bid for 46. Brian Thurman got a Shinedown, and Pergy 33 got a Shinedown. We are sold out of that Shinedown record again. Dio has a new bid for 50. He's out on Riot. And we have a new crate. I'm going to put up the crate right now. Here we go. Crate number 2 is about to be filled up. Paul just hollered in the back like a madman. 1 crate down, 3,000 to go. All righty. Let me grab that new empty crate right here. Any striper on deck? Yes. Is Ozzy and RL. Okay. Yes. Here's what I'll do. Brian Thurman's had it for about 7 minutes. If you want to bid $46, if you want to bid more than $45, you can. If you say pass, I'm going to go ahead and sell it to him. It's OG, really clean. I'm about to sell it. Riot is officially sold. Riot is sold to Carl Berger for $55. John Kaiser went out. That's sold for $55. And then over here, we have Dio, Holy Diver. Dio, Holy Diver is with Brian Thurman at $50. This is got another bid. Yeah, it's at $50 with Brian Thurman. It has the original on her sleeve. It's an 83 USOG with the original sleeve, EX Plus condition. It's at $50. Ozzy has a new bid for 47 and now 50. Now, we're at that time of the night where a lot of people are in and out. They're trying to walk their dog. Y'all know this drill. They're trying to walk their dog, put their kids to bed, eat supper, cook supper. There's going to be a lot of questions until we can get everybody chilled and in their recliner to watch tonight's sale. So there could be some extended bidding on auctions. Ozzy's still getting bids. It's at 50, and Dio still getting bids at 51. It's that time of the night. Everybody's asking for claims. They're asking for information, and they're trying to do that. There's some people right now walking down the road with a dog leash in their hand. They're trying to. Then they're trying to bid on this Dio record. They're also trying to bid on Ozzy, and they're trying to get Roscoe down the road to go pee on the tree, and then they're going to go in and they're going to try to flip over some steaks. They're cooking. It's a lot of mess going on across America right now. People's driving, people's trying to solve equations and do homework for their kid. I mean, it's crazy right now across America. So there's two ways you can win an auction. You've got to stay really focused, and you got to make sure you're paying attention to this chat. Because every once in a while, you could get outbid. I could say it once, and if I don't hear back from you, I got to go ahead and sell it. Okay? Otherwise, you could very easily lose one of these. Hopefully later, when everybody's gone to bed and you're the only person awake in your house and you've ate supper, you can lock in. You can lock in, and you can win these auctions tonight. Otherwise, you're going to miss a lot of stuff. We're going to be live for 6 more hours selling auctions. It's all metal. It's all highly desirable titles. The half of it, you don't even know that it's coming. So if you have plans, I would tell your wife and kids right now, plans are canceled. Right, Paul? Say, listen, it's Thursday night. Y'all go do something. I'm watching Chad. Leave me alone. Husband or wife, whoever you got to tell, it's over. I'm watching Chad. Good night. Leave me alone. The last bid on Dio was $52 with Dan James Kicka. It's an OG pressing, EX Plus or better of Holy Diver. Ozzy is an OG pressing of Bark at the Moon. Also nice, mastered by Bob Lowig. It's a final call for $52 with Dan James Kicka. He has Ozzy for $52. Dio is at $51 with Brad Waits. Let me clarify that. Brad Waits has this for $51. $51 on Dio. Brad Waits. He's had it for a while. Nobody else has bid. Ozzy is with Dan James Kicka at $52. He's had it for a while. Nobody else has bid. Now, when nobody else is bidding quickly and aggressively, that tells me you're not interested anymore, and I need to go ahead and sell it to the other person. Now, if you're bidding quickly and aggressively, that means hold the phone. This guy really wants this. He's not just twiddling his thumbs. Here's what's left in here. Nice. Their self-titled third album, $34.99. 2 copies remain. That comes out tomorrow. Korn Untouchables, that's a 2 LP, $34.99. Todd Coe wants a pack of inner sleeves. Add that to his invoice. Pantera Reinventing the Steel, White and Southern Flames Yellow Marble Vinyl, $29.99. Korn, Life is Peachy, Music on Vinyl Press, $39.99. We have Chris Isaac, Forever Blue. Record Store Day Essential, $38.99 for Chris Isaac. Cindy Yarborough wants on a wait list for Shinedown, Leave a Whisper. 1 person on a wait list, anybody else. And then the new Rhino Reserve, Fleetwood Mac Bare Trees, $36.99. Nobody else bid on Ozzy. This is sold. Ozzy is sold to Dan James Kicka for $52. That is sold. Nobody else bid on Dio. Dio is sold. Nobody else bid on Dio. Dio is sold to Brad Waits for $51. We are done. Make sure he has a pack of inner sleeves. That's Todd Coe. Make sure Cindy Yarborough has a wait list for Shinedown, Leave a Whisper. We're ready for new auctions. This is right here. This is Striper. It's called GD Evil. I don't think that's what they meant when they titled it that, but because they're a Christian rock and metal band, but I still don't like saying that. GD Evil. 2018 USOG Striper's a $30 start. Todd Emick also wants a Shinedown. Now we sold 2 Shinedowns live, and that went to Brian Thurman and Perky. Yeah, there was somebody else. Todd Emick also on Shinedown. Striper's a $30 start. Going once, going twice. Final call. It's about to sell. Should have already bid $50 on it. You got to be typing fast tonight. Black Sabbath, the Eternal Idol. Black Sabbath is a 1987 USOG specialty press with the original inner sleeve, EX Plus condition, a $45 start on Black Sabbath. That's now up for bid. It's time for another crate. Flying through the Rocktober stuff. Let's do a ginormous pre-order. I don't know about y'all, but I love ginormous pre-orders. Let's do one right here. You may ask yourself, Chad, what is a ginormous pre-order? I'm about to say, well, you know what? You're about to see one. A ginormous pre-order? That's right. Striper's at $50. Yeah, that's, that term, that's what I always thought that meant. Like, not just the way this use it, but I think some people use it some way. It's like, God blank them. You know, like, strike them down. Strike down, God strikes down evil. I think that's what they meant, but yeah, that's a wild title to use. Gosh, that's a crazy title to use. Okay, here is a ginormous pre-order. Paul, I love ginormous pre-orders.
And you cannot lie.
And I cannot lie. And I cannot lie. That's true. I also love a gigantic can of Monster I'm about to go get. All right, this is back in print on green vinyl. The classic 1976. Thank you, Paul. We're about to knock out these laser discs. See you Monday. Wow. Okay. All right. That's sad, but okay. Black Sabbath, we sold our soul for rock and roll. Green vinyl, the 1976 compilation, essentially a Black Sabbath greatest hits. The post has 31 comments. There should be about 31 pre-orders. Let's try to call out these bids. I'm going to introduce a third auction, but first, here's what happened. 2 people on a wait list for Shinedown. Striper 30, Striper 40, Striper 30, Striper 31, Striper 31, Striper 50, Striper 55, Striper 60, and Striper 45. Laura is doing the show on Saturday. We got a new host, Laura, for Saturday. I'll be here tomorrow. Laura's going to be here Saturday. I still don't know if I'm going to Tuscaloosa or not. It's literally going to be a last-minute decision, but either way, I'm going to be somewhere watching the game. So Laura's hosting for sure. Judas Priest, Hell Bent for Leather. This is a 79 USOG, VG minus. So just a $10 start on this VG minus Judas Priest. All right, there's that. And here's the first one. We have Brandon Jones on Black Sabbath. That's sold. That's sold to Brandon Jones. We got Chris Gardner and Ryan Eaton. Chris Gardner and Ryan Eaton. So this is Chris Gardner and Ryan Eaton. These are $38.99. If you know for sure you wasn't on the pre-order for this new green vinyl Black Sabbath compilation, you might want to go ahead and comment right now. These are going to exponentially sell out, I hope. Hiram Aponte and Autumn Betts. Hiram Aponte and Autumn Betts. Clifford Umstead and Shane Devers got 2. Shane Devers got 2, one for Clifford Umstead. Terry Gearhart and Kenny Cates Jr. Terry Gearhart and Kenny Cates Jr. How about Daryl Johnson and Mike Massey? Nice. Also Jamie McCord and Scott Markheim. Nice. What about Mark Overton and Aaron Andrus? Nice. What about Jeremy Todd and Joshua Cross? Nice. What about Marco Martinez and Michael Carpenter? Nice. What about Justin Deckelman and Scott Beebe? Nice. What about Sean Druin and Roger Miller? I mean, John Miller. Roger Miller was a country guy. Sean Druin and John Miller. Nice. What about Paul Brothers and Tim Floyd? Nice. What about Todd Kilgore and Chris Frazier? Nice. What about Josh Tanner and Stanley Richmond? Nice. And the last 2, Kelly Vlodarchek and Richard Davis. Kelly Vlodarchek and Richard Davis. Nice. It looks like I got 3 extras to sell. New Black Sabbath, we sold our soul for rock and roll. Quick update on the auctions. I remember saying Striper was at 50, and then it was at 55, and then it was at 60 with Nick Bargeron. Okay, and then Judas Priest 10, Judas Priest 10, Judas Priest 20, Judas Priest 25, and the first Black Sabbath claim was Carl Berger. And if you heard your name on the pre-order, you got to let me know. I'll try to remember two, but you might end up with two, and then we have to fix it if you're claiming one live too. So Carl Berger got one. Sean Druin already got one, right? Sean Druin? I thought I already said your name. Is that right? I see Sean Druin. I just said your name earlier, didn't I? I did. Sean Druin. Am I crazy? Yeah, Sean's already got one. And then Todd Coe gets one. And now there's one left. There's one Black Sabbath green vinyl we sold our soul for rock and roll. Surprisingly, right here in the middle, Black Sabbath did not get a bid. I'm going to give it one more chance for somebody to lock it in because there's been a lot going on. This is a 87 OG with the original inner sleeve, EX Plus, a $45 start on Black Sabbath. That's the Eternal Idol. Okay? And then Brandon Jones wants a Black Sabbath if not on the list. Black Sabbath if not on the list. Brandon Jones, you already got one. X-Wing already got one. This one goes to Matt Nichols. Now we got to start a waiting list, okay? The way the waiting lists work, if you're new, I'm going to order you one because this is Thursday. They won't be back into the first of the week. If they're in stock, we'll bill you the following Monday. If you don't want on a waiting list, you got to let me know. Larry Williams will be first, and Bill Samus will be second. But Bill Samus wants one because he wants to give it to... Susie Breelove. X-Wing is Brandon Lack. My bad. Brandon Lack. You did not get one, so my bad. We need to give this one to Brandon Lack. I don't think I said your name. Let me scroll through here again. I did not say your name, it looks like. Brandon Lack. Okay, so now Matt Nichols first on the waiting list, and Larry Williams, and Bill Samus, and Ken Crooker, and Joe DeGaldo. 5 people. Right? Anybody else? Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to make sure we make Black Sabbath a buy it now. $45 on that. Now you can grab that for a buy it now. Striper was up to Hiram. Let me see if he said out. He did. This is sold for $60 to Nick Bargeron. And then the last bid on Priest is moving to a final call. Todd Coe, $31. So I had 5 people on a Black Sabbath waiting list. Matt Nichols, Larry Williams, Bill Samus, but send it to Susie, Ken Crooker, and Joe DeGaldo. If that's not right, let me know. And in between crates, I'll read off everybody that got one. Fantastic. All right. Let's put up 2 new auctions, and then a third after we get Judas Priest wrapped up. All right. Judas Priest sold to Todd Coe for $31. Moving on. I've only pulled one out of tonight's hot picture that Laura's brought me, and that was the Striper. But guess what? We're going to do another one. Striper is Even the Devil Believes. Striper. Striper's a 2020 USOG VG Plus, $20 start on Striper. That's now up for bid. Our next auction is going to be Mama's Boy. Plug it in. Mama's Boy is a 1982 UK OG VG Plus, $25 start for Mama's Boys. Mama's Boy or Mama's Boys? How about Mama's Boys? That's going to go up for a $25 start. Striper's a $20 start. Smash Gladys, I'll get it on deck. And then here is the next pre-order. And I'm honestly going to go ahead and start. Jersey Devil also wants on the Black Sabbath list. I'm also going to go ahead and start a new crate because that one pretty much filled up with Black Sabbath. That was the whole crate's worth, just Black Sabbaths. Green vinyl. Now there should be 6 people on a waiting list, okay? 6 people on a waiting list for that. Awesome. Here we go. Striper 20, Striper Mama's Boys 25. This is new. This has been out of print for a long time. Porno for Pyro, self-titled. This is all analog from Rhino Reserve. This has been out of print for a long time. And this is only the second thing they have in print. The other thing is that compilation that came out last year. So finally, here it is in print, Porno for Pyros. We've got a bunch of these because we sold a bunch. The first one was Corey D. Fager, and then Nick McDonald and George Ellis. If you know for sure you wasn't on the pre-order, or if you don't know and you go ahead and comment and you hear your name, let me know. We'll make sure you get one either way, or you don't end up with 2. All right, so Corey, Nick McDonald, and George Ellis. And then we got Scott Beebe and Scott Dwallow. Scott Beebe and Scott Dwallow. Blaine Zapnick. And then we've got Ron Cornwell and Jason Fornerat. Ken Cohen and 42 Foxes. Rob Fordham and Jerry Stone. Jerry Stone. Now, somebody commented on the pre-order, Seamus McEwen, and he says, can I get one? Now, I'll have to just wait after the show to see if he registered. There's obviously instructions in the pre-order to comment, send us a message. I don't know if they've done that or not. So we'll hold Seamus McEwen's copy. We'll go ahead and give one to Chuck Wilson and Patrick Lear. I never did see him even ask that. Mike Andretta and Daryl Johnson, and then Fred Cardinale. Let me tell you the worst place to try to ask me a question, and that's in the comment section of a post. When I wake up every afternoon, my little icon down there from my Facebook app says 99 plus. That's pre-order comments, flip video claims, old pre-order comments, people trying to ask questions. If I don't reply, or Laura doesn't, or Ed doesn't see it, it's probably going to get looked over. You got to send us a message if you have a question, a message or email. I know there, Ed, he probably don't see every comment on every post. So if you ever have a question, you got to make sure you send it in the form of a message, or you're just going to not get an answer, because there's no way I can check everything every day. We're talking about hundreds of comments on a daily basis, so hard for me to see everything. Striper is at $30 with Brad Waits. That's the highest bid. Mama's Boys has one bid for $25. And, of course, make sure Jersey Devil is on the Black Sabbath with Striper. They wearing mask on the inner sleeve. This does not have an inner sleeve with it. Oh, you mean on the jacket? Yes. You're talking about on the jacket? Yes. It's on the inside of the jacket. Yes. Okay? That is now at $30 with Brad Waits. Mama's Boys has one bid for $25, and we had a request for Smash Gladys. I don't mind going ahead and putting something like that up right now, as long as it's up here to sell. If Laura still has it in the back, then we got to wait. It's still in the back. We got to wait. Smash Gladys isn't even up here yet. So let me go ahead and grab another auction. This is Motorhead. Motorhead is a 2025 Record Store Day white and black splatter to $500. It looks super clean, maybe even unplayed. And that's Motorhead, a Record Store Day, live in Buenos Aires, $25 start, okay? There's that. And nobody claimed a Porno for Pyros live, right? Wow, that's surprising, because this is, man, the last time we had a couple OGs of this, huge money, $36.99. That's now available. Rhino Reserve. Everybody on the pre-order got one. These are all still available. Porno for Pyros. I'm going to go ahead and put them over here. We've gone through 4 crates of Rocktober stuff. Everything left is in 1 crate. We've condensed everything into 1 crate. Amazing. All right. And there's that. There's that. Now, sometimes I'll go through the old flip video post, and I'll try to purge, because I know some people watch the new vinyl videos 2 or 3 days later, and sometimes it's kind of hard to catch those. So I purge every Sunday before I send invoices. All right. This has some new stuff that's not Rocktober. It has some restocks, and let's get started. First, Striper still getting bids. The last bid on Striper was $31. Mama's Boys at $31 and Motorheads at $25. So quick update. Let's go to Top Cam. Right here we have Striper 31, Mama's Boys 31, Striper 33, and Motorhead has one bid for $25. And that's with Robert Warner. Okay, next in line is this right here. Has everybody done me a favor and hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube? This is Morphine, and this is a Rocktober. Morphine is the classic album debut from the 90s alternate rock legends, a 2020 remaster on forest green vinyl. And the Morphine claims was as follows. Ken Cohen got one, T-Bass Energy, and Brian Colsar. Those three are sold. There's 2, 4, 5 extra copies of Morphine Good. Green vinyl, Rocktober exclusive, $29.99. Hey, there's more Panteras. We just sold one earlier out of the Hatchet Ed. That is $29.99. Pantera Far Beyond Driven, $29.99. Pantera Far Beyond Driven. I don't think there's a King Diamond up here yet either. There's a bunch more Stripers. There's no King Diamonds up here yet either. Most of the big advertised auctions are about 40 minutes away. We've got a whole crate over here, mostly of stuff y'all hadn't seen. It's all hard rock and metal. Most of the featured auctions, as usual, don't go up until about 8 o'clock Central Time, which isn't about, there could be pop-up before then, but most of those are still in the back. Okay, the Stillers. This actually came in early yesterday, and I told everybody there was going to be more on the way, and here they are. And I need to get my laptop because I'm pretty sure we had some people want one live. So the pre-order was Scott Dwallow, and then we have one for Joshua Cross, one for Josh Tanner, Autumn Betts, and George Scher. Okay, so these are $29.99. The 2003 classic that defined a new wave for punk, featuring Drain That Blood and Beat Your Heart Out, red and black splatter. And I need to go grab my laptop because there were some people who saw that yesterday and said they want to go ahead and get one. All right, Striper out, Striper out. Striper's at 33 of Brad Waits. Mama's Boys is at 31 of Jerry Rock. He's Carl Berger bid 35. Jerry Rock, you're out. Robert Warner, you get Motorhead for $25. Thank you, that is sold to you. Thank you, that is sold to you. Next thing is Ozzy. This is a picture disc of Mr. Crowley, a 1982 USOG EP, the Mr. Crowley picture disc. It is nice, EX or better, and original. Ozzy, Mr. Crowley, $35 start on that. $35 start on that. There's another Pantera, the Great Southern Trendkill, $29.99 on that. Rage Against the Machine, that's their self-titled album. Rage Against the Machine, $29.99. Also, Death Angel, Relentless Retribution. Death Angel is a 2 LP orange vinyl, $39.99 on that. Red Cave, let me know which Pantera you want. I'm assuming Great Southern Trendkill. Did Megadeth Killing come in? 2 copies came in yesterday. I'll have to go see who those first 2 people were. I'll go do that. And right now when I grab my laptop. And this is new Foo Fighters. It's a new limited edition colored vinyl with a bonus disc of B-sides. So they've reissued their first album with an extra disc of bonus tracks and live tracks. And it's on green vinyl. That's the Foo Fighters debut. That's actually a new release for Friday. A new release for Friday. 2 things. I didn't know it was going to be colored vinyl, and I really didn't know what it was, so I didn't know why they were reissuing that, because that's been in print for years. It's been in print for years, but now it's back in print as a colored vinyl exclusive with a bonus disc. With a bonus disc. All righty, let's get that laptop open because I need to find out about the Distillers. And I'll tell you the first 2 people who got a Megadeth and who's still waiting for one, okay? Let's pull up my master spreadsheet. Big night for new vinyl. Fred Cardinale was the other person who wanted a Distillers. Fred Cardinale was the other person who wanted a Distillers, okay? And the Megadeth, okay? The Megadeth was John Oliver and Carla Breckie. There are still 8 people waiting for that, and Michael Wilkerson, you're one of them. Okay, first thing on Ozzy, or first thing on Foo Fighters was Sean Holford. It is $33.99. $33.99. So Sean gets one, and then I know for sure Chad Snyder gets one, and then Mitch T and Bob Reiger, y'all are next in line. Mitch, if you want it, it's yours. If not, it's Bob's, and if Bob doesn't want it, then it's available to anybody. Okay? There's that. Striper, it looks like we're done, and Striper is sold to Brad Waits for $33. That is sold for $33. Let's get a wait list going for Foo Fighters. Big night for Rocktober exclusives. And there's other new stuff that comes out Friday in here, like Foo Fighters. So he's passing. So that's sold to Bob Reiger, a double LP green vinyl. And Manny Ray, I'll put you first on the waiting list if that's okay. Mama's Boys is sold. And this is sold MB to Carl Berger for $35. And unbelievably, Ozzy doesn't have a bid yet. Mr. Crowley picture disc, a $35 start. So there's that. And let's put up some new stuff. I have going up right now, LA Guns. LA Guns is called Waking the Dead. It's a 2022 U.S. Record Store Day sealed. It is a $50 start, red, white, and blue splatter. First time on vinyl. $50 start on LA Guns. What's left in here? We have Morphine. That's new for Rocktober. Good on green vinyl for $29. Pantera Far Beyond Driven, $29. The Distillers, Coral Fang, $29. Got 3 of those left. Pantera, Great Southern Trendkill, $29. 1 left. Rage Against the Machines, $29, and then Death Angel, Relentless Retribution on orange vinyl, $39.99 on that. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is grab, dang it, that's okay, I'll pull these out. All right, let's do this right here. Holy moly. This is not Rocktober, but it's actually the biggest pre-order of the night and week, and it wasn't even a Rocktober. The biggest pre-order of the night and week, and it wasn't even a Rocktober. And I did not think I'd be selling this many copies. Foo Fighters, can I order 2? You can. Put down Manny Ray for 2 Foo Fighters. Okay, LA Guns is a $50 start. Ozzy's at $38. And requesting for Wasp. Let me see if I have that up there. So far, everything that's been requested isn't up here yet. I'll have to start doing the stuff that's not up here. Wasp is not up here yet, but I do have a Striper in the high-end tab, and I've never seen this one before. Striper Fallen. Striper is a 2015 Swedish OG, limited to 1,154 copies. It is near mint, a $65 start. It does have a seam crackle at the top. A black Sharpie could fix that up pretty good, or a purple one. $65 start on Striper Fallen. I don't think I've had that one, and they pretty much don't have anything in print. What is the big pre-order I'm talking about? Sammy Hagar and the Best of All Worlds band, The Residency. This comes out Friday. This is Sammy Hagar. It's on green and blue vinyl. The post has 45 comments, so here it is, and we have them in stock, and luckily, I grabbed them from a distributor. Otherwise, we wouldn't have them right now. Sammy Hagar is sold to Greg Preston. If you know for sure you wasn't on the pre-order, let me know. Tim Graham and Patrick Lear. Tim Graham and Patrick Lear. Stanley Richmond and Fred Cardinale. Stanley Richmond, Fred Cardinale. Kelly Cook and Scotty Hops. Kelly Cook and Scotty Hops. Stacy Brown and Scott Smith. Stacy Brown and Scott Smith, Darren Wallace and Cindy Yarborough, Darren Wallace and Cindy Yarborough, and we have David Pokey and Marco Martinez. Let me pause right there to catch up on some bids. Ozzy, the most recent bid was $40 with Jason Thomas. Paul Brothers, you're out. LA Guns does have one bid for $50, and Striper's at $70, now $77. Laura's en route with the rest of the auctions. We got one for Darren Wortman and Dale Shannon. Darren Wortman and Dale Shannon. There's 2 more sold. David Eberly and Walt Cruz. There's 2 more showed. 2 more showed. And then Walt Cruz, Mike Massey and Jamie Diaz. Mike Massey and Jamie Diaz. All right, and that filled up a whole nother crate. We're not done with Sammy's. Not done with Sammy pre-orders. Also, thanks everybody for tuning in tonight. Sad day to be a Kiss fan. Rest in peace to the star man, Ace Frehley. I mean, our business You could say a big chunk of our business every year revolves around KISS and their fans. And I just know how important that guy was to people. He's like a superhero. When you was a kid and you was a KISS fan, he might as well have been like a fictional character. So, sad day for that. We're going to continue with Sammy Hagar pre-orders with Scott Markheim and Bill Sammis. Scott Markheim and Bill Sammis, Matt Algram and Brent Robley. Matt Algram and Brent Robley, and Heather Grant. But wait, there's more. That was just the first crate full of them. Heather Grant got one. Sammy, obviously a big act here. We've sold 2 entire full crates of Sammy Hagars. Amazing. We got Jake to draw up a graphic. And also another passing we should mention. Somebody asked about it earlier. D'Angelo, which I told Paul, I was outside, and I told Paul about the news about Ace Frehley. And he's like, I was surprised about D'Angelo's passing. And Paul was a D'Angelo fan. And I didn't know hardly anything about this, but a lot of people, I overlooked that one. So I think I saw some people mention it, but didn't realize how big of a fan base that guy had at all. Not at all. So I got to look, Paul says, you got to look into D'Angelo's music. You got to. And I'm like, okay, I'll do that tonight. I'll listen to KISS and D'Angelo while I'm working. Vince Lano, also on Sammy Hagar. Huge pre-order here. Scott Beebe also got one. Gerald Whitworth got one. Derek Bowman got one. We're not done yet. Joy Fino and Julianne Roman. Joy Fino and Julianne Roman. Daniel Buzard and A.J. Clark. Daniel Buzard and A.J. Clark. Jerry Stone and Michael Schreck. Jerry Stone and Michael Schreck. Sean Schaefer and Brian Thurman. Sean Schaefer and Brian Thurman. Glenn Kesey and Brad Waits. Glenn Kesey and Brad Waits. Tim Holloway and Joe Maynard. Tim Holloway and Joe Maynard. Greg Lee, Jamie McCord, and Dave Kavanaugh. All right, and that's how many extras I have. And I have 3 or 5 with scene splits. Whew. Wow, what a pre-order for Sammy. Oh, my gosh. Okay, so let's look at this right here. John Lodge. Yeah, that's probably the person I relate to their music. I love KISS, but John Moody Blues music, that was some of my earliest influences. Sammy Hagar is Sammy Hagar and the Best of All Worlds Band, The Residency. Yellow and blue vinyl, limited edition, $39.99. $39.99, okay? So let's go back up the top. I left off by saying LA Guns had one bid for $50 to Ken Crooker. LA Guns had one bid for $50 to Ken Crooker. That was a final call. And when I get to the bottom, it's sealed, record store day. If it doesn't have a bid, Walking the Dead, we got to sell it. Okay, Striper is called Fallen. It's an original press, Fallen. It was nice. It has one scene split at the top. I remember saying $77. I also remember Ozzy getting a new bid for $40 with Jason Thomas and Paul Brothers saying he was out. Now, the first person who claimed a Sammy Hagar was Brent, but he already got one on the pre-order, but then he said he needed one for his son. Okay, so Brent, in fact, will get 2 Sammy Hagars. Now, Striper was at 77. I'm going to leave it on the top cam for a while, okay? I'm going to leave it on the top cam for a while so y'all can see the auctions. Striper was at 77. Sieg also got a Sammy Hagar. Sieg L, L-A-E-G-R-E-I-D. I never try to say his last name. Striper got a new bid for 85. The record guy got a Sammy Hagar. I know for sure he wasn't on the pre-order. Striper has a new bid for $95. Paul Brothers, I don't think I read your name off for Sammy Hagar. Paul Brothers, I don't think I read your name off. Let me scroll through the icons. I didn't see your profile picture. I did a quick scroll. You definitely got one. And then next thing over here is Striper got a new bid for 100. These are $39.99. And then $39.99. El Pisco wants a Sammy Hagar. Tom Kelly and Melanie Clausen on Sammy Hagar. Then we got Chad Snyder and Tim Vergari and Stacy Metternich. That's 3 more sold. Are you getting David Gilmour? Those came in yesterday. We still got them in stock, the David Gilmour box set. And now there's 3 Sammy Hagars left. And that means we got auctions to sell. Ken Crooker gets LA Guns for $50. Jason Thomas gets the Ozzy picture disc. and there are 3 Sammy Hagars left. This sold to Jason for $40, and Striper has a new bid of $107.77. So Nick Bargeron has it for $108. Striper likes 777s, don't they, instead of 666s. Sammy Hagar, 3 left, colored vinyl. Well, actually, I've got 3 more, but they have seam splits. But if I need them, I'll offer them to people. If not, I'll send them back and get my money back. Awesome. Wow, a whole nother crate's full over here, too. What a night for new vinyl. Haven't had a night this big since probably, gosh, what, the last Rocktober? I mean, 10 crates, and it's pretty much all sold. Yeah, the David Gilmours are already in. Those have been tagged, and I have extras if you're talking about the box set. All right, let's do some more. We're not done. And then we got insane. Laura just brought up all the auctions. So if you're wanting to request something, now's the time, because they're all up here and we're officially into I will let anything go. Oh, man, I got more Black Sabbaths. I got more Black Sabbaths. Okay. Well, there's not going to be a wait list for Black Sabbath. So I recall saying 5 or 6 people was on a Black Sabbath wait list, right? I can't go back in time to figure that out, but it looks like some Black Sabbath spilled over to another crate. So I know for sure 5. I'll go ahead and pull 1 extra just to make sure. I know I was up to 5 people. Jersey Devil might have made number 6. I'd have to go back and count. I remember 5 and then 6. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. See, I'm going to pull at least 6 extra. Whoever's tagging had a waiting list. There's not going to be another wait list. There's going to be at least everybody got 1, and I'm going to put an extra in there just in case. And now, for sure, I've got 2 more. Okay, so, and we could have 3. This is Black Sabbath. We sold our soul for rock and roll. Green vinyl. We now have at least 2, maybe 3, but definitely 2. And then we sold out of Sammy Hagar's. Hendry Smink got 1. Nick Bargeron got 1. And Stanley Richmond got 1. We are sold out of Sammy Hagar's. Yep, we're sold out of Sammy Hagar's. Dave Sibler has requested Wasp. We also have a request for White Snake, Violence, Stripers at 120. Pantera is a request, Halloween, and then Black Sabbath is sold to Jason Thomas and James Lavender. Now, Tom Kelly, there's a chance you might get 1, but we'll say right now you're first on the waiting list. I've actually lost count. I didn't know I had spillover. Okay? So, and if you just claim 1 live, I hope that you wasn't already on a waiting list. But it looks like we're sold out again. Surprise, surprise. Black Sabbath selling out. Stripers at $125. Now, the laser disc, we've got straight priced. That's what Paul marked today. He looked all these up, he researched them, and he has them straight priced. Now, if you for sure want to bid on 1, I will put it up for auction slightly below what he stickered it for. That's usually how I do stuff like that. So I will put it up slightly below what he stickered it for. So if you want to see a laser disc, Halloween 3, Phantasm, I will put them up slightly below what he would have had them straight price for. Striper is called Fallen. It's at 140. Let's knock out some of these requests. I've seen a bunch over here that Laura's brought up here. This is a big one. Violence and Cowboys from Hell. Yeah, these are some pricey ones. This is Violence, Eternal Nightmare. A 1988, this has always been tough to get, a 1988 USOG with the original inner sleeve, EX condition, an $85 start. There's a CRC sticker on the back cover that makes me believe it's a Columbia House record, but there is no club LP according to Discogs. So this has the original inner sleeve. It has a club sticker on the back, but on Discogs, there's no club entry. So it's probably a retail copy manufactured, and they probably bought some to send through the club, and they just put stickers over the barcode. Get what I'm saying? Probably the plating is the exact same for the club and retail, and there's just no difference. So they just have stickers on them. The seam, the spine has a little bit of a split. That's a tough album to get. $85 start. Stripers at $140, $145. And then let's add one more over here. MoFi, Twisted Sister, Stay Hungry. This is Twisted Sister, Stay Hungry. D. Snyder there. It's a MoFi pressing, new and sealed, unopened, a $35 start. Next is another Rhino Reserve. This is... right here. The Doors Greatest Hits from Rhino Reserve, one of the best-selling greatest hits album of all time. This is the record that launched a million new Doors fans as a generation discovered the band. Lacquers cut from the original analog masters by Matthew Luthans at the Mastering Lab. Rhino Reserve, okay? And there was 12 comments on the pre-order. Let's go ahead and knock this out. So this is going to be an amazing sounding Doors compilation, a very popular one, a multi-platinum seller. The first person was George Jones and Ryan Eaton. Big pre-order on this one too. Not like Sammy Hagar, but it's big. Matt Algram and Shane Devers. Matt Algram and Shane Devers. Richard Yeager and Clifford Umstead. Richard Yeager and Clifford Umstead. Aaron Andrus and Justin Deckelman. Rob Fordham and John Miller. Rob Fordham and John Miller, Mark White, and Jerry Stone. And if you know for sure you want one and you was not on the pre-order, you probably need to let me know right now. Everybody on the pre-order got one. Red Cave Collections wants one. Nashville Tiger gets one. Doors Greatest Hits, Rhino Reserve. Stripers at 155. Violence is at 100. And Twisted Sister is at 35. I'll start doing more auctions as soon as these are sold. Okay, more will be sold, put up as soon as these are sold. Brent Robley on the Doors. And Ivan R. on the Doors. And not sure if I was on the Sammy pre-order. Stanley, if you've got a notification on Facebook that I've liked your comment, then you got one. If you haven't got a notification, then you hadn't got one. But if you want me to for sure check, let me know. We're down to 3 doors. We're down to 2 doors. We're down to only 2 doors. Do you want door A or do you want door number B? Do you want door number 1 or door number 2? There's only 2 left. That's going to be fantastic sounding, I think. And then we have Wild Side. Under the Influence, never before on vinyl in the United States. Glam Metal Greatness, rare Glam Metal Greatness from 1992. Newly remastered Fire Orange vinyl, Wild Sides, $39.99. We are sold out of The Doors. The Doors is sold to Sherry Darnell and Michael Snared. If anybody else wants one, it will be a waiting list. There's 2 Wild Sides, and then that whole crate is emptied. Striper still getting bids. Violent still getting bids. Wow. Sealed MoFi Twisted Sister is about to sell. 1 bid to Justin Deckelman for $35. He's probably like any day, Chad. I will do it any day as soon as I bring over another crate. And if there's not a bid on my screen, then you're going to get it. It'll be sold to you. All right. Another big pre-order here. Let's go ahead and knock out this sucker. And then we've got, yeah, let's knock out this sucker. Knock out suckers. That's what I do. All right. And no bids. Sold to Justin Deckelman. No. Paul Cruz bid, never mind. Paul Cruz bid $36. Psych, never mind. Paul Cruz did bid $36. He did bid $36. Now it's at $40. Okay, Dave Ferguson wants a Wild Side. Did I get a Doors? Yes. 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 And Wild Side is sold to Dave Ferguson. 1 left. Now Twisted Sisters at 40. Everybody's like, holy crap, sealed MoFi Twisted Sister. Stripers at 170. And Violence is at 125. Charlie Buck, you're out. He says he's done. Eternal Nightmare, original under sleeve, an 88 US original with the original under sleeve. Violence. Okay? Here we go. And Twisted Sister all of a sudden has woke up. Let's knock out this big pre-order. You can probably see right now there's a lot of them. I didn't know this was even available because it wasn't. How much was the Doors? $36.99. The Doors was $36.99. And we've been flying through the Rocktobers. Don't worry, when we're done, we'll do one big recap, and it'll be big. Stripers at 180, Twisted Sisters at 45, and Violence is about to sell, and that's with Chase Arnold for 125. Can you give me the skinny on the David Gilmour? The David Gilmour is right over here. This is right over here. It comes out Friday. I've got one right here. It is $139.99. It's a 4 LP box. It's the Luck and Strange concerts. 4 LP, $139.99. I have 2 left. 2 left. Okay, what are we talking about for the next big pre-order? Essentially, a best of Typo Negative. It's called Typo Negative, the least worst of. The 2 LP hits collection spanning the band's miserable career on vinyl for the first time in North America. First time ever released. This is $39.99. It's a 2 LP Typo Negative, essentially a greatest hits. One is sold to John Durden, one is sold to Justin Deckelman, one is sold to Jen Cast. One is sold to Justin Deckelman, one is sold to Jen Cast. Also Ken Cohen and Kelly Cook. Also Ken Cohen and Kelly Cook. Kenny Cates Jr. and Jerry Stone. Kenny Cates Jr. and Jerry Stone. James Cauldron and Shane Devers. James Cauldron and Shane Devers. Also Autumn Betts and Jim Sedal. Autumn Betts and Jim Sedal. The next person is Philip Holt and Devin Reese. Philip Hope and Devin Reese got 2 of them. And then let's give one to Danny. And let me pause right there because my crate's full. And I don't want to pack any more in here. So that's full. And that is our 5th full crate sold tonight. Don't forget, we got stuff over here. Paul's marked, Laura's marking stuff, and John marked 6 crates of vintage. I'm sure y'all aren't surprised by that. 6 crates of vintage. Wow. So that's pretty wild. And yeah, I have no other statements other than let's call the rest of these out. I probably can go ahead and sell these before it gets drawn out too long. This is sold to Chase Arnold for $125. Sorry, here in a minute when these big pre-orders are done, auction should move a little bit faster when we got a lot of stuff like this. Very time consuming on my brain. Wow, now Twisted Sister's at $75. I knew that wasn't going to sell for $35. And then Striper is sold to Hiram for $180. Let me introduce a couple more auctions before I finish this pre-order. The next thing I have is Pantera, Cowboys from Hell. Here we go. And folks, this is a real OG pressing. Oh my, we had some of these the other night. Y'all remember them? Oh man, a 1990 OG pressing of Cowboys from Hell. We're talking about a real Euro original. Scarce. $175 start. $175 start. That's a 1990 Euro original. EX++ near mint minus. EX, it's beautiful. Cowboys from Hell. A real 1990. It's now for bid. Nice jacket too. Good luck to all those bidding on that. Okay, let's finish the Typo Negative. Stephen Parton and Richard Davis. Stephen Parton and Richard Davis. Matt Lawson and Joy Fino. Okay, and I have this many extras. I ordered several extras of these because I didn't think the pre-order had enough and we needed to get them sold or I have the extras to sell. So, okay. Doors was $36.99. Brad Waits wants that other copy of Wild Side. So we're now sold out of Wild Side if anybody wants on a wait list for that. Brad Waits got Wild Side. Okay, and then lots of bids on Twisted Sister. Red Cave Collections got a Typo Negative. Jay Nutra gets a Typo Negative. I remember saying Twisted Sister was at $75. And Tim Vigari does want the David Gilmour box. This is sold to Tim Vigari. Thank you. There's one left if anybody else wants it. Pantera's $175. I got Jay Nutra on Typo. I got Brad Waits on Wild Side. And that's how many Typo Negatives I have left. So one more time, this is $39.99. This is Typo Negative, the least worst of. This is the OG pressing. It's a 2 LP greatest hits. First time OG in North America. I think this was on vinyl before, but I've never seen it. It's got to be scarce. This is first time in the United States, $39.99. $39.99 for Typo Negative, the least worst of. It's a new greatest hits that comes out tomorrow. There's a really good chance you don't have that in your Typo Negative collection. If you do, you got a pretty scarce OG copy. $39.99 on that one. Twisted Sister is a final call. The last bid was Gregory at $75. Justin Deckelman's out. James Davidson wants a typo negative. Here was everybody that was on the pre-order. John Durden, Justin Deckelman, Jen Cass, Ken Cohen, Kelly Cook, Kenny Cates, Jerry Stone, James Calder, Shane Devers, Autumn Beth, Jim Siddall, Philip Holt. Devin Reese got 2. Did I pull 2 for Devin Reese? Whoever's watching, if I didn't, he wanted 2. Let me know and we'll get him another one. Danny Thomas and Stephen Parton, Richard Davis, and Matt Lawson. Also still got to pull that Mothership for Matt Nichols. Matt, I don't know if you're watching, but I still hadn't pulled your Mothership box yet. So I got to do that for sure. Okay? Now Pantera's at $250. Let's put up a new auction and let's grab another crate. All righty. Awesome. All right, the next one is actually a pre-order box set. And let's knock that out right now. A pre-order box set. And I did have one new Funko came in. Perfect for Metal Night, which is a pun when you see it. Or not a pun, I don't know what I'm looking for. Well, y'all can let me know whenever you see it. New Funko, Reba McEntire. Reba Funko, $14.99. I've got 2 of them. Okay, this, boy, when this was announced, I got wore out because it was a Rhino exclusive and they finally let us have them. And that is the David Lee Roth box set. The David Lee Roth box set. This is David Lee Roth, the Warner Brothers years, a Rocktober exclusive for indie stores. It's a 5 LP box set, $134.99. This is his solo correction, which, by the way, Eat 'em and Smile, those last 2 down there have not been in print for a long time. Those last 2. So pretty cool to finally get this. I'm going to leave this one opened. The rest are sealed. And let me tell you who got one. There's 7 comments. The first one goes to $134.99. Troy Robinson. Thank you, Troy. 1 for Troy Robinson. 1 for Scott Beebe. $134.99 on these. 1 for DCong52. 1 for Brian Thurman. 1 for Brian Thurman. 1 for Jerry Stone. 1 for Jerry Stone. If I can fit it into the crate. Hold on a second. No, I don't think it's going to fit. Leaves too much wiggle room. Yeah, let me just start a new crate. Don't want to put any more pressures on those than I don't have to. That's Jerry Stone's right there on top. Don't let me forget. I'm sure he won't let me forget. All right. And let me get a new crate over here. Okay. That's Jerry's. And then Walt Cruz. Walt Cruz. I have 2 extra David Lee Roth box sets. 2 extras, $134.99. I've got 2 of stock. 2 in stock. Yep. I got to go through and get caught up on comments. Give me 1 second. Comments getting caught up is going to happen in 1 second. Bear with me. Incredible stuff to put up for auction tonight. We're just getting started. Just getting started. Okay. I left off. Did I get James Davidson a typo negative? I'm pretty positive I did. Yep, and then Pantera, 255, 250, 250, 270. Stephen Lewis Jr. got a typo negative. Stephen Lewis Jr. got a typo negative. This is so to Stephen Lewis Jr. Pantera, 275, Pantera, 280. Jerry Torrey's got a Reba Funko. Scott got a Reba Funko. Those are now sold out. I only had 2, didn't take much. If anybody else wants one, let me know. James Chilcott, you are very behind on the feed. Ozzy sold like an hour ago. Did you pull 2 typo negatives for me? You know what? I honestly don't think I did. I'm going to go ahead and pull one more so I don't accidentally sell out tonight. And whoever's watching, just like on Black Sabbath, if I pull too many, just lay it on my desk so I can sell them again tomorrow. So there's 2 for Devin Reese. I can't remember if I did. Solarplex gets a David Lee Roth. Okay. And then Pantera's at $275, and Gregory got Twisted Sister for $75. So we have 1 David Lee Roth Eat 'em and Smile box set, or excuse me, not Eat 'em and Smile, his studio album collection, the Warner Brothers recordings, all right? I'm going to go ahead and knock out a crate because we've done nothing but new vinyl for 2 hours. I can't believe 2 hours already flown by, but we've done nothing but new vinyl for 2 hours. And it's time to go through a new check condition crate. Buy it now, best offer. It's time to put up new auctions, but we have a rarity up right now. We have a rarity up right now. Pantera, Cowboys from Hell, an OG 1990 Euro, EX++ near minus, and a nice jacket. Corey James has it for $275. Right now, there's only one no bid tonight, and it's Black Sabbath, the Eternal Idol. It's $45. It's an 87 USOG specialty press, EX+. Okay? Chase Arnold said he already bid $310 on Pantera. Chase is watching over on Twitch. He already has Pantera at $310. We got a heavy request for Trivium. Trivium is called the Crusade. The Crusade is a 2006 OG with the original inner sleeves, EX condition, a $25 start. I have not sold Nuclear Blast. I'll do that in 1 second. 30 years of Nuclear Blast is going up for auction right now. 30 years of Nuclear Blast is a 2017 7 LP box set on green vinyl. Most jackets inside the box have seam wear. It's a compilation with Slayer, Anthrax, Testament, Lamb of God, and many other artists appearing on the Nuclear Blast label. This is going to go up for just a $65 start. Nuclear Blast, 70 years on 7 LPs, a $65 start. Wow, now there's a lot of activity going on. First thing was Pantera 310, Pantera 310, Trivium 25, 25, 35, 30, 26, 35, Nuclear Blast 75. He's out on Pantera. Final call for $310. Wow. I am dizzy. I'm dizzy. Nuclear Blast 65, Nuclear Blast 75. One second. Here we go. Pantera is EX++ near minus $310. New check condition, buy it now, best offer. We're going to be going through this stuff fast as always. Queen, News of the World, VG copy. VG jacket because of these creases. We will rock you. We are the champions. VG $14.99. Emmylou Harris, Blue Kentucky Girl. Emmylou Harris is VG plus $9.99. Dolly Parton, Love is Like a Butterfly. A 74 Indianapolis OG pressing, $39.99. Also, John Lee Hooker, The Real Folk Blues. A 66 VG, $34.99 from Chess Records. The Pantera is at $310. Hammers up. It's had 2 questions. We're about to sell it. It's EX++ near minus $310. We've got to sell it. It's on a final call. The last bid on Trivium. The last bid on Trivium was Matt Parsons. Lothale has it for $55. Nuclear Blast is at $101. 101. Next is Matt Nichols on ELM. Was that for Emmylou Harris? Maybe ELM. That is sold to Matt Nichols. Dave Ferguson first on Queen. And then we have Michael McCullen on Hooker. Those are all sold. What is the sticker on Dolly? Are you talking about up here, or are you talking about the sticker price? This is a 1974 Indianapolis VG Plus $39.99. This is just like some kind of blank looking catalog sticker. $39.99 on that. We have Gone with the Wind soundtrack, VG Plus $14.99. Booker T and Priscilla, homegrown, EX $16.99. Wings in shrink with the sticker, Back to the Egg, VG Plus $14.99. The J. Giles Band, Ladies Invited, VG $9.99. It's some kind of, looks like a catalog sticker of some sort, but there's nothing written on it. It's just blank. Just a blank sticker. We have Mountain, They Took It Sleigh Ride with the booklet. This is mastered by Lee Holko, VG Plus $19.99. Pantera is sold to Chase Arnold. And Chase, you get that for $310. Gonna make sure everybody thought long and hard about that one. As always, rare on the OG Panteras. That is sold. Trivium. It's a final call to Matt. He's had it for a while for $55. The Nuclear Blast box is at $105. We're about to sell it. Let's put up another one. Ivan gets Mountain. That's sold to Ivan R. And let's put up another auction. And what do we have? Another striper. Don't forget, we got another OG Pantera. We got Metallicas. We got LA Guns. We got Slayers. We got Danzigs. We got Iron Maidens. We got Surprises. And we got Laserdisc. We have Striper, No More Hell to Pay. Striper is a 2014 UK Euro original, limited to 1,000 on blue vinyl, EX condition, a $95 start. Maybe the most of the priciest Striper records we have tonight. No More Hell to Pay. Gatefold, double LP blue vinyl, out of print, and was probably pretty limited edition when it came out. Are we done on Nuclear Blast? I'm showing $105, and that's with Jeff Brinley. And then Trivium is at $55, and we're about to put that up right now. I'm running out of space. This box set's kind of obtrusive over here. Takes up a lot of space. Let me get some stuff over the table. Nuclear Blast, still getting bids. Do we have Wasp? Let me see what I've got over here. I've got in the auction bin, Rob Zombie, Nuclear Assault, Creator, Judas Priest, Sepultura, Wasp, King Diamond, Iron Maiden, Iron Maiden, Iron Maiden, Motley Crue, which is a 1982 specialty. Whoever asked earlier, I think the record guy did. Overkill, Motorhead, Smash Gladys, Metallica, 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 White Wolf, Anvil, Alcatraz, Talus, David Lee Roth, I don't know, Beneath the Massacre, Wasp, I think, Anthrax, Ozzy, Pantera, Metallica, Queens Rock, LA Guns, LA Guns, LA Guns, Slayer, and Danzig, and then more. That's not all of them, okay? We got all night. Hope everybody's canceled your plans and you don't plan on going anywhere. If not, you're in trouble. You're going to miss an auction. Nuclear Blast is at 107. Now it's at 125. How much is Wings? Wings, Back to the Egg, was VG Plus $14.99. Chris Martin requested LA Guns. Striper has a new bid for $95. We have Neil Young, Tonight's Tonight, VG Plus $24.99. Nice. Led Zeppelin, Physical Graffiti. An OG 75 PRC press, EX $59.99. Nice OG Physical Graffiti. That's not bad whatsoever. $59.99 on that. Tommy James and the Shondells, 26 Greatest Hits. Crystal Blue Persuasion. That's an Adam 8 compilation. VG Plus $14.99. And JJ Cale, Okie. JJ Cale is EX $29.99. That's on the original Shelter label, JJ Cale. All right, Matt Parsons, Lothel gets Trivium for $55. Nuclear Blast is sold to Jeff Brindley for $125. Striper has one bid with Hiram Aponte for $95. One bid over here with Hiram for $95. No More Hell to Pay. All right, Diego Sanchez on JJ Cale. Going through some new check condition stuff quickly, then more new vinyl to do. First thing is we have Striper 2014, 2022. 2014 UK original pressing on blue vinyl, $95 on that. Next thing over here is the following. We have a request up the yin yang for Wasp. Here is Wasp. It's an unofficial pressing. This 1997 album has never been released on vinyl. You cannot get this officially on vinyl, just bootlegs. And this is called Wasp. I guess it's called Kill, F-U-C-K, and Die. Wasp is an unofficial. They only made 250. It's EX, a $35 start. Now Striper's at 100. And we have Charlie Daniels, Fire on the Mountain. As soon as I peel off these loose price tags. There we go. Charlie Daniels is EX condition, $19.99. KFD, there we go. Wasp, Kill, F, D, the best of the Sam Sham and the Pharaohs. Woolly Bully, Woolly bully. We already have a bid on Wasp for $100. Wow, that escalated quickly. Striper's at 110. And what if I pull out a surprise over here from the bonus crate? Do what? Yeah. What about King Diamond from the bonus crate? Oh, wow. This wasn't advertised. King Diamond, Fatal Portrait, a 1986 USOG on Road Racer Records. It is on the brown translucent vinyl. It is nice. It's EX Plus, near mint minus, an $85 start for King Diamond, Fatal Portrait. $85 start on that. I got to make some notes. Before I forget. Isn't it weird how your brain's going a million miles a second, but you do remember stuff I got to do tonight? Next thing over here is the following. Wasp jumped up to 100. Matt Nichols on CD for Charlie Daniels. Robin Glenn, you got Sam. That was VG $9.99. And then we have King Diamond at 100. And Robin, you got the Sam. It was $9.99. And then King Diamond's at 100. Wasp at 110. Striper at 120. We have Jeff Beck, Blow by Blow. Jeff Beck is VG Plus $14.99. Daryl Hall and John Oates, EX $16.99. Al Stewart, Year of the Cat, EX $12.99. Sticks, The Grand Illusion with the posters included, Come Sail Away, VG Plus $19.99. Steve Miller Band, Book of Dreams, EX $17.99. And Mellencamp, The Lonesome Jubilee, VG Plus $14.99 for Lonesome Jubilee. So the last bid on Striper that came in was 120. The last bid on Wasp that came in was 110. And the last bid on King Diamond was 101. King Diamond at 101. We have Matt Nichols on Sticks, Matt Nichols on Steve Miller. How about Sold and Sold? Those are gone and gone. We have Eric Clapton Slow Hand, VG Plus $24.99. Chet Atkins Picks on the Beatles, VG $9.99. VG $9.99. Fleetwood Mac Tusk, and I apologize to whoever asked earlier. I saw your question about the Tusk blue vinyl. I will have to check on that. It's not like we didn't get them. I just think it's not coming in like what we thought. EX $37.99 on that. Andrew Haskins on Eric Clapton. Lay Down Sally. Santana Abraxas. Bold colors on this one. VG $9.99. Joe DeGaldo on Chet Atkins. And we also have Elton John's Greatest Hits Volume 2, VG Plus $24.99, and Bob Seger 7, VG $12.99. Bob Seger 7, VG $12.99. All right, let's go left to right. Let's update these auctions. Striper is a real OG pressing, limited edition blue vinyl. The most recent bid is $130. $130, $130, $130, final call. Wasp, it still has that $110 bid. Deckelman, you're out. And Deckelman, you're also out on King Diamond. Paul Cruz has it for 101. I'm going to make sure Deckelman is done, okay? Next thing we have is Brian Call on Santana Abraxas. Striper has a new bid for 135, and Deckelman's back in on Wasp. You will also outbid on King Diamond, which is an OG pressing, a Fatal Portrait. It's an 86 OG on brown translucent vinyl, nice. EX++ near mine. Wasp is an unofficial, never released on vinyl. Never released on vinyl. Danny Thomason on Bob Seger. What a great check condition bin that was. And let's blast through those again because I think like there's some great stuff in here like Led Zeppelin. These are all buy it now or best offer. I think about everybody just went ahead and grabbed everything that was in there at sticker price because things were moving fast. Things were moving fast. Here's what's left. Gone with the Wind soundtrack. Gatefold jacket, VG Plus $14.99. Striper 140. Wasp is at 125. And King Diamond's at 102. Paul, whoever was at King Diamond at 101, you're out. Booker T and Priscilla, EX $16.99. Jay Giles Band, Ladies Invited. That's VG $9.99. Dolly Parton, Love is Like a Butterfly. Not necessarily rare, but kind of scarce. We don't get that too often. That's VG Plus $39.99. Gone with the Wind, sold to Matt Nichols for $12. Thank you, Matt Nichols. That's so to you. Wings, Back to the Edge. Shrink Wrap, Hop Sticker, VG Plus $14.99. If you don't like the price, you can make an offer. I'll either say yes, counter, or if it's too low, I'll just say I'll pass. We have Neil Young, Tonight's Tonight, VG Plus $24.99. I rarely just say pass because usually if somebody makes a low offer, they've probably misheard the price. I don't take it offensively. Led Zeppelin. This is Physical Graffiti, EX condition, $59.99. Mark Froelich on wings. That's so to Mark Froelich. And Mark, if you're a first-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer. If anybody else is a first-time buyer, let me know. Also, Solarplex Studios, make a note that he's on the wait list for the Motley Crue Shout at the Devil and Theater of Pain box sets, okay? Whoever's watching, put down Solarplex Studio, Motley Crue box sets. Next thing, Chad, I have a question. Do you have any idea what Taiwan pressing the Beatles yesterday on orange vinyl is worth? Decon 52 on Led Zeppelin, and I would have to think about that one. We have Tommy James and the Shondells, VG Plus $14.99. Jeff Beck Blow by Blow, VG Plus $14.99. Hall & Oates is EX $16.99. Also, we have Al Stewart, Year of the Cat, EX $12.99. First-time buyer, welcome to Coletco, but he says we do have his information. Welcome to the machine known as Coletco. Mellencamp is VG Plus $14.99. Fleetwood Mac OG Tusk EX 37. Elton John's Greatest Hits Volume 2. I live and breathe that Philadelphia freedom. That is the only way you can get that on an LP. He did not put that on any of his albums. So Philadelphia Freedom was a single only. So if you want to listen to it on an LP, you got to get it on one of his comps. I live and breathe that Philadelphia freedom. Sorry, that's my best Elton John. Wasp, Ken Crooker's out. Neil Young, Jamie Butler, $18. Sold. Thank you, Jamie Butler. That is sold to you. And then Solarplex also wants on the Nirvana box set. And then Jay Neutra on Jeff Beck for $10. Wow, we might sell everything in here. So to Jay Neutra. This crate's getting packed pretty tight. And then Michael McCullen, you were second on Beck. And we have filled up a crate. So let me set these over here. Craig says I'm tone deaf. I take that as a compliment. I take that as a compliment, Craig. Thank you. Let me plug one of my ears. Hold on a minute. Let me do like the professionals. Let me put a finger in my ear and then hear myself. I live and breathe that Philadelphia freedom. Yeah, that does sound bad, doesn't it? My gosh. Y'all should have me muted when I'm trying to sing. Roo-doo, roo-doo, down, 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 roo, roo. You can live. That's a great song, though. Michael Cullen second on Beck. And Tommy, Dave Ferguson says, Tommy, $10. Tommy James, Dave, sold to you for $10. And what do I have to bid on to not get you to sing? Someone can buy the rest of the crate. And then King Diamonds at 106. All right, so Striper, what happened over here on Striper? It's been a while. It's time for new stuff. It's time for everything new. Striper 145 of John Kaiser. Hiram Aponte, the ball is in your court. 145 for Striper. No more hell to pay. $145. A 2014 UK OG limited edition blue vinyl. OG limited edition blue vinyl. $145 of John Kaiser. Wasp is an unofficial 2015. There is no official pressing. This is the only way to obtain this on vinyl, and it's with Justin Deckelman at $140. King Diamond is with Paul Cruz at 107. 107 King Diamond, an 86 USOG. Some heated auctions. It's that time of night. It's after 8 o'clock. We got some big dogs cooking. John Kaiser, you've been outbid on Striper. Paul Cruz is back in on King Diamond at 107. Deckelman does have the Wasp, and he's about to get it. One more time, that price is $140. No one got Elton John. No one got Fleetwood Mac or Mellencamp or Al Stewart, Hall & Oates or Dolly or Jay Giles or Booker T. Moving on. Moving on. Now, just so y'all know, John marked 5 more crates just like that. And the rest of them's like near mint stuff. The first thing I want to do is we spent the first 2 hours absolutely just blasting through Rocktober exclusives. We had 10 crates. Guess what? Everything left is in 2 crates. Everything that's left in Rocktober is in 2 crates. This is going to be short and sweet. This also includes other new stuff that is not Rocktober that comes out tomorrow and other restocks that I ordered. We've already sold 2, 4, 6, 7 crates tonight. Wow. All right, so here's what's in here quickly. And if you didn't see these, here's your last chance. Probably won't show these again till late tonight. We have, yes, Big Generator, Rocktober, orange vinyl, back in print, been out of print, $29.99. Rocky Horror Picture Show, new 50th anniversary, gold foil cover and red and gold vinyl, $34.99. And we have 2 copies of Buckingham Nicks. Blue vinyl, that had been out of print for 50 years. Blue vinyl, $29.99. And then Von Bondi's Pawn Shop Heart Rhino Reserve, $36.99. Wasp is Soda Deckelman for $140. Stripers at $165. King Diamonds at $108. And guess what? It's time for another auction. That next auction is going to go up right now. Creator, oh my, Out of the Dark. This one's always been tough to get. A 1988 with promo marked labels. For promotion use only, Creators, a 1988 USOG VG condition, a $35 start on Creator. Good luck to all those bidding. 1 copy left of the new Rocktober New York Dolls, their 2009 album back in print on red vinyl, $29.99. Yes, 90125, owner of a Lonely Heart, Rhino Reserve, $36.99. The Nice, that's their 3rd album, self-titled, $34.99. Also, Untouchables by Korn, that's a 2 LP, $34.99, 1 left. Pantera, Great Southern, Reinventing the Steel, $29.99. Korn, Life is Peachy is $39, music on vinyl. Chris Isaac, Forever Blue is $38. Fleetwood Mac, Bare Trees, Rhino Reserve, $36. Porno for Pyros, $36.99. Back in print. It's been a long time on that one. $36.99. Stripers at $165. Stripers at $165 of Hiram Aponte. Everybody's out, including John Kaiser. King Diamond is at $110 with Paul Cruz. Justin Deckelman, you're out. Creator already has a bid for $75. Anybody on anything in here? Porno for Pyros, Soda Brian C. Scott Fellows also on 1. There was a big pre-order on that. Now there's a handful left. Fleetwood Mac, Chris Isaac, Korn, Pantera, Korn, Nice, Yes, New York Dolls, Von Bondi's, Buckingham Nicks, Rocky Horror, and yes, again, with Big Generator. We've already shown all 10 crates of the new Rocktober stuff. I'm going to go through this other one. The rest of the night is going to be new pre-owned stuff. We have shown all 10 crates of the Rocktober stuff, just showing you everything that was condensed down here to 1. All right, and then we had Morphine. This is on Rocktober green vinyl. New for Friday, $29.99. Pantera Far Beyond Driven, $29. The Distillers Coral Fang for $29.99. And then the other Pantera, there's the Great Southern Trendkill for $29. Rage Against the Machine, $29. Death Angel Relentless Retribution, 2 LP Orange, $39. The new Typo Negative compilation, $39. And we have 1 David Lee Roth box set left, $134.99. That's it. And the new Rocktober stuff has been completed. It has been completed. Korn, Life is Peachy is sold to Greg Preston. Striper has a new bid for $170. Creator is now at $75. It's a final call. And then King Diamonds at $111. There could be some stray stuff show up, because I know they split up. The Lenny Kravitz and a couple other things, but I don't think we're expecting like 10 more boxes or anything tomorrow. There could be quite a bit show up, but I don't think we're expecting a crazy, shipment. There might be 3 or 4 crates of new vinyl tomorrow. And of course, y'all know we've sold out of about 20 titles tonight. We have waiting list on. So we'll have to reorder those, and they'll be back in on Monday. All right, time for another pre-owned crate. I told y'all that'd be fast. Amazing. If you decide you want anything else in there. Mr. Bungle was pushed back 2 weeks. I showed that chart last night. If you pre-ordered something that was due out last week, it's been pushed back to like this week or at the end of the month. So next Thursday night, we'll probably have about this much. The next Thursday night, 2 weeks from tonight, will probably be the biggest delivery ever. It's got to be. There's probably no telling how much is about to show up on that night. All right, let's go through a new crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. Everything in here is new arrivals, EX Plus or better, and it's going to be Buy It Now Best Offer. All right, first thing we have is this. Striper, $180 of Hiram Aponte. King Diamonds at $115, Creators at $80. All 3 of these auctions are still getting bids. I'm going to have to start doing my auctioneer and getting the bids bumped up by like large numericals. That's the only way we're going to move these up. So right over here, we had Striper, $180 with Hiram. John Kaiser just said he's out, sold to Hiram for $180. King Diamond's at $116. Can I get a $150 bid on this from Paul Cruz? Deckelman has it for $116. I'm looking for a $150 bid. That would really expedite that. Y'all know it's going to bring it anyways. Creator's at $80. Ivan, do you want to go ahead and bid $100? I'm going to have to get my full auctioneer mode on these. We got to have big, huge jumps on the big, huge auctions. We can go through a lot more quickly that way. Next auction is Smash Gladys. Smash Gladys is an 85 UK original. Don't get this one too often. EX edition, a $30 start. EX edition, $30 start. Any start on this, I will take higher than $30. Next thing over this, next thing that's on my screen, more Mr. Bungle, end of the month. STP self-titled, end of the month. David Saunders wants Far Beyond Driven from Pantera. This is sold right here to David Saunders. King Diamond 116, Striper out, King Diamond 120, out on King Diamond, out on Creator. Creator is sold to Alonzo for $80. Over here, King Diamond. Right here, King Diamond. The last bid was Paul Cruz at $120. It's up to Justin Deckelman. Do you want to go ahead and bid $150? Smash Gladys is at $35. Okay? $35. I don't think I've missed anything else. Chad, any chance of any more Megadeth vinyl tonight before I go on a date with the woman? I would recommend canceling the date with your woman. Stanley Richmond, I found the notification of my Sammy Hagar pre-order in my trash. I don't need the one you just gave me. Sorry, thanks. Can I convince you to go cancel the pre-order that you ordered with somebody else? Stanley Richmond, can I convince you to go cancel the pre-order you pre-ordered with somebody else and you can still buy the one from me? Smash Gladys is a 1985 UK original. EX condition, it is an 85 UK original. Next is Smash Gladys 37, Smash Gladys 40, Smash Gladys 45. High bid on King Diamond is $121 of Justin Deckelman. Paul Cruz, can I get you to bid $150? Next thing is this. We have going up for bid right now is Anthrax, Make Me Laugh. Anthrax is a 1988 UK original with poster, VG Plus condition, a $15 start. Anthrax, Make Me Laugh, VG Plus, $15 start, 88 UK original. That's now up for bid. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. U2 Rattle and Hum, an 88 SRC pressing 2LP with the original inner sleeves, $49.99. U2 Rattle and Hum. Talking Heads is a OG Winchester press, $39.99. Clean copy, more songs about buildings and food. By the way, U2 is OG and it has both original inner sleeves. Professor Longhair, $29.99 for Professor Longhair. What an interesting look in here. Rockin' Foo, 1971, $19.99. My pre-order was from you. I must understood you. I read that as you said you need to cancel your pre-order. Anthrax is at 20. Smash Gladys is at 50. King Diamond's at 130. Can I get somebody to bid $150? Can I get one of y'all to bid $150? I have a feeling it's going to get there anyway. Metamorphosis, Rolling Stones, $34.99. Next thing is Chad, not Megadeth, just Jess with Chuck Schneiderliner. How about this? Dan Kicka, I need you to cancel your date. If you want me to call your woman, give me your number. I'll mute my mic right quick. I'll call her and say, Dan can't go. He's got to stay here and buy vinyl. Rick James, Cold-Blooded, $24.99. These are all buy now or best offer. Outlaws, Hurry Sundown, $19.99 on that. Graham Parker, another gray area. Graham Parker is $9.99. Steve Winwood, Ark of a Diver. Steve Winwood is $19.99. And Roland Man, B. Lance. That's a 1972 press. It is from the Connery collection. What an interesting one one here, B. Lance Rolling Man, 1999. We have U2, The Unforgettable Fire, an 84 SRC OG pressing, clean with the original inner sleeve, $34.99. King Diamond is a final call. King Diamond is at 130. I was waiting for Justin Deckelman to bid 150. I was waiting for Justin Deckelman to bid 150. The high bid right now is Paul Cruz at 130. Smash Gladys is at $65 with John Kaiser. Anthrax is at $27. Also, we have UK Squeeze, a 1978 red vinyl, $24.99. UK Squeeze. Also, 10 years after, we have a 1971 UK, $49.99. Look at that. 10 years after his debut album. It's a UK edition. It is from 71. That's not the first year, but a really cool $49.99. King Diamond's at $31. Anthrax is at $30. We've got 3 auctions up right now. That's the most I can handle. But when one of these sold, I'm trying to get bigger bid jumps. Anthrax is at $30. Can we get somebody to go ahead and bid $50 on that? Smash Gladys is at $75. How about somebody go ahead and bid $100? John Kaiser has it for $65 right now, and then King Diamond's at $131. Paul, do you want to go ahead and bid $150? Anthrax got another bid for $30. Smash Gladys is already at $65 with John Kaiser. Trying to get somebody to bid like around $100 on that one. This is Uriah Heep, the Magician's Birthday, $19.99. Anthrax is at $37. That's great. What if we can get a $50 bid? That would be amazing. Jean-Luc Ponty, Mystical Adventures, $9.99. Gold stamp promo. Silver, Wham! Bam, Shang-a-Lang with Britt Midland from the Rolling Stones, a white label promo, $19.99. Wild Bill Davis, Midnight to Dawn, $14.99. King Diamond's at $135. Deckelman, do you want to go ahead and just bid $150? Paul Cruz has it for $135. Anthrax is at $37. John Kaiser still has Smash Gladys at $65. This is called Anthrax Make Me Laugh. Anthrax Make Me Laugh is an 88 UK original with the poster, VG Plus condition. Now Smash Gladys is at 68. How about we go ahead and bid $100 on that? Anthrax is at 45. Everything in this crate is buy it now, best offer. Supertramp is a MoFi pressing, Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab, $119.99 from 1978, one with the original MoFi pressings. Also, Raiders of the Hit Charts. What a cool looking thing that is. 20 blockbusting tracks, $19.99. Smash Gladys is at 70. Stephen Lewis is out. Do you want to go ahead and bid $100? I haven't heard back from Deckelman on King Diamond. It's at $135. I'm waiting for Deckelman to go ahead and bid $150. It's at $135 on this one. And then we have Jimi Hendrix Midnight Lightning, $34.99. Did I say dead? Britt Midland from Grateful Dead. Did I say Rolling Stones? I just had an autographed copy of that I sold the other day. We have Kenny Rogers' Greatest Hits. That's in shrink wrap, $9.99. Tom T. Hall's Greatest Hits. That's how I got the Memphis, $9.99. King Diamond sold to Paul Cruz for $135. $150 would have won it. It stopped at $135. $150 would have won the auction. Sold for $135. That is sold $135, and that's with Paul Cruz. Smash Gladys. It's up to one person, Stephen Lewis Jr. Stephen, do you want to go ahead and bid $100? John Kaiser has it for $70. Anthrax is at $50. I told that earlier. I said somebody wants to go ahead and bid $50. Who wants to go ahead and bid $65? Tracks on Raiders. I'll have to leave that up to Craig. Can I ask what is the new Morphine? Good green vinyl, $29.99. Jimi Hendrix is sold to Matt Nichols. Brad Waits on Kenny Rogers for $7. Anthrax out. Smash Gladys 72. Tom T. Hall sold to Danny for $6. Also, we have Herb Albert's Tijuana Brass Volume 2. Gold stamp promo, $14.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. One King Diamond down, another up. This is a 1987 U.S. OG pressing of King Diamond Abigail. An 87 U.S. EMW OG with the original on her sleeve. VG condition, a $35 start. There's the original on her sleeve. There's King Diamond. OG, $35 start. Next thing is Smash, $72. John Kaiser, you're out. Do you want to go ahead and bid $100? He bid $75. That's okay. Trying to get to $100. And then Anthrax is a final call. Scott Fellows, $50. It looks like that's going to be the winning bid. Next thing is David Jennings on the MoFi Supertramp, Crime of the Century. Sold to him for $119.99. That's something I don't get too often. King Diamond already has a bid for $35. Next is 20 Great Hits by Conway Twitty. That's a 2 LP, $14.99. The Best of Rod Stewart, $29.99. I messed up the Stones fans there. Yeah, Brett Midland was the keyboard, one of the keyboardists later on in the Grateful Dead. I said the Rolling Stones, my bad. Yeah, we had a signed copy of that from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. I got to drink some water. I'm going to pass out. King Diamond's at 100. I was about to ask for that. When I laid that down for a $35 start, I was about to say, how about somebody go ahead and bid 100 on that one? Now it's at 110. That was a good big jump. That's what I like to see. Are we done on Smash Gladys? $75. Stephen Lewis Jr., it's up to you. You sure you don't want to bid 100? And then the next thing over here was 10 years after was not OG. It's a 71 pressing. It's a 71 pressing. This originally came out in 67, but it's a nice UK edition, okay? Also, we have Leo Sayer, $9.99. Excuse me, chugged water too fast. Netherlands by Dan Fogelberg. That's $9.99. Country Joe and the Fish is $19.99. Ivan R on the Raiders comp for $15. That is sold to Ivan R for $15. The Best of Charlie Rich, that's $9.99. Donna Summer, Greatest Hits on the Radio, $14.99. King Diamond's at 110. And then Anthrax over here. Anthrax is sold. Anthrax is sold to Scott Fellows for $50. $50 Scott Fellows sold. He's out on Smash Gladys. This is sold to John Kaiser, and that's sold for $75 to John Kaiser. $100 might have won the auction. King Diamond's at 110 right now with Paul Catrich. 110 right now with Paul Catrich. There's that. And let's put up two new ones since those have disappeared. How about I show two more quick records in the crate, though? Dean Martin, That's a More, 10-track compilation, $9.99. And Golden Waylon, what a bizarre one there. Waylon Jennings, $24.99. Golden Waylon. All right, let's put up another auction. What do we have next? Oh, my goodness. Here it is. Darkness Imprisoning Me. All That I See, Metallica, that 1989 UK original single of One, For Whom the Bell Tolls, and Sanitarium, two live cuts on the flip side. I can't stress to you how amazing this sounds as a 12-inch single. $35 start on Metallica. There it is. First thing we have is King Diamond's a final call for $110. I'm waiting for one person, Dale Shannon. If you say out, I'm selling to him for $110. Cody Gott on Waylon. That is sold, and then Tom Sullivan, and then Danny. Next thing I have over here is the following. We have Ray Parker Jr.'s Greatest Hits. That's $14.99. Metallica 35, Metallica 35, Metallica 40. And we have Frank Sinatra and Duke Ellington. That's in shrink, $14.99. Metallica 50. Also, Traffic When the Eagle Flies is $19.99. And the Kings are here. The Kings is $9.99. Auction number 3. Auction numero 3, and that is going to be what? Something from the bonus crate, and that is King Diamond again. Whoa, we already got a King Diamond up. That ruined the surprise. Y'all know we have at least another King Diamond coming. I don't recall seeing this. Riot Born in America. A Japanese pressing with Obi. Riot is an 84 Japanese OG. This is with insert and Obi, near mint minus a $65 start on Riot. That is now up for bid. Riot is now up for bid. It's a Japanese original, $65 start. That's out of the unadvertised bin, okay? We got Metallica, 35, 40, 50, 55, now 60. Michael Freiberger on Frank for 10. Matt Nichols first on Traffic. And then Metallica info, Metallica 55, Metallica... Whoa, hold on a second there. And then Riot 65, Rod 80. Timeout. Let me first go over here to King Diamond and sell this. King Diamond is sold for $110, and this is sold to Paul Catrich for $110. That is sold, okay? That is sold $110. That is sold. Now, let's update Metallica. This is a 12-inch single of One. So in the UK, they did not release these like this in the US as 12-inch. In the UK, they put out their song 1 from And Justice for All as a 12-inch single. The B-side came with 2 live tracks, Sanitarium and For Whom the Bell Tolls. It's clean, it's nice, it's at $70 with Chris Frazier. Riot is with MT Matt for $80. That's a Japanese original with Obi, Near Mint Minus, and Complete. The next question was, we sold Matt Nichols Traffic. Somebody else asked about it. Somebody else wanted it. It was sold to Matt Nichols, and then we sold Frank Sinatra for 10, and that's our current 2 auctions. Now we need a third one, and the third one we're going to go ahead and put up is Judas Priest Battle Cry. Judas Priest is a 2016 limited edition to 7,500, and it's numbered on the back 1025 of 7,500. It's a 2 LP with inner sleeves and VG Plus, $35 start on that. Metallica is up for bid, $75. Riot's at $70. Led Zeppelin's $33.99. We have Manfred Mann's Earth Band, Angel Station, $14.99. Jean-Luc Ponty, Civilized Evil, $9.99. Spirit, The Family That Plays Together, $19.99. Ricky Nelson is $12.99. Roy Buchanan, A Street Called Straight, $19.99 on Roy Buchanan. We have Win, Lose, or Draw, $19.99. Mac Davis, Stop and Smell the Roses. I guarantee John Durden's not watching right now. $9.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears is $19.99. We have contains the hit single You Light Up My Life. This is $9.99. Roger Miller, Walking in the Sunshine, $9.99. And the Doobie Brothers, One Step Closer, $14.99. Mac Davis is sold to Cody Wright. You can tell John Durden, I tell him all the time, he asked for Mac Davis. I said, you're going to miss him because you don't watch every second of every Coletco show, John Durden. You just miss Mac Davis. Metallic over here is at 75 with Stanley Richmond. Danny, you tied him. You're out. Riot's at 80. Judas Priest is at 50. If anybody else wants anything in here, let me know. Is Metallica a 7-inch single? No, Metallica is a 12-inch single. What is the album above the skull? I don't really know. Is one on the Vertigo label. Does Metallica say Seek and Destroy on the B-side? This is Metallica 1. There's the front of the jacket, the back of the jacket. It is on Vertigo because it's UK. This is the UK edition, so it will be on Vertigo. There's the back. For Whom the Bell Tolls and Welcome Home Sanitarium. It's got the correct labels on it, and it's really clean. All right, there's that. Let's put this in here. There's that. Now Metallica's at 80. We have a couple more offers that's come in. And the first thing we have is Michael Freiberger on Roger Miller for 7, sold. Debbie is sold also for 7 to Robin Glenn. And Dave Ferguson on Blood, Sweat, and Tears for 15. You make me so very happy. What goes, and it's the original label. Nice. First label there. Now Metallica's at 80. All right, I'm just going to read the titles. If you missed something and you want a price, let me know. If not, we're about to keep rolling, just like Limp Bizkit, into another crate. Move in, move out. Hands up, something, something, something. Yeah, we had a misprint the other day. All right, 1 second over here. Oh, that was my knee, my right knee to be specific, and left knee not ready to pop. Okay, here we go. Priest is at 55. Metallica's at 100, and Riot is a final call. John Kaiser, $85. We got to keep these auctions rolling. Has everybody done me a favor and hit the share button everywhere you can hit share? I'd greatly appreciate it. Talking Heads. Some of these I'm going to remind you of. More Songs About Buildings and Food is still available with the original under sleeve. $39.99. Judas Priest is at 60. U2 is still available. Rattle and Hum, $49.99. And then we had Professor Longhair. This is called Rock and Foo from 1971 on Uni. Rock and Foo. Rolling Stones Metamorphosis, Rick James Cold Blooded, Outlaws Hurry Sundown, Graham Parker Another Gray Area, Steve Winwood Arc of a Diver, Roland Man B. Lance, U2 again, this time Unforgettable Fire, UK Squeeze on red vinyl, Uriah Heep Magician's Birthday, Jean-Luc Ponty, Silver, Wild Bill Davis, Herb Albert's Tijuana Brass, Conway 2020 track compilation, The Best of Rod Stewart, a double LP, 10 Years After, a 71 UK, Leo Sayer, Dan Fogelberg, Country Joe and the Fish, and let me pause quickly at Charlie Rich. Metallica's a final call. Chris Frazier, 110. Riot, we can go ahead and sell this to John Kaiser for $85. Robin Glenn on Charlie Rich for $7. That's sold. Judas Priest is at $70 with Steve McGee. Now it's up to Dwayne Sevilla. And let's go ahead and add a third auction right quick. And that third auction is going to be this other OG Pantera. Oh my goodness. A 1994 USOG. It is in VG condition. It's in shrink with the hop sticker, far beyond driven, a $95 star. It is VG. It is VG, original uncensored artwork with hop sticker. $95 start on that one. Also, Donna Summer hits on the radio. We had Dean Martin, That's Amore. Ray Parker Jr., Greatest Hits. The Kings are here. Manfred Mann's Earth Band, that's called Angel Station. Jean-Luc Ponty, Civilized Evil. Family That Plays Together Spirit. Ricky by Ricky Nelson. Roy Buchanan. Allman Brothers, Win, Lose, or Draw. And Doobie Brothers, One Step Closer. Anybody else before I swap out crates? Now, also, I know for sure, like last week, we ordered like metal stuff to show on Thursday Night Metal Night. And sometimes when I show it again a second time, it ends up being a lot better. So first thing we're going to do is Eric Dogg offered 10 for Rick James. I will sell that to you for $15. And then Graham Parker for $6. That was another gray area. I'll go ahead and sell that to you for $6. Graham Parker, another gray area, right? And that was right back here. Time to swap out crates. I'll do 15 on the Rick James. Judas Priest is now at 100. I think we're done on the Metallica, though. Chris Frazier, 110, and that's about to drop, okay? And I have a couple other Metallicas I didn't get to last week. We sold metal auctions last week till almost 1 a.m. If anybody changed their mind, you want anything here on the table, just let me know. Let me do a little bit of other crate condensing right quick. I've already made a mess because we went through so much so fast quickly tonight. And Riot did not sell. Riot sold to you for $85. Riot sold to you for $80. Pantera is at 100, an OG copy. Judas Priest is at 100, and Metallica is about to sell. Now Judas Priest is at 115. Give me 1 second over here. Move this around. Don't go anywhere because I'm about to fly right into another crate. And move this box set. All kinds of cool stuff here and there and everywhere. Let me move these 3 empty crates there. Wow, there's a lot of stuff around me. Forget how much new vinyl comes in until I start actually looking at it all. Then I was like, holy moly. I'm going to move those right there. That's tonight's new stuff. All right. Eric Dogg said sold, and that was on Rick James for 15. Okay. Metallica is sold for 110, and that's sold to Chris Frazier. Awesome. Dwayne Celia, 115 on that. Steve McGee, you're out. And I was waiting for that other person to say out on Pantera. The high bid is with Chase Arnold at $100. It's OG VG in shrink. How is this VG? Yeah, I mean, it just has some scuffing and stuff. I can see what she's talking about. I mean, I think it's still good. It's just got hairlines on it. I still think it's going to play amazingly well, and it's in shrink with hop. So there's that, but it is a VG record. Let me take this stack of miscellaneous over here, and let's keep this show on the road. Okay, this crate needs to go right over here. Right there to be exact. And here we go. Move this Sufjan Stevens box set from the other night. I can go there because we're not going to be getting into those. I can put that in there. Okay, and Laserdisc. I think, did somebody say they wanted a certain laser disc to go up for bid before I show them straight priced. Just want to make sure you don't miss one before they're shown straight priced. Bear with me. All right. We'll go through these pretty quickly. Gonna go through these pretty quickly here. All right, here we go. Judas Priest. Judas Priest is right here. It is called Battle Cry. Judas Priest Battle Cry is a 2016 Euro OG, limited edition, 7,500 hand-numbered copies, numbered 1025 with the original inner sleeve and inserts, and that is the Judas Priest. And it is numbered. It is with Dwayne Sevilla for $115. Pantera is at $120. Pantera is at $120, okay? That's the high bid on that one. First thing we have is, I'm going to run through some new vinyl here you may or may not have seen. And Halloween 3 is our first request for Laserdisc. Halloween 3, Seasons of the Witch. Halloween 3, and Paul graded this one rough shape, okay? And we're going to put it up for a $30 start. Halloween 3, Season of the Witch. It is in, quote, rough shape, just FYI. $30 start. That's a laser disc, FYI. Laser disc, not vinyl. You will not be able to put this on your turntable. I mean, you can, but it's not going to be pleasant. Judas Priest is a final call. I'm going to make sure Kevin Voitosh doesn't say pass or bid, and then I'm selling it to Dwayne for $115. Pantera and Steve McGee still bidding too. It's at $120 with Priest, and then Pantera is the final call. Chase Arnold, $120. Wow. All right, let me blow through these quickly. But I just remember I hadn't seen some of these in a while. Rancid, Let the Dominoes Fall. Rancid's a double LP, $29.99 for Rancid. Silverchair, Freak Show. A limited edition 4,000 on red and black marble vinyl with poster. Silverchair is $39.99, numbered for music on vinyl. Meat Puppets, Too High to Die. Meat Puppets, first time that's been on vinyl since 1994. A Record Store Day Essential on Neon Jazzberry vinyl, $38.99 for that. Rancid is sold to Thomas Hujar. We got 3 copies of Mariah Carey, The Christmas Album, and that is the red vinyl, Mariah Carey, $29.99. Mariah Carey, $29.99. Thomas Hujar also on Meat Puppets. And then he passes on Priest. Now there's new people bidding, or they're still bidding though. Halloween has a final call to Jeff Brindley for $30. And then Judas Priest Battle Cry is at $130, but Pantera still getting bids. John Kaiser has it for $125. Chase Arnold, you've been outbid. He's right back in at $130. How about the Phil Spector Christmas album? This is a classic. A Christmas Gift for You. Phil Spector Christmas album, $33.99 on that. Alcatraz, the very best of Alcatraz. That's a 2 LP colored vinyl. Alcatraz is $33.99. Also, Dead or Alive, Youthquake. Youthquake by Dead or Alive is a limited edition 1,500 gold vinyl with You Spin Me Round Like a Record. And then Pearl Jam's debut, that's called 10 with Even Flow. Over here, we have Thomas Hujar on PS. And PS is for Phil Spector. That is sold. Battle Cry has sold to Dwayne Sevilla for $130. Pantera is up to John Kaiser. And then Halloween 3 Laserdisc is sold to Jeff Brindley for $30. Thank you, Jeff Brindley. That was marked sold to you, okay? That one's done. And then we have Leonard Skinner Street Survivors, $34.99. We sold one of those the other night. Okay, next thing I have over here is, let me find that last Laserdisc request, and then I'm going to just show them straight priced. This is Phantasm. Phantasm, this one's actually pretty nice, This one's going to go up for a $25 start. Phantasm, Laserdisc, that's now up for bid. Pantera's at $150. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Got some crazy stuff over here. Let's do that other Metallica. That other Metallica single was right here. This is Harvester of Sorrow, an 88 UK. There is a little bit of cover damage. There's some creasing going on up here with the jackets, but not bad at VG+. The B-sides are Bread Fan and the Prince, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Metallica, Harvester of Sorrow. Mark Froelich on Street Survivors, thank you, that's so do you. We have AC/DC live in Dallas, Texas, Reunion Arena, October 11th, 1985. AC/DC, $29.99. Here's a live Pearl Jam. Pearl Jam live in Atlanta, Georgia, 1994, and unofficial, $29.99. Brent Robley on one of the Meat Puppets. There's one Meat Puppets left if anybody wants that. Also have Stone Temple Pilots, that other live unofficial we've been doing. And this is the Castaic Lake Natural Amphitheater, 1993. That's the other live STP, $29.99 on that. AC/DC Soda Thomas Hujar, that's gone. We also have Ministry, Every Day is Halloween, the Lost Mixes. Ministry's on orange and black splatter vinyl, $24.99 on Ministry. And Pearl Jam, another one, and this is a live in Chicago, 1992, Cabaret Metro, another live Pearl Jam, $29.99. Jason Fornerat on this live STP. That's so to Jason Fornerat. And then over here, Pantera is still getting bids at $160. Phantasm, one bid, $25. And Metallica is a $35 start. $35 start for the VG Plus Harvester of Sorrow. We're talking about this right there. There's Phantasm, and there's Far Beyond Driven. We're about to sell all those. The Ministry was Every Day is Halloween, the Lost Mixes. Orange vinyl, $24.99. Metallica does have a bid. Tom Petty's Full Moon Fever, $36.99. And I'm free falling, $36.99 on that. Leonard Skinner, there's their classic debut, pronounced Leonard Skinner, $36.99 on that one. The Best of STP, the of course studio recordings, 2 LP blue vinyl, Wicked Garden Down, Vaseline, Big Empty Plush, Creep, Lady Picture Show's a cool one, Interstate Love Song, Sex Type Thing, Plush Acoustic. Blue vinyl too. Blue vinyl, STP live at the Centrum, Worcester, exactly, $29.99. Black Sabbath, this is Paranoid live in New Jersey, 1975. A double LP full concert, Killing Yourself to Live, Hole in the Sky, Snowblind, Symptom of the Universe, War Pigs, the Galangniania, Sadabra Kadabra, Sometimes Too Happy, Supernaut, Iron Man, Black Sabbath, Spiral Architect, Children of the Grave, and Paranoid. That's live Black Sabbath. And then Paul McCartney live, The Rock and Roots of Paul McCartney. It's a live, unofficial. It looks like it's an 80s, 70s broadcast. $34.99 on McCartney. Metallica's at $40, Metallica's at $44, Pantera's at $175, and the Phantasm Laserdisc is sold to Jeff Brinley for $25. All right, let's move that over here. Let's add another auction. And the next auction is going to be Nuclear Assault. Oh boy, here we go. A 1987 USOG with the original on her sleeve, The Plague. The Plague, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Black Sabbath is $44.99. A lot of stuff just sold out of there. That's great. Some stuff I just peeked at this crate. I was like, dang, there's some good stuff in there. Hadn't shown some of these in a while. Still got Silverchair. Still got Meat Puppets for $38. Mariah Carey on red vinyl for $29. The Phil Spector Christmas album for $33. Alcatraz is $33. Youthquake is $39. Pearl Jam. 3 different ones. 2 lives in studio. Ministry. Tom Petty. Leonard Skinner, STP, 39 on STP, STP again, 29, Paul McCartney and Black Sabbath. Who wants Black Sabbath? Scully Mack, if you pass, it's sold to you, or if you want it, it's sold to you. If not, it's sold to, somebody just claimed it. What was STP Blue Vinyl? That's a greatest hits, $39.99. If he passes, it goes to John LaBeatty, and then Greg Preston wants Silverchair Freak Show. That's sold to Greg Preston, okay? There we have it, and now we have Metallica at 55, Nuclear Assaults at 37, John LaPady, you do get Black Sabbath. All right, that's awesome. Let's scoot this one off. Scoot that one off. Let's see, that's a pretty dang good one there. Let's see what's in here. Let's see what's, okay, that's new. Let's knock this one out too. I think this was from the same, this should have been from around the same
night. This should have been from around the same night. Oh, I'm going to pull these out. No kiss tonight. Rest in peace, Ace Frehley.
Okay, Pantera. Last bid was Chase Arnold at $175. Metallica, the last bid, David Saunders, $55. Nuclear Assault's at $40. Nuclear Assault's an 87 US EMW. It does have the original inner sleeve with it. And it's EX, pretty clean copy, $40 on that one. We have Mudvayne LD50, limited edition numbered, 3,000, yellow and black marble vinyl, $54.99 on that. Breaking Benjamin Ember is $29. Also, Faith No More, King for a Day. Faith No More is $64.99. Nuclear Assault, $45, now $50. Where are we on Metallica? David Saunders, $55. Danny, it's up to you. And then Pantera, where are we at on that one? It's between Kaiser and Chase Arnold. The last bid was, he went out, this is sold to Chase Arnold for $175. Chase, you get Pantera for $175, okay? There's that. We just sold Battle Cry by Judas Priest. Like, I sold that one moments ago. Next auction is LA Guns, Cocked and Loaded. Oh, man. Ballad of Jane. This is out of print, a super desirable record. LA Guns, Cocked and Loaded. An 89 US original, super clean with the original inner sleeve. LA Guns is a $75 start. We have a Perfect Circle, Eat the Elephant for $36.99. Suicidal Tendency, Still Psycho, $39.99 for that. Tool, Fear Inoculum, triple LP, $76.99 for Tool. This is The Strange Case of Hailstorm by Hailstorm, $29.99. Entombed, self-titled, Entombed is $39. Merciful Fate, black with white edge marbled, $38 on that. And then we have Papa Roach and Fest for $34. Suicidal Tendencies is on colored vinyl for $33. And Chevelle Neradius, Chevelle is $24.99. Metallica was with David Saunders at $55. He's had it for 3 minutes. $55. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sold. $55. That's sold. And it just came in. Danny says, what's the bid on Metallica? He just got it for $55. I lost you there for a second. Actually, I lost you for about 4 minutes. Sorry, I had to go ahead and sell that. Chevelle, I'm assuming you want this one, Matt. That's sold to you. Nuclear Assault, the last bid that came in on that was MT Matt at $60. Final call on that. And now LA Gun, $75.80. Autumn on Merciful Fate, that's sold to Autumn. And then we have Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind, $33.99 on that. Flogging Molly, Drunken Lullabies, $33.99 for Flogging Molly. And the Goodfellas soundtrack, $24.99. I guess that was the only Chevelle in there. We've had several this week, but that was the only one that was in there. Okay, next auction is going to go up right now. And we're going to go ahead and put up a copy of what? Let's go ahead and run Motley Crue right quick. Motley Crue is an 82 US special to reissue. So we had the second original pressing of this earlier this year. Did it sell for over 1,000? So the true OG pressings of this are extremely rare, like thousands. Then you got a second press. It's a little bit more expensive, but still hundreds, if not thousands. And then you got the more common Electra presses. This is an 82 specialty reissue on the red Electra. It does have the insert and the original inner sleeve. So it is complete with inner sleeve and the Motley Crue insert. Not bad. How about just a $25 start? LA Guns is at $95, and Nuclear Assault, the last bid on Nuclear Assault was a high bid, and that was with MT Matt at $60, and we're about to sell it. LA Guns is taking off like a rocket ship. There's another Goodfellas for $24. Interpol, Turn on the Bright Lights. Interpol's $29. Michael Jackson, Off the Wall, $24 for Michael Jackson. Twisted Sister Christmas, green vinyl, Twisted Sister $29. Boys to Men's, $44.99, double LP. Linkin Park Hybrid Theory, $33.99. In the end, nothing really matters. Queens Rock Empire, $38.99. That should be on silver vinyl. A Very Special Christmas, $29.99. Michael Jackson Bad, $24.99. Hey, there's Shout at the Devil remastered for $33. Elvis's debut on green for $29, at least his first album. And then Michael Jackson, History Continues. A double picture disc, Michael Jackson, $54.99. Oh, great neck adjustment. Sorry y'all had to hear that. We're going to do a 5-second countdown on Nuclear Assault. I've said it multiple times. It was at 60 with MT Matt. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Buzzer. Sold to MT Matt for $60. Motley Crue 25, 25, and now 30. And LA Guns has hit 135 with Travis Woods. It is officially cocked and loaded. And let's move that over right here. How about another Metallica? How about another Metallica? How about something that doesn't start with an M? Let's do something I really don't know what it is. Somebody asked me earlier, and I wasn't being rude. Somebody's like, Chad, what is the album in the hot picture that, et cetera, et cetera? There was about 3 in the hot picture I didn't know. This was one of them. I'm about to find out for the first time. It's Jesuit. 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 The album is called Discography. A compilation of all the songs 90s hardcore band recorded. It is missing the 7-inch of demos, VG Plus, a $15 start. There you go. So I had no idea what that was. Somebody was asking me earlier. I wasn't being rude. Honestly, didn't know what it was. I was like, some of these, I don't know what they are tonight. A couple curveballs. Anybody else on this fantastic crate of new vinyl before we move on? Michael Jackson, Elvis, Motley Crue, Michael Jackson. Very special Christmas. We have Queensryche, Linkin Park. We have Boyz II Men, Twisted Sister, Michael Jackson, Interpol, Goodfellas, Flogging Molly, Iron Maiden, Suicidal Tendencies, Papa Roach, Merciful Fate, Entombed. We have Hailstorm, Tool, Suicidal Tendencies. We have Perfect Circle, Faith No More, Breaking Benjamin, and Mudvayne. Okay, LA Guns is at 150, Motley Crue's at 45, and the Jesuit is at $18. Now, how was I supposed to know that? How was I supposed to know that? Next thing I have is going up right now, and we're going to blast through this crate of really, really cool Laserdisc right quick. Hope you're all ready for this. Let's go through this right here and see what we have right here. We still don't know who we are. No one knows who they are. That's why no one knows how to say them. We have a high bid, though, with Jay Barnes at $18. What press is LA Guns? LA Guns is right here. It's a 1989 USOG. It is a US original first pressing, no questions asked, near mint minus. That's why the high bid right now is at $150. Motley Crue's at $50, and Jesuit is at $18. Let's go through this price crate of Laserdisc. These are all straight priced. Play Misty for Me, $9.99. Play Misty for Me in shrink wrap, $14.99. Hello Mary Lou from Night 2, that is $29.99. This is The Exorcist 3, $19.99 for The Exorcist 3. Alien Nation, this is $9.99. Also, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, $9.99. These are not vinyl. This is not vinyl. These are not vinyl. This is not soundtracks. These will not play music unless you have a laser disc. You got to have a laser disc. These are not LPs. These are not soundtracks. This is not vinyl. These are laser disc. Michael Ruttman wants Play Misty for Me. I'm assuming you want the nicer copy in shrink wrap. Play Misty for Me. I'm going to give you the nicer copy. Jeff Brindley wants Close Encounters. These are not LPs. These are laser disc movies. We have Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds, $9.99. Ghost Story, that's $9.99. And Tales from the Dark Side, the movie, $14.99 on this. Here it is. There it is, $14.99. Next thing we have is Dave Ferguson wants Motley Crue Shout at the Devil. That is from the previous crate. No refunds if you open this up and it's a laser disc and you tell Ed, I thought this was vinyl. Nope, they're Laserdisc. Motley Crue is sold to Dave Ferguson. LA Guns, are we done? The last bid was Jamie Butler at $150. It's about to sell. Jesuit is sold for $18, and $18 is with Jay Barnes. That's sold. Next over here is Michael Ruttman on TB, and that was The Birds. Sold to Michael Ruttman. Chris Frazier on Tails. Sold. Jay Barnes next on Tails. Michael, you were next on Tails. Jeff Brindley was next. And we have John Carpenter's The Fog. Nice. $29.99 for The Fog. Haunted Honeymoon. Haunted Honeymoon, $19.99. And then Motley Crue, the last bid that came in on MC for Motley Crue was Sarah Weiberdink. Nick Bargeron has not set out. Nick Bargeron, are you out there? Nick Bargeron, are you out there? Sarah Weiberdink has that for $50. She's about to buy it. What's the Flogging Molly? Give me 1 second. King Diamond coming up. Brian Thurman on The Fog. Chris Frazier was second. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Metallica. Oh my goodness. Holy moly. Oh my, wow. Holy double stuffed Oreos dipped in ice cold milk. Holy Little Debbie fudge cakes, 3 at a time with a pint of whole milk. Chocolate fudge. Cereal. This is Metallica, Ride the Lightning, a 2010 half-speed master from the original analog tapes done at Mobile Fidelity, a limited edition of 1,000 on blue vinyl. Blue vinyl, 2 LP, half-speed master, sealed, unopened, near mint, $195 start. Blue vinyl, Metallica, Ride the Lightning, 45 RPM, half-speed master from the original tapes, done at Mobile Fidelity, $195 start. Sarah Weiberdink gets Motley Crue for $50, and LA Guns is sold for $150 to Jamie Butler. $195 start on Metallica. Exorcist 3 is sold. Exorcist 3 is sold to Brian Thurman. Next is The Blob. Oh boy, The Blob. $14.99 on The Blob. Halloween 2. Oh my goodness. $59.99. The Nightmare Isn't Over. Oh my goodness. Poltergeist the second. What was the Flogging Molly's? Gregory, all you got to do is say sold. I'll take it sight unseen. But it's actually called Drunken Lullabies. Flogging Molly, $33.99. Next auction's going to go up right now. That next auction, without further ado, without any more delay, is going to go up right now, and it's LA Guns. Oh my goodness. LA Guns, a 1988 USOG club, BMG Direct, original under sleeve, super clean. This is OG, it's near mint minus. It has the original under sleeve, a $75 star. What a nice copy. Also not in print. Holy moly. Next thing over here is this, Metallica 195, Metallica 200, Brian Thurman first on Halloween. These are Laserdisc. If you're just hopping on, these are Laserdisc. You will be very disappointed to find out these are not LP vinyl. This is Laserdisc. Chris Frazier second, Jeff Brinley third, Michael Ruttman on The Blob. That is so to Michael Ruttman. George Jones fifth on Halloween, Metallica 225, Metallica 250. Metallica 275, Metallica 280. LA Guns is a $75 start. And Jaws, oh wow, $19.99. The original. No presents for Christmas. King Diamond is a 1985 US 12-inch 45 RPM, nice EX Plus or better. A $65 start on King Diamond. Metallica's at $300. Brian Thurman gets Jaws. We also have The Plague of the Zombies, $9.99. Horror Hotel, $14.99. Salem's Lot, $29.99. Salem's Lot. Transmutations, $29.99. We have over here, we have Metallica at $300. Brian got Jaws, Metallica $320. Jay Beach second on Jaws. Jay Barnes on Plague. These are Laserdisc, by the way. Plague, so to Jay Barnes. Metallica $325. Mark Berger next on Jaws. No bids on LA Guns for a $75 start. Never mind, MT Matt locked in $80. King Diamond $65. Metallica $350. Bride of the Reanimator, that is $29.99. We have the Rocky Horror Picture Show, $24.99 and $24.99. We've got two. Chris says flag on Jaws. Chris Frazier got the Jaws. He was first. Chris Frazier got Jaws. Chris got Jaws. Brian Thurman, you were second. He did get Jaws. That's so to him. Good thing we got two Rocky Horror Picture Shows, but the first thing we got is Brian Thurman on Bride of the Reanimator, sold to Brian Thurman. LA Guns is now at $90. Jeff Brinley on Rocky Horror Picture Show, and then Jay Beach 12078 also on Rocky Horror Picture Show. There's no bid on King Diamond. We're looking for a $65 start. Nice. 2 and 1. The Raven and the Mask of Red Death. The Masquerade of Death, $14.99. And then the last two is The Revenge of Frankenstein, $19.99, and Fright Night. And that is $34.99 for Fright Night. There's some highly collectible 80s horror, 80s Slasher, Thrasher, that stuff is super desirable. Any day of the week, it will always be. Since I've been dealing in collectibles, I've seen nothing but demand of thrashing slasher, the thrash singing slasher, the hash singing slasher. Nothing but demand go up. The hash slinging, the thrash slinging. Back up at the top, we got LA Guns 90, LA Guns 90, LA Guns 93. Brian Thurman on Fright Night. Holy moly, Fright Night. That's what Kramer says to Elaine. No, he says Yamahama Fright Night. That's what Kramer says to Elaine. Michael Ruttman on Raven, the 2-in-1. So Chris Frazier second on Fright Night, and then Chris Frazier first on Frankenstein. And then LA Guns 100, LA Guns 100. So Travis has LA Guns for 100, now 105, now 107. King Diamonds at $68 with Brian Campbell. It's going to sell. The No Presents for Christmas. And Flogging Molly still available, $33.99. Gregory, if you wanted that. And by the way, Gregory, you have Metallica for $350. Going once, going twice. The sealed Half-Speed Master blue vinyl. All analog. They only did 1,000 on blue vinyl. You can also get it on black. This is blue. The high bid's $350. These are Laserdisc movies. Lost Media. They were really popular back in the day. They were really expensive back in the day. They were pricey. For you to have a Laserdisc player and buy a Laserdisc, you probably had to make some pretty good money back in the day. Those were not cheap. Equivalent today of buying like $1,000 machine probably or more, probably a couple $1,000. Play in today's money. Play Misty for Me, $9.99. Clint Eastwood. We have one left, $9.99. We also have Hello Mary Lou from Prom Night 2. Prom Night 2, Hello Mary Lou, $29.99 on that one. Alien Nation. Alien Nation is $9.99. Ghost Story. Ghost Story is $9.99. Haunted Honeymoon, $19.99. Poltergeist 2, The Other Side, $14.99. Horror Hotel, $14.99. Salem's Lot is So To Be Yourself Adventures. And Transmutations, $29.99. If they made all those on soundtracks, that would be insane. That'd be a lot of vinyl soundtracks we could sell. A lot of it would just be like dramatic score music, but it'd still be pretty cool to have. Ghost Story sold to Chris Frazier. Haunted Horror Hotel is sold to Jeff Brindley. Chris Frazier was second. And LA Guns, $125. Flogging Molly is $33.99. Drunken Lullabies. Drunken Lullabies. I have 2 copies available. Okay, and congratulations, Gregory, and thank you on Metallica for $350. LA Guns is at $1.25. Chris Knapp, you're out. And LA Guns, King Diamond sold to the only bidder at Brian Campbell at $68. All right. Awesome. Those were fun. I wish I had. Y'all know I've sold hundreds of Laserdiscs. We had a collection one time, a couple big, huge tubs, and we sold every one of them. I mean, they're super desirable. We've had a couple players. I don't have any players left, I don't think. If I ever do, we'll have one available here. But I used to have some, and of course, we sold them because people wanted to watch these movies. We have Iron Maiden, The Number of the Beast. This is a 82 Los Angeles OG with the original inner sleeve and the merch insert. Just a $25 start on that. Chris Knapp, it's up to you on LA Guns. The high bid's $125 of Nick Bargeron. Mortgage Guy Rob does want Flogging Molly. You got it. Flogging Molly. Flogging Molly. So to Mortgage Guy Rob. Okay, now what I usually do with these is let's try to go ahead and get them all sold. We'll do bundle deal, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, $30 off if somebody bought the rest of them. The price would be 25 and 10 is 35 and 15 is 40, 50, 55, 60, 70, 80, $85 if anybody wants the bundle deal on the rest. $85 bundle deal, okay? $85 bundle deal. $85 bundle deal on that. There's one more Flog and Molly if anybody wants it. Flog and Molly, I have one left for $33.99. Okay, bundle deal if anybody wants the rest of those. That would be $5 off each one, $30 off. I think I came up with $85 just to give you an idea. I'd love to go ahead and close all those out. Great job to Paul to mark on all those. Chris Knapp is out on LA Guns. It's time for new auctions. This is sold to Nick Bargeron for $125. And there we go. And now Iron Maiden's at 27. And Paul Brothers gets the bundle. I hope I did my math right on those. Paul Brothers, the king of Laserdisc bundles. Just put them all in at $5 off each one. Whoever's watching this, Linda, G, Tanner, $5 off each one for Paul Brothers, okay? He gets all of them. All the Laserdiscs are sold. Congratulations on those. And we're always looking to buy them. Paul, when he's out and about, he's always looking for more, okay? This is an 82 US OG Los Angeles with insert VG condition. It is at $30. It is OG, it's VG. Let's go through another crate of new vintage buy it now or best offer. Let's do it. All right, let's pick out one. I have a feeling Iron Maiden's a full album, 100% full album. About time for me to get into another Monster energy drink. Holy moly. Holy moly. What do we have over here? Let's grab this crate. Let's just go down the line. We're going to go through Buy It Now Best Offer Vintage. We got plenty of auctions going up. Iron Maiden 3032. Can you get Number of the Beast repress? Put down Darren Chrisman for a new sealed Number of the Beast. I'm going to try my best to find you one of those. I should have them around here somewhere. They're somewhere in my crate of new vinyl inventory. Now, we had over here the other night, we didn't get to one of these. If you just missed out on a Metallica Ride the Lightning, I actually had some other Metallicas we didn't get to last Thursday that I didn't tell anybody we were going to sell tonight. I do have an 84 reissue. So as y'all know, this originally came out on the Silver Megaforce label. This was the big label, Elektra, that put them back out big time. And this is the 84 US, so it's technically a reissue. It's a specialty press. It has the original under sleeve. It's not bad, though. The vinyl is actually really nice. EX Plus / near mint minus. So the disc is wonderful. It has the original under sleeve, and this is a $125 start. The cover does have some dings on it. First of all, it's a cutout. Can you believe this sat in a bin somewhere and it didn't sell? And so they had to discount it. Somebody walked up and bought this one day in a discount bin, probably for like 59 cents. That is a VG cover, $125 start. Iron Maiden's at 40. And now what we're going to do is put up a third auction. And that third auction is going to be what? That third auction is going to be what? Queensryche Operation Mindcrime 2. Queensryche Operation Mindcrime 2 is a 2006 USOG. It has the original under sleeves with the poster. Laura says it has some cover damage. First glance, I can't find it. That's how good of a grader she is. Oh, I kind of see right up here, these crease. Yeah, this is a kind of a thin jacket, honestly, to be holding two high weight LPs like that. So it's kind of got some creases up here. But that one doesn't come through too often. Operation Mindcrime 2, $65. All right, if I've missed any other questions before we get hot and heavy in a crate of new Buy It Now Best Offer, I'm going to step right over here and get a Monster energy drink. I'm going to need one. Holy moly. I didn't realize this at all, but I was in contact with JSA over the last 24 hours, and we've got some killer autographs over here that have got to get authenticated. I had no idea we had some of these autographs over here. I'm talking some good ones, and y'all will see them coming soon whenever they all get authenticated, because some of them I don't think I've had pre-checked. Like Paul just got them in collection, so we haven't like had to get them, you know, pre-checked or anything. So, but there's some good ones over here. Like, I was shocked. Plus, we got like little envelopes with like posters and stuff tucked in here, and I started unfolding some of them. I had no idea what we had, honestly. So, fun times ahead. And we got some surprise autographs last night, and I finally found some of that other stuff I was thinking about. Probably won't be able to touch it tonight, just a little bit too much going on, but we might can squeeze some of that in tomorrow. I'll be here tomorrow for Friday night sale, and don't forget, we got Laura hosting tomorrow. Saturday. Laura's hosting Saturday. Vols play the Crimson Tide. I may be at the game. I may not. I think I kind of just want to stay at home because if I go to the game, I'm going to be on no sleep unless I end Friday night like at 10 o'clock or something. So I think I might just stick around and zone in my house and watch it. And hopefully we can end a horrible streak that's been going on of us losing to them in Alabama. But I know some of y'all Tide people are watching. It's going to be fun. All right, everybody with me? Everybody ready? Let's do this. And let's do this. And let's do this. Okay. Yeah, there's no way I could end Friday at 10, so if I do go, hopefully somebody's with me that drives, because that's a tough one. All right, here we go. So first of all, Iron Maiden, out. Brian, Michael Freiberger has it for 50. Brian Peace, it's up to you. Michael Freiberger has that for 50. Metallica does not have a bid yet. A OG, but second label, Ride the Lightning. $125, okay? And that's a final chance, and so is Queensryche. Final chance, 65. I sent you about Taylor Swift. Did you send it to me or Collect? If you sent it to Collectco, I probably hadn't seen it. If you sent it to Collectco, I probably hadn't seen it. So, Battle Cry. Is that the live Judas Priest? If so, yes, it's sold. All right, here we go. Buy it now, best offer. The Raiders. It took the whole Cherokee Nation. Indian Reservation, the Raiders, $9.99. Captain and Tennille's Greatest Hits, Love Will Keep Us Together, $9.99. Jerry Lee Lewis, Get Out Your Big Road Daddy. Get Out Your Big Road Daddy, JLL, $9.99. Iron Maiden is OG. This is an OG Iron Maiden in VG condition, $50. OG Jacksonville Press. OG Jacksonville Press. You heard that right. Don't forget, I can read off over here what else I still have the auction. I can do that right now with Metallica, Rob Zombie, Sepultura, Iron Maiden, Overkill, Motorhead, White Wolf, Anvil, Alcatraz, Tallest, David Lee Roth, Beneath the Massacre, Poison, Picture Disc, Ozzy, Slayer, Danzig, and then I'm going to start here in a minute reading through my surprise crate, which will finally end the surprise. But we got a lot to sell, so I probably need to make sure somebody don't want to request something. Papa John Creech, $9.99. Dickie Betts and Great Southern. Dickie Betts is $24.99. These are new vintage arrivals that you can go ahead and buy or make an offer on. Next is the best of Chuck Berry, $14.99 on that. I love selling records, so all you got to do is go ahead and claim them or make an offer. We have Blood, Sweat, and Tears, $14.99, and Sonny Rollins, There Will Never Be Another You. Sonny Rollins is $24.99, and then Roger Miller, 1970. Roger Miller, $9.99. We have Mac Davis. There he is again. Baby, Don't Get Hooked on Me. An instant seller. John Durden is not watching. He's asleep. The Rolling Stones is $99.99. You may ask yourself, why is that $99? It's an original Holland orange vinyl press from 1978. How cool is that? Orange vinyl and original, 1978. Alan Parsons, Ammonia Avenue, $19.99, and America Hearts is $9.99. Okay, Iron Maiden is sold. Michael Freiberger, 50. Nobody bid on Metallica, surprisingly, $125. And Queensryche is a no bid, $65. So Metallica, Ride the Lightning, 84, second label, $125. There's that. Queensryche, Operation Mindcrime 2 is $65. That is a 2 LP. It is available. Those are buy it nows and buy it nows. First thing we have is Kaiser getting the Rolling Stones. That's a really cool. So over in Holland, They did a lot of bands' discographies, including the Rolling Stones, mostly on colored vinyl. They're really cool. That is sold to John Kaiser, $99.99. Decon gets a Metallica for $125, and that leaves Queensryche a no bid. Let's put that over there, and guess what? It's time for new auctions. My monster over there is settling. I have to turn it upside down because all the T settles at the bottom. I have going up right now Black Sabbath. Nice. Unadvertised. Hadn't mentioned it until right now. An OG pressing of Master of Reality. And look how nice. It's a 71 US original. And folks, it gets better. It gets better. It has the poster. A tough item to get. A 71 Terre Haute VG++ EX, complete with the poster, $55 start. It's that correct kind of glossy top front and the matte finish on the back, $55 start. Master of Reality. Nice. There it is. Next thing over here is this. Chad, since Paul's off the rest of the week, do you think I should do some auctions Saturday night? I'm sure John will get crates ready. Am I worried about running out of time to get auctions ready for Saturday night? Let's see here. Let me think about that for 1 second. First thing is David Jennings on the Mac Davis. Black Sabbath is at 55. And Queensryche is sold to John Kaiser. The only other no bid right now is Black Sabbath, The Eternal Idol. 87 OG, $40 start on that. Saturday night. That's when you're going to be doing the show, right? Let's see. Tomorrow's Friday. Whatever you think. There's Japanese stuff over here. So, you know, if I didn't show those tomorrow, Laura, and you wanted to show the Japanese stuff Saturday, you really don't have to get those ready because I just put them all up at the same price. Or just whatever. If you have time to mark some records, that would be great. But if you want to be super prepared for Saturday, that will be great too. I'll leave it your call. I'm sure there's some people that would love to see some Laura crates, but whatever you need to do. Whatever you need to do. I feel like if you just kind of got a few auctions ready and did the Japanese, you wouldn't have to worry about having too much to keep up with. But I have full confidence in you. It can get overwhelming if you start trying to do 2 or 3, 4 at the same time. But there is Japanese I could save for you. There's a new crate back here behind me. I hadn't even looked at them. Black Sabbath 55, 55, 60, 65, 65. Alan Parsons, Be Yourself, sold for $15 if you want it. I'll do it for $15. And then over here we have ABBA, the singles, the first 10 years. ABBA is a 2 LP, $29.99. That's a great compilation. Best of Skeeter Davis. Really cool. It has the Ernest Tubb record store sticker on it. $9.99. Probably one of the nicer and complete Black Sabbaths that's come through in a while here. Nice. It's up for bid. I'll show it again in just a second. Gregory, you just missed the entire dissertation. It was a beautiful record. Give me 1 second. I'll show it to you again. 1998 Netherlands OG. This is Sepultura against. Sepultura is an original inner sleeve VG Plus, a $25 start on that. We have Skip Ewing, The Will to Love. He's $14.99. May the Bird of Paradise Fly Up Your Nose. Little Jimmy Dickens. He's $9.99. Be Yourself Adventures gets Alan Parsons for $15. We have Moving, Bill Black's Combo. That's pretty cool. It's a really clean record, and I love the Sears and Roebuck price tags. Sears and Roebuck, Bill Black's Combo, Moving, High Records, $9.99. One more auction, there's Sepultura, and the History of MGM Music, Volume 1. Wow, that's pretty cool. MGM, double LP, $9.99. Over here, we have our third auction going up right now, and let's go ahead and put up that Aussie, and that was Motorhead, excuse me. Motorhead is up for bid right now. This is an unofficial 2009 German press on red vinyl, a compilation of rarities and live tracks. The song they did for SpongeBob movies on here. I forgot about that. Yeah, Motorhead did a song for SpongeBob. I forgot all about that. That's crazy. Red vinyl. They did a song for Triple H and they did a song for SpongeBob. That is why they will be down as one of the greatest. If you can do a song for Triple H and you can do a song for the SpongeBob movie, you are enshrined in greatness forever. $35 start on that. Next is Sepultura, $25. Sepultura, $26 and $30 in MGM. All right, let's go over the Black Sabbath again. The bid skyrocketed, and then they've kind of flattened out. It's at $75 right now. Now it's at $78. Let's look at it again. This is incredible. It's a 1971 USOG VG++ EX, conservatively graded, and it has a rarity. It has the poster. It has the poster. I get asked about that anytime we put one of those up. I would say every 100 Master of Realities we get, one has the poster. That would probably be a pretty accurate statistic. It's a 71 OG Terre Haute. Embossed cover, glossy. It's complete. It's at $82. At this point, it moves into that realm of collectability because of grade and completeness. Next thing is Bill Black sold to Michael Freiberger for $7. This is the 4th of 6 John crates. No, this is 3rd of 6 John crates. There's 3 more still to go. 3 more still to go after this. And we can show other new vinyl that's laying around. Tony Orlando and Don's greatest hits. $9.99. Richard Heyman and his orchestra. Nice. Themes from Marlon Brando movies. Never seen that before. Awesome. $9.99. So Godfather, One-Eyed Jacks, Stella, Godfather, $9.99. Black Sabbath is at $100. Sepultura is at $35. Sepultura is right here in the middle, and Motorhead just has one bid with Robert for $35. Black Sabbath has hit $100. Bobby Brown, Don't Be Cruel, 12-inch single, $9.99. The Dave Clark 5 return in shrink wrap, clean copy. Dave Clark 5, $9.99. Gary Puckett and the Union Gap's greatest hits, that's in shrink wrap. Kmart price tag, $9.99. The Kinks, One from the Road, with the poster. The Kinks is $29.99. And Steve Winwood, Back in the High Life, Bake Me a Pie of Love. That's what I thought the first time I heard that song in my life. I thought he was saying, bake me a pie of love. I was like, what kind of pie has love in it? But he was actually, Mr. Winwood was actually saying, bring me to a higher love. I was like, man, that sounds pretty good. A pie of love. Bake me a pie of love. Motorhead. Motorhead is called England. Motorhead Rare Tracks, I think is what it's actually called. Yeah, Motorhead Rare Tracks is what it's called. It's an unofficial on red vinyl. An unofficial red vinyl. It's Rare Tracks. Okay, let me get my breath. Next was Bobby Brown. Javi, it's yours, but it will be sticker price. Because after you made an offer, 2-3 other people claimed it. But you got dibs if you want to pay $1.99 more. Next in line is Travis, then Chad Snyder. Black Sabbath 110, then James Lavender, 4th on Bobby. Black Sabbath 115, 103, and 125. Motorhead 37. Black Sabbath 128, Motorhead 40. Black Sabbath 135, Motorhead 40. Black Sabbath 150, Bobby Brown is so to Javi at sticker. Motorhead 45. Now, what about Sepultura in the middle? The last bid on Sepultura was Hessen at 36. Alex Kane, just so you know, you got outbid. John Meeks wants some higher love. Thank you, John Meeks. That's so to you. It's a beautiful copy, by the way. Bake me a pie of love. Sting, The Dream of the Blue Turtles. This is on translucent brown audiophile vinyl, an 85 original, $24.99. Sting and the Police did something most bands don't, unless something tragic happened. They went out on a high note. The Police put out Synchronicity, one of the biggest albums of all time, the biggest album of their career, and then they broke up. And Sting started putting out solo albums. A lot of bands don't do that. at all, unless something tragic happens. Motorhead's at 50, Sepultura's getting new bids, and Black Sabbath is at 153. Trini Lopez, the rhythm and blues album. Lemon Tree, Trini Lopez, that's featured in Seinfeld, $9.99. Also, we have Master Jack, 4 Jacks and a Jill, $9.99. Jay Beach wants KK, and let me know what KK was for. If that's for the Kinks, it's available. Neil Diamond's 12 Greatest Hits, Volume 2, $9.99, the softer side of Neil Diamond. Everyone, hold on a second. Everyone I've Ever Loved, Martin Mull, $12.99. New Vintage Arrivals, best offer. Maria Muldaur is $9.99. Just You and Me, J.P. Morgan, Spain Pressing, $9.99. And Lobo, Calumet, $9.99 on Lobo. Black Sabbath at $175. Alex has Sepultura for $40. He's had it for 2 minutes. I'm about to sell it to him. And Motorhead, the last bid was Robert at $52. David Saunders, it's up to you. Robert has it for $52. Finishing up this new Arrivals band, Tina Turner. That's the 12-inch single of What's Love Got to Do with It. $9.99 on that. Michael Freiberger on J.P. Morgan, so to Michael Freiberger. Sabbath getting new bids. Not surprised, and that's out of the bonus crate. Who knows what else I have over here? Only time will tell. We also have BG, Spirits Haven't Flown. BG's is $9.99. And Blood, Sweat, and Tears, New Blood, $14.99. What's Love Got to Do with It, Javi? That's so to him. Also, nice, Alice Cooper, From the Inside. This is $29.99. The original concept, lyrics, and direction by Alice Cooper and Bernie Taupin. Bernie Taupin was Elton John's lyricist. All those amazing Elton John songs wrote by Bernie Taupin, and he worked with Alice Cooper on that album. Tanya Tucker, Tear Me Apart. Tanya is $14.99. We also have, this is Broadsides, Pete Seeger, Songs and Ballads sung by Pete Seeger. This is $14.99. And Sentiment, The Pair. This is $14.99. And the Rooftop Singers, a classic, a folk classic, Walk Right In. A 63 press, too. That should be original. $12.99. It even has a stamp. Includes the hit single, Walk Right In. Something about Baby Let Your Hair Down. $12.99 for the Rooftop Singers. That's some of that original folk that influenced a lot of bands that went on from after that. Motorhead, $55 on that. Robert's out. We can go ahead and sell Sepultura to Alex Kane. That's sold to him for $40. It looks like we're done on Motorhead at $55. Charlie Daniels Band, Way Down Yonder. That's an earlier one there. 1974. It does have a saw cut on the jacket, but check that out. Nice copy. Earlier, Charlie Daniels there for $24.99. And Jim Croce, Bad, Bad, Leroy Brown, his greatest character songs compilation, $14.99. The question right now is, are we done on Black Sabbath? C notes out. Nashville Tiger has it for $178. It's OG, it's nice, and it has poster. It's about to sell for $178. Rooftop Singers is sold to Chris Ferrara. Walk Right In. And we have Mike Conway on Jim Croce. So to Mike Conway. Todd Saw, You Were Second. Elvis is a 1976 pressing. $19.99. And the Kingsmen. That's the original version of Louie Louie. Louie Louie. That's the original version there, $19.99. All right, Motorhead is sold to Ken Crooker for $55. We're ready for new auctions. Let's get over here to our advertised crate. I'm going to read what's in the advertised hype crate right now. Let me do that right now as soon as I can get this Motorhead tucked away. All right, Alex Kane on Dave Clark. That was a superb copy back here of Return. That's so to Alex Kane. And, all right, so advertised, we still got Rob Zombie, Iron Maiden, Overkill, White Wolf, Anvil, Alcatraz, Tallis, David Lee Roth, Beneath the Massacre, Poison, Picture Disc, Ozzy, Blizzard, and then 2 in the high-end tab, which is Danzig and Slayer. Man, and somebody asked me earlier, when is Danzig going up? I should already had this one up. Excuse me. This is Danzig. Is this one Danzig 3? 4. Danzig 4. An unofficial 2021. It's a bootleg on hot pink colored vinyl. $50 start on Danzig 4. Black Sabbath, congratulations to Nashville Tiger, 178. What was the pair? Give me a second on that one. Nice. I haven't had a poster in a long time. Danzig's a $50 start, hot pink colored vinyl. And let's also do Slayer, which was in the high-end tab. This is Divine Intervention, and it's a 1994 OG. A 1994 Euro OG, $65 start. It does have the original inner sleeve. The top seam does have a crackle at the top. Okay. Next is Alan Hagen said Alice C20. Alice C20. Alice Cooper, sell that to Alan Hagen for 20. Thank you, sir. And then we have... the pair. I will find that when I'm reading these. Let me try to find that right now for her. The pair. You're talking about in here, right, Denise? The pair. The pair. In Sentiment. The pair. That's the name of those two guys. $14.99. The Danzigs just got reissued, but I've also heard they're already sold out, and they're selling for well over $100 already. No surprise on Discogs. So, once again, they never did release those to us, and it looks like it was limited edition, and they're done. Everybody's told me they're sold out, and they're already pricey on Discogs. So, once again, as usual, it looks like the bootlegs are still going to be desirable as well. We'll find out with this auction right here. That's up for bid. Slayer's up for bid. And then I'm going to pull something from the surprise crate. Somebody asked which was Rob Zombie. Rob Zombie is the Electric Warlock Acid Witch Satanic Orgy Celebration Dispenser with lenticular cover. They're back up for pre-order. It looks like that's good. That means they might let us have them. Okay, and then this is from the surprise crate, Metallica Whiplash. This is an 85 US translucent vinyl. It does have some feelable marks on it. I mean, when you look at it, this one looks super clean. This side here with Seek and Destroy and Phantom Lord. But right here on the lead-on track, there's some problems. Y'all see that right there? Right here on the lead-in track, there's some problems. Right there. Okay? $15 start on that. $15 start. So some people told me they've already got them. And they were already, because they're already being sold on Discogs. And now I'm being told right now they're back up for pre-order. So I honestly don't keep up with that stuff, because if I can't get it, I try not to pay attention to what anybody else is selling until I can get it, because I try to block that out, and I try to only focus on what we can get at the moment. But I know some of y'all are probably some of y'all are buying vinyl nearly 24 hours a day. Around the clock. Some people are here 8 hours a day buying vinyl. They're buying vinyl at work, and that's why I need to start doing shows during the day. We got to start doing CollectCo 24/7. That way, everybody can just be we can have somebody just like live ordering vinyl for people throughout the day. So, I have not got this monster open, but I'm ready for it. One second, please. Oh my gosh. This is cold. It's still cold. It's been back there for 20 minutes. Let me mute my mic for 1 second. Whew. Awesome. Okay. All right. Here we go. Thanks everybody for tuning in for Thursday Night Metal Night here at Coletco. It's been an awesome sale. It's been an awesome night, and we're about halfway through. First, condolences to Ace Frehley's family, Ace Frehley's friends, and Ace Frehley's fans, because I know a bunch of y'all are watching right now. Ace Frehley's fans, condolences. One of the biggest music icons passed away today, without a doubt. We're talking about a member of KISS. The first of the original four to pass. A sad, yet historic day. Ace Frehley passed away today. Wow. I mean, how recognizable is KISS? Some of the most recognizable. No longer with us. Unbelievable. Family, he had a lot of friends, and probably one of the biggest customer bases ever. I mean, bigger fan bases. One of the biggest ever assembled. They literally called it an army, KISS Army. All right. So, update. Danzig 4 is a pink vinyl unofficial. Pink vinyl unofficial. $50 start, no bid. Slayer. Slayer is a 94 Euro OG. $65 start, no bid. Metallica has a problem on the lead-in track. The lead-in track for side A. It probably will cause a couple bumps and pops, and then the rest of it is fine. It's actually not bad after that little bump. And this high bid right now is at $20. Okay, $20. Danzig's a $50 start. Chad, have you ever thought about opening another store like in Nashville? Not necessary. 99% of our business is online. We are online only. I actually don't even need a storefront. Ours here in Lebanon probably won't be open much longer. What's left in the unadvertised crate? Now, if I told you that, it wouldn't be surprises anymore. But I will give you a few hints. Zombies on deck. Danzig has a bid for $50. And we're going to go through a new crate. All right? We've already read through those. Let's go through another one. I will give you a teaser. I know you're looking for Wasp. Could I have some? Could I? Who knows? Who knows? Got to keep you awake, Justin Deckelman. If I told you what's in there, you'd go to bed. I don't want you going to bed. Let's go through another crate. Buy it now or best offer, okay? Buy it now or best offer. Danzig's at $50. What is the Slayer details? This is Slayer. You may have heard of them. It is Divine Intervention. It's a 1994 Euro OG. The top seam has a crackle. It has the original under sleeve. It should be $125, $150 record. For some reason, no one has bid, and someone's about to get it for $65. You can either bid right now at $65 and lock it in, and it's going to start getting more bids, or you can roll the dice and watch somebody else grab it for $65. Metallica's at $28. Danzig's about to sell for $50. If you give us about another 2 weeks, I bet we'll be able to offer the Danzig records. I don't know what's up. I've been asked about them almost every day. I've been asked about those almost every day, but they have not released anything to us, okay? And Laura has a crate she's marking. Y'all know how good those are on Thursday nights. Let's get started. New check condition stuff that's never been shown before. And there was another question about me opening a store. 99% of what we sell here at Coletco is done through these live streams. Only less than 1% in the last 6 months we've sold has been in our storefront. In the year 2025, honestly, it makes no sense for anybody to open up a retail business unless you want to do it for buying opportunities. It'd be really tough to make money. You can take that from me. You got to be able to sell online in a big way. James Gang live in concert. VG condition, $9.99. James Gang live in concert. You can do it, but you got to do it like I did. You got to work almost 18 hours a day for several years, and then you'll start seeing some returns. Rod Stewart, a night on the town. Rod Stewart's EX edition, $12.99. Genesis Wind and Weathering. Genesis is VG Plus, $14.99. My Nation Underground Julian Cope, VG Plus, $14.99. Kansas, The Point of No Return, VG, $9.99. Piper, Can't Wait. Piper is an EX edition, $17.99. And The Thugs, It Crawled Into My Hand, Honest, VG, $12.99. And Don't Shoot Me, I'm Only the Piano Player, that's in VG condition, $9.99. Ted Nugent and the Ambroy Dukes, Survival of the Fittest, live, that's VG condition, $12.99. Danzig has sold one bid, Brian Peace, $50. That is sold. Over here, Slayer, John Kaiser, $80, now $90. That's more like it. Everybody decided to take a bathroom break all of a sudden earlier. Y'all had me worried. And then Metallica, the last bid was Jeffrey Freeze at $28. It has some damage on the first track. It's about to sell, though. It's about to sell, though. Next thing over here is this, John McPatriot on Ted Nugent, sold. Julian Cope is a full album. It is a full album. Yeah, it has 9 tracks on it. VG Plus, $14.99. Bob Seger, Like a Rock, VG Plus, $17.99. And Hammer. Hammer is a 1970 promo. It's a Presswell press. VG Plus, $19.99 on Hammer. Okay, let's jump over here to that surprise crate. Oh, and I got to do Rob Zombie too. Iron Maiden, Ozzy, Iron Maiden, Ozzy. Kiss, but we're not selling any Kiss tonight. Black Sabbath, Kiss, Led Zeppelin, Accept, Bad Boy, Zeppelin, Judas Priest, Rainbow, Iron Maiden, Riot, Kiss, Beatles, Beatles, UFO, Crocus, Kiss, Michael Schenker, U2, Beatles, Crocus, Iron Maiden, Rainbow, and we even have some more Accept. But somebody did ask me to put up Zombie, so let's go ahead and do that. We have Rob Zombie, the Electric Warlock Acid Witch Satanic Orgy Celebration, and that is a 2016 OG, the first press with the lenticular cover and insert, $55 start on that. $55 start on that. Next thing is Thomas Hujar Does Want Julian Cope. That is sold to Julian Cope. That is sold to Thomas Hujar. Metallica has a bid for $30. Slayer has a bid for $100. Alan Hagen offered $12 for Hammer, sold. Zombie has a bid for $55. And Ringo Starr, VG $12.99. Rob Zombie, $65. Jimmy Smith and Wes Montgomery, Further Adventures of Jimmy and Wes, a VG Plus condition, $17.99. Metallica did not get another bid, right? No Metallica, and so did Jeffrey Freeze for $28. Nice pickup. I think you'll be happy with that one. And then Slayer over here, the last bid, Slayer, John Kaiser, $100, and Rob Zombie, $55.65, and then Todd Saw and Elton John. That's a good one. Don't Shoot Me, I'm Only the Piano Player. That's a good one. And we have Triumph, Just the Game. That's the original gatefold jacket with the board game in the center. VG, $9.99. Zombies at $75. I'm mad at myself for passing the OG physical graffiti. I'm mad at myself for selling it. I know the original owner of that record. You remember me talking about that local guy that had that huge collection back in the 70s? He wrote his initials on some of them. When I was holding that thing up, I saw his initials on it, Buddy Mason. He was a friend of my dad's. I know him. And I found some of his other records in collections with his name tag on them. But that belonged to Buddy. Whoever bought that, that record was probably played at parties for years. I mean, that guy had an incredible collection. I mean, back in the 70s, he had thousands of records. Back in the 70s, this guy had a once-in-a-lifetime collection. It got kind of passed out and distributed and sold in lots and friends, and I think he sold a bunch of it like 20 years ago, but that's a That's a wild. That was a wild thing for me to find some of those. He worked at a bank in Gordonsville for years. He's very well known. Buddy Mason. That was from his personal collection. Okay, over here we have Anvil pound for pound. Anvil is an 88 USOG VG Plus condition, a $10 start. Brian P said he bid 30 on Metallica. If that's on my screen and I missed it, I'll put it back. It was on my screen and I missed it. Never mind. Jeffrey Freeze, I missed his bid for $30. He bid $30 on Metallica. I missed that. That's now back up for bid. Jeffrey Freeze, you're out bid. Now there's another bidder in at 32. Now Rob Zombie's at 65. Now Rob Zombie's 75. Todd Saw on Triumph. Now Metallica 31. Now Metallica 32. Now Slayer's at 105. And now Anvil 10. Now Anvil 10. Now Anvil 15. And now Anvil 18. Now Anvil 18. And the Alan Parsons Project, Tales of Mystery and Imagination. Edgar Allan Poe. That's EX Condition $16.99. We also have Blood, Sweat, and Tears 3, VG Condition $9.99, and Pink Floyd, How I Wish You Were Here, a 75 OG VG Plus $39.99. Welcome, my son. Welcome to the machine. Bum, 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 bum. Rolling Stones Flowers, VG Condition $14.99. Over here on the far left is Slayer. I'm showing Matt Parsons at 105. John Kaiser, you're out. It's at 105. He's in at 110. He's in at 110. He's in at 110. Matt, you're out. He says he's done. Pink Floyd, so did Johnny Hancock. Jeff Brent, you were second. In next to Slayer, which is now at 110 and a final call, is Rob Zombie. Rob Zombie is at 75 with Gregory. Jay Barnes is out. Final call night, Anvil 20, Anvil 22. Now all of a sudden, back from the dead, Metallica, and it's still getting bids. Corey James has it for $32. Now that's who I'm showing as the high bidder. And somehow we still have 3 active people, all within about $1 of each other. So make sure you know that he has it, and if anybody else wants it, you got to go through him. We have 4 auctions up right now. That's a lot. A lot for me to keep up with. My brain is about to explode. Quicksilver, what about me? Quicksilver VG Plus $14.99. Queen, their self-titled debut. VG Condition $14.99 for Queen. Queen self-titled. Genesis, I love this album. VG $9.99. Home by the Sea. VG $9.99 for Genesis. Charlie Daniels, The Devil Went Down to Georgia. This one's called Million Mile Reflections. VG Plus $19.99. Slayer. There's only one way to say that word, and that is Slayer. And that's so to John Kaiser for $110. Whew. It's more like it. There for a second, I thought it was going to sell for $65. I was like, what the heck is going on with that one? All right, now Rob Zombie sold to Gregory for $75,000. I mean $7,500. I mean $750. I mean $75. Gregory gets that for $75. Greg Beddinger on Queen. Anvil sold to MT Matt for 20, or excuse me, not sold. MT Matt has it for 28. No one else has been on Metallica. I'm not going to bring this one back. I can't bring this one back a second time. I'm going to call it final call. No one else has bid. Corey James has it for $32. I can't bring, even if I missed your bid, I can't bring it back. So hopefully you're letting me know right now. Dave Ferguson on Genesis, sold. Alex Kane's out on Anvil, final call for $28. James Taylor, Fire and Rain, Country Road, Sweet Baby James, original label, $22.99. The Greatest Hits of Jimmy Reed, VG, $14.99. Crazy? That's how it goes. Millions of people. Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz. This is actually a reissue, but it's pressed at RTI. It's a really good sounding record. Ozzy Osbourne, a 2011 RTI. The top seam does have a crackle, $15 start. At the very, very, very last second, Brian Peace has bid $33 on Metallica. Jeffrey Freeze said out. Now it's back up to Corey James. Corey, do you want to go ahead and just bid $100 on Metallica? You'll probably win it. Anvil over here is sold to MT Matt for $28. Metallica has a new bid for $33. Aussie 15, Aussie 15, Aussie 20. The best of Wilson Pickett. I'm going to wait to the midnight hour. Great stuff there. Land of a Thousand Dances, Funky Broadway, Mustang Sally. The Best of Wilson Pickett, VG $12.99. Our next auction is Talas, Talas, a 79 USOG. We're going to start it for just $5. Corey James, it's up to you on the Metallica. Brian Peace has it for $33. Final call for the 9th time. We have Stevie Wonder, Intervisions, VG Plus, $19.99. Stevie Wonder, Intervisions. Higher Ground, REO Speedwagon, a low-grade cover, VG Vinyl, $9.99 for that classic album. Rare Earth, Get Ready, VG $12.99. Cat Stevens Greatest Hits, VG Plus $9.99. Outlaws, VG $9.99. The Rolling Stones, Black and Blue, EX $22.99. Gabe Baez wants Jerry Reed. That is sold. Todd Saw, James Taylor, 15 sold. And Pink Floyd Metal, nice. An 83 press, VG $19.99. Echoes. Wow, I actually don't see that label too often. The Capital Rainbow label, $19.99. Tallest 5, Tallest 6. I got to sell Metallica. I lost Corey James this time. Boy, that was a bizarre auction. This is sold for $33 to Brian Peace. Can't bring that one back. It's gone. Aussie, $22. Ken Granger, final call. Talus is at 5. Talus is at 6. Pink Floyd. I will sell that to you for $18. $18 at that. Sorry, I'm at work. Recap. It is too late. Mark Berger on Wilson Pickett. Mark Berger on Wilson Pickett. That was right here. I'm going to wait the midnight hour. All right. And then Pink Floyd sold for $18 to Jay Nutra. All right. That's done. Okay. Let's do this again. Trying to buy records at work. Probably had to hide his phone when somebody walked by, and then he lost the auction. It happens. Please don't get fired trying to bid on an auction. A 1979 USOG. This is an OG Terre Haute Strong VG Judas Priest Unleashed in the East. $15 start on that. Aussie's at 25. Tallis is at 7. If you want a price or any further additional information on anything in here, I'm just going to be reading the titles. And if you need grade, title, questions, inner sleeve, producer, writing credits, managers, roadies, or groupies, I will try my best to tell you anything about it you want to know. Thank you, Jake, for making our Ace Frehley graphic up there. Jake just runs that through, I think, Chat GPT, but he knows how to shadow it out so it hovers over there in the top left corner. And also to D'Angelo, I mentioned that earlier. Paul was telling me how big of a fan he was of D'Angelo, who had cancer and just quickly passed away. I didn't really know a lot about the guy, but yeah, he also kind of died quietly and unexpectedly as well. All right, Aussie's at $25. The bidder before that was somebody, and if you're out, let me know. And Talus is at 7, and we're about to sell it. Okay, and here's what's left in here. James Gang live in concert. Rod Stewart, A Night on the Town. Genesis, Wind and Weathering. Kansas, The Point of No Return. How Long? Piper with Billy Squire. That's EX $17.99. The Fugs that Crawled in My Hand Honest. Bob Seger, Like a Rock. Ringo Starr. Jimmy Smith and Wes Montgomery. Alan Parsons Project. Blood, Sweat and Tears 3. Rolling Stones Flowers. Quicksilver, What About Me? Charlie Daniels, Million Mile Reflections. Stevie Wonder, Intervisions. REO Speedwagon. Rare Earth, Cat Stevens, and the Rolling Stones Black and Blue. Tallis 8, Tallis 10. Aussie sold. Aussie is sold to Eric Squindo for $25. There is that. And then over here, Tallis is at 10. Judas Priest is at 25 with Brian Peace. That means somebody got outbid. He has that for 25, final call. The Genesis that's left in here was called Genesis that's left in here, Wind and Weathering, VG Plus, $14.99. VG Plus, $14.99. All right, we still got 2 more crates of new vintage pre-owned records to go through. Buy it now or best offer. I'm going to try my best to hit some highlights on new vinyl too. That's both from this week, last week, and prior weeks, because I know we got some metal LPs around here that if we have a new body, we've had 2 new buyers tonight, which is great. I mean, every night if we can get a couple new buyers, that would be amazing. I would love to have a couple average new buyers every night. And some nights we have as many as like 5, depending on how much money I send Facebook for ads. The correlation works. If anybody else out there has a small business you started or you're in business, you probably already know this. So, wow, Stephen A. Young, are you watching? I wonder if Stephen A. Young is watching. Stephen A. Young, are you watching, Stephen A. Young? I just now opened that. Genesis, Matt, did I pull that yet? I don't think I have. This is sold to Matt for $10. Talus 15 and Talus out. How much is black and blue? Rolling Stones black and blue, EX 22.99. And then Bob Seger, Like a Rock, was right back here. That was VG Plus 17.99. And then Judas Priest, the last bit of Judas Priest, Brian Peace, $25. And somebody says, is it OG? This is a 1979 U.S. original pressing from Terre Haute, Indiana, a strong VG copy. Tallis has got up to 15 with Cindy Yarborough, final call. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is unusual. I don't know a lot about this one, but it demands pretty big money. A 2001 press, 180 gram of Metallica's Ride the Lightning. A 2001. It's sealed. Some of the shrink is tearing, but that is real. That's the kind of money this record demands. A 2001, 180 gram, sealed. Right now, there's none in the United States for sale. Ride the Lightning. Must be some good mastering on it for it to be a 2001 and demand that kind of money. $135 start. Tallis is at 15. Brian Peace, there's new bidders on Judas Priest. It's now at $27. Let's go through some new stuff over here. Let's go through some new stuff over here, shall we? All right, moving through some vintage stuff tonight. And let's do it. My boogie shoes. Down. My boogie shoes. Down. Here we go. Fantastic metal night. I've never had that Metallica before. I'm sure some of y'all are going to try to do some Discogs research, but that one's kind of new to me. And by the way, just keep reminding me for requests. If you're waiting for something to come up, you might want to keep hollering at me because I'll forget. I just kind of grab stuff. I walk back and forth like this OG copy of Killers. This is a 1981 USOG Winchester, an original Harvest EX, not bad at all, and a nice jacket of Killers. I love that artwork. $55 start on that. Judas Priest has new bids, and we have an offer on a twofer. These two right here. Sell him these 2 records for $25. Just put them in for $12.50 and $12.50. Okay? $12.50 and $12.50. We don't have too much hard metal tonight. If we do, it's probably kind of mixed up in some of the new stock we have available here at Coletco, but we don't have any of the, well, Laura's marking some stuff. She might have some, you never know what comes in the straight price bins that's Laura's working on. You never know about those. Because that's the stuff that could surprise you. There could be something in there like, you know, pretty some of the more heavier metal. Right now, we've got a lot of 80s hard rock, a lot of 80s, that kind of stuff tonight, it looks like. Where are the waiting list from last night? I had a big stack of waiting list. I think I put them in my pocket and then I don't know what I've done with them, which isn't good at all. Let me see if they're over here with Jake. I ordered a ton of stuff last night, but I was like, man, there's definitely some waiting list I'm not familiar with or don't have. Put these in my pocket, which would be bad if I misplaced them, because that would be like about 20 claims that I don't know who got what anymore. So, all right. Poisons on deck. Judas Priest is up to one person, Brian Peace. He got outbid about 3 minutes ago by Jay Nutra. I haven't heard back from him. $32. Metallica is a $125 start. Iron Maiden's a $55 start. These are all buy it now or best offer. Pink Floyd Relics is an 82 SRC pressing. $39.99 for Pink Floyd. Metallica has a bid for $125. Sammy Hagar, $24.99. We're off to a great start. Great titles and great condition. $24.99. Dennis Jackson got those 2 records for $25. Bob Seger and Rolling Stones. Now Judas Priest has a new bid. Jay Nutra, you're out. Metallica has 1 bid for $125. We're about to sell it. Randy Meisner, 1 more song. Randy's $14.99. To get a bid in on Iron Maiden, a nice clean 81 USOG, a $55 start, no bid yet. The Osmonds, homemade. The Osmonds is $9.99. George Burns, I wish I was 18 again. We're going to go through new arrival stuff. No condition notes, $14.99 for George Burns. These are all sticker price or best offer. Laura's working on some stuff, and we're going to go through this crate and another crate, and then we'll see where we're at on time, and we still got plenty of stuff to auction. Lacey J. Dalton, $9.99 for Lacey J. Dalton. 3 Dog Night, suitable for framing. 3 Dog Night is $19.99. And we have the live adventures of Mike Bloomfield and Al Cooper. That one is notorious for having a lot of ring wear. That's really clean for $29.99. Elvis Legendary Concert, $24.99. Demu Bigore. I actually do. I've got 2 over here with light seam splits that are discounted. I mean, they're just light crackles, just really light crackles. They're $9 off, $29.99. Godless Savage Garden. Coke bottle, green, transparent, black marbled. They're $9 off because of seam splits. They really shouldn't be that much discounted, but they are. We have Metallica sold to John Kaiser for $125. They're still bidding on Judas Priest. Now it's at $38, and nobody bid on Iron Maiden. It's a $55 buy it now. You can pick up Maiden for the buy it now price of $55. The next thing was Randy Meisner, $14.99. Les Dragueurs, a la Suburbum. This is a 2001 garage album from France, $14.99. Eric Van Leuven on Iron Maiden for $55. Thank you on that one. Also, we have Crocus, Headhunters. Crocus is $26.99. Judas Priest, Unleashing the East is a $79 USOG Terre Haute. It's a real OG first pressing of that one. Next auction is going to go up right now. We can't put up another hour. Yeah, we can, because we just sold one. How about Overkill? Let's do that one first. Overkill is a 1985 USOG. It is, unfortunately, VG minus, but near mint copies have sold for as much as $220, and mid-grade copies have sold for as much as $174. This is a VG minus copy, a $35 start for Overkill. It's a 4-track EP and a VG minus cover because of some of the creasing. Okay? Chuck Edgar gets the Randy Meisner. That was right back here. And now Iron Maiden, B King, it's already sold. Nobody bid, so it already sold for $55. Too late to bid on that one. Judas Priest is up to one person, Brian Peace. It's up to you. The spotlight's on you, Brian. We have BG's Turn Around, Look at Me, $9.99. Bobby V's Golden Greats, that's in shrink wrap for $9.99. And the very best of the Ellie Brothers, Bye Bye Love, Bye Bye Happiness, $9.99. Brian says, I'm in at $40. Overkill's now up for bid. Judas Priest is at $40. Our next auction is going to go up right now. This Poison picture disc. I keep forgetting about it. And also Death Beneath the Masker. Poison is a die-cut shaped razor saw blade looking deal. Okay, with Bret Michaels there on the front. It's an unofficial. It's an interview picture disc. It has a chemical reaction problem because it was in plastic that wasn't very well suitable for storing vinyl. And that's going to go up for a $5 start. Poison, $5 start on that one. Okay? BB King, if you can hear me, you are watching about 5 minutes behind time. You are in the past and we're in the future. So you are not watching live right now. Judas Priest is at $45. Brian Peace, you've been outbid. Poison's a $5 start. Great display item. You can listen to it if you want to hear them get them interviewed. There's no music on it. Overkill has one bid for $40. Next is Simon & Garfunkel, the concert in Central Park. A 2 LP with booklet, gold stamp promo, $24.99. Laura just delivered a new crate. As soon as we're done with this one, we'll go right into that one. Ambrosia, gold stamp promo, $9.99. T-Rex, the slider. T-Rex is $39.99. The slider, that's a super clean copy. $39.99. Alan Hagen's in on Poison at $10. Going once, going twice. UB40 has their big hit cover of Red Wine. $24.99 for Labor of Love. And we have ABBA's Greatest Hits, $19.99. Poison 5, Poison 10. Terry Gerhardt, first on Ambrosia. Brian Peace, the spotlight is on you, Brian, for the Judas Priest. Like the lights are shining in your face. Jay Neutra has it for $45. Overkill still has that one bid for $40. We're about to sell that. The Alan Parsons Project is $19.99. Chad Snyder on UB40. That's sold to Chad Snyder. We have Mac Davis. John Durden is snoring right now. He has missed like 7 Mac Davis albums over the last 48 hours. Very Best and More of Mac Davis. Can you believe it? $9.99. Great Movements with Sonny Rollins. How cool is that? A 2 LP 81 compilation, $26.99. And we have Todd Rundgren, Runt, $26.99. Overkill is sold to Mike Straws for $40. That is sold to Mike Straws for $40. That was a great looking price based that G Plus had sold for as much as $45. The lowest it ever sold for on Discogs was $45. We just had the lowest sold copy of this ever. That was the cheapest that record has ever sold for. Ever. At least that is documented on the internet. I got a lag. What's the bid on Judas Priest? You're back in at $48. Jay Neutra, he is on a dial-up connection. He's got a serious delay. Poison is at $12. Jason Fornerat on Mike Davis. John Durden's missed out on his 7. Y'all, next time he gets on here, y'all let me know. Y'all let him know I wasn't jonesing around. He thought I was joking the other day. The Best of Peter and Gordon, $9.99. Brian Peace, you've been outbid on Judas Priest. It's at $48. Is Alan Parsons an original? Yes. Poison's at $12 if anybody wants back in. Our next auction is Cindy is curious on what the Shanker is. Cindy, I'll grab it right now. I'm going to have to get a list from you of the ones you don't have because at this point, there couldn't be too many you don't have. And this is the one I have all the time. So I know you have this one. It's a 1980 USOG. VG Plus, $10 start. VG Plus, $10 start. Judas Priest is at $50. Brian, you're probably looking at your Facebook feed, right? You got to make sure you're over here on the sideline. See this chat right over here? Right where my finger's point is Jay Neutra. If you can't see that chat on the side, then you probably don't know you're being outbid on. Those bids are not going to come through Facebook. If you're looking at your Facebook chat, you're going to miss a lot of activity tonight. You're going to be seeing people buy records you can't see, bid on records you can't see, ask questions you can't see. Also, we have Pizza and Sandwich Shop presents Columbia Rock. Nice. Another pizza record place thingy. $19.99. Judas Priest is at $50. You've been outbid. You've already been outbid. As soon as you bid 48, he bid 2 seconds later. Literally, it showed up 2 seconds later after you bid. He's in at $50. Next is James Taylor. That's why I'm here. $14.99 on that. Michael Shanker 10, Michael Shanker 12. Stephen A. Young on pizza. Stephen is watching. Stephen, thank you. Thank you, Stephen A. Young. I want to thank you for the book. Stephen left this for me. He left me a signed Black Crowes book, hard to handle, signed by, and he even had it made out to me. Cheers, Chad. Thank you. Signed by Steve Gorman. Awesome. Thank you, Steve. Awesome. Thank you. Ed said this was laying outside for you. And I was like, really? And I was so busy earlier. When I walked by it just then, I opened it up and it had that note in it. So thank you for the book. Awesome. Awesome. I actually, last night, when I got home, I went through a couple of my rooms in my house where I have just an enormous amount of collectibles stored, and I have no idea what I own. I started putting together all of my gifts and stuff customers have sent me since I've been doing this. So I always keep it in one spot. And I started finding T-shirts, posters. I've been sent books. I've been sent lots of records, of course. But I try not to mix any of that stuff up. I try to keep it all in one spot. But I've been amazed at the amount of stuff, and I'm very thankful for what customers have sent me. I think I almost have a whole crate of albums that have sent to me for free. Multiple books now. People have sent me books on life. They've sent me books on business. They've sent me music books. I've been sent autographs. I've been sent guitar picks. I've been sent, what has Sean sent? I've been sent night lights. I've been sent a lot of stuff and a lot of T-shirts. Some of them I can't wear. By the way, I'm a 3X in a T-shirt, so I do have a lot of extra large T-shirts that I can't wear anymore. It's sad but true, but maybe there'll be some motivation. I've been sent some awesome T-shirts that I can't wear, but obviously I'm going to keep them. Maybe one day I can size down about two sizes, but thanks everybody. And thank you, Stephen A. Young. So that means I'm doing something right, thank goodness. Maybe that means some people on here actually like me. Thank you. Judas Priest is at 60. I haven't been sent any panties, no. I've been sent a lot of food. Now, the food's gone. I've been sent a ton of food, as y'all know it. Me and Laura have ate all the food, and Paul, and my mom, and Tanner, and all the monsters. Boy, what about Mike Massey? Air horns, gavels, hatchet heads, weapons. What about all the stuff Mike Massey sent? He has sent a sword. He has sent a hammer. He has sent a chainsaw. He sent a samurai sword, nunchucks. We've been sent some cool stuff here at the store. Okay, so Judas Priest is at 60. Brian Peace, you've been outbid. Poison is at 12 of James Hicks. No one else has bid since then. And the last bid on Michael Shanker was Steve McGee at $14. Okay? We're back to the best offer crate. We have Jay Giles, and this is their self-titled album, $29.99. $29.99. Jay Giles Band, $29.99 on that. And around Christmas time, I'm like, gosh, what am I going to do for all of our customers? I was like, we've got 89,000 customers, and I got to keep track because around Christmas I feel guilty. I'm like, oh gosh. I'm a very gift-giving person. I'm like, oh my gosh, what am I gonna do? So we got to think of something that covers everybody, like free records for a year. Free records for a year. Jean-Luc Ponty, Imaginary Voyage, $9.99. Focus, Moving Waves. Focus is $19.99. And we have Dean Martin. Everybody loves somebody. Dean Martin, $9.99. I even tore into the crab chips Craig sent me. Craig Thomas. I cracked open the first bag of crab chips last night. Crab chips last night. All right, Poison is sold to James Hicks for $12. That's sold for $12. Thank you, Brian, for letting me know you're out. That was a battle for Judas Priest, and guess what? We got more over here, too. Judas Priest is sold for $60 to Jay Nutra, and then Michael Shanker is sold. We're ready for all new auctions. Steve McGee gets that for $14. Man, Dave Ferguson just bid $15. I may have pulled the hammer a little too fast. Michael Shanker's sold already, $14. All right, next auction is going up right now. This is Iron Maiden Live After Death. Wow, this one's complete. It's an 85 US Jacksonville. Don't forget, lower crate on deck. 85 OG Jacksonville. It has both merch insert forms and the booklet and the original inner sleeves. This thing is complete, and it's OG, and it's just a $25 start. $25 start on that. There's that. And we also have up for bid right now White Wolf. White Wolf is called Standing Alone. White Wolf is an 84 USOG VG Plus, $10 star. Also, Laura, for Saturday night, I have a bunch of bonus auctions over here. As you know, stuff Seth already has ready. So if you even run out of Japanese, you can sell some Kiss stuff. You can sell all these Beatles, Led Zeppelin. As you know, there's a bunch of that kind of stuff over here. So I think you should have plenty of stuff to show Saturday. I forgot about all that. Okay, we have Black Sabbath featuring Tony Iommi, 7th star, an 86 USOG, VG Plus, VG Plus Plus, a $25 start. We have a flag on Poison. A flag on Poison, okay? A flag on Poison. Poison is the following. Alan Hagen bid before you, James Hicks. There's James Hicks, but higher up, Alan Hagen had it for 12. Alan Hagen has the Poison razor blade, saw blade picture disc at $12. Everybody else and their brother is out. If you're not Alan Hagen, you do not have this auction. We've all of a sudden loaded this thing up with 4 new auctions. This is crazy. All of a sudden, I went from barely keeping up with those, and now all of a sudden I've got 4 going again. Iron Maiden, Complete OG, White Wolf, Black Sabbath, and Poison. Next thing. White Wolf 10, Iron Maiden 30, Iron Maiden 35. Focus Moving Waves, $19.99. This is a buy it now or best offer crate. U2, the Joshua Tree, an 87 OG, $49.99. Johnny Winter, Second Winter, it does have some writing on the cover, $19.99. Jay Giles Band Live, Full House, $14.99. Neil Young, After the Gold Rush, with the poster, $39.99. Iron Maiden's at $45 with David Saunders. White Wolf still has 1 bid for $10. VG Plus OG with John Kaiser. Black Sabbath, 7th star, essentially a Tony Iommi solo album, $25 start, OG. Poison's now at 20. James Hicks, you're out. Focus is sold for $15 to Stephen Parton. Jason gets U2 for $45. Those are sold. Next is 22 Hits by the Lovin' Spoonful. That's a lot of hits. $19.99. I don't know if they're all hits, but they had a bunch, like Summer in the City, Younger Girl, Do You Believe in Magic's their biggest, Younger Generation. A lot of these were covered by other artists. Nashville Cats, Daydream, Do You Ever Have to Make Up Your Mind, Rain on the Roof, $19.99. Iron Maiden 50, Poison has a new bid. Nobody still has bid on Black Sabbath. And we have Black Oak, Arkansas, Ranch and Roll Live. And you get the Heaven on Earth Deed. I forget about that. That comes with this album, the Heaven on Earth Deed. $24.99 on that. White Wolf sold 1 bid, $10. John Kaiser. Let's go ahead and get that off the table. The Earl Slick Band, Razor Sharp, $14.99. Looks like a razor blade has cut into it. Pretty cool design on that one. Evan Johns and the H-Bombs, $19.99. Firefall Lunacy, Just Remember I Love You, and It Will Be All Right. Arlo Guthrie Amigo, $19.99. The Iron Man musical by Pete Townsend with the booklet, $19.99. Elton John, Blue Moves, $24. And Stevie Wonder, Songs in the Key of Life, complete, $34.99. So one more look at Iron Maiden. Live After Death is an 85 Jacksonville OG. It has the video insert. It does have a little bit of a crease. It has the merch insert. It has the book and both inner sleeves. It's complete VG. And the last bid on Iron Maiden was 21 BK King at $57. Black Sabbath, in fact, does have a bid, an 86 OG, VG+, 26 on that, and Poison has a new bid for 26. Evan Johns for 15, sold to Preston Rose. My crate is full. Let's swap these out, and lower crate is coming up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That was crate number 9 for tonight. We still got another John crate, a Laura crate. We haven't recapped hardly anything except once on the new vinyl, which is all the Rocktober stuff. Still got all the Rocktober stuff in stock. And we hadn't done a single discount crate yet. Y'all know we'll do at least one nonsense bin before we sign off. So that's pretty much a no. We could set close to a record tonight of sold. It's going to be pretty crazy. Black Sabbath still getting bids. Poison still getting bids. I'm just going to read these titles. Let's read them. As soon as I catch my breath. As soon as I stretch my legs. Oh, man. Wow, that felt good. Oh. Whew. Okay. If you need a price on anything, let me know. Pink Floyd Relics, Sammy Hagar, The Osmonds, George Burns, Lacey J. Dalton, Three Dog Night, Mike Bloomfield and Al Cooper, almost said Alice Cooper, Elvis Legendary Concert, Les Draguars, Crocus is still available, Bee Gees, Bobby V, Everly Brothers, Simon and Garfunkel, T-Rex the Slider, ABBA's Greatest Hits, and Sonny Rollins. Iron Maiden's at $60 with Travis Woods. Black Sabbath is at $30 with Nico Kapellanis. Final Call. And Poison is still at $30 with Nico. Final Call. Todd Rundgren Runt, The Best of Peter and Gordon. Alan Parsons Project, Turn of a Friendly Card. James Taylor, Nico Wants Crocus. That was $26.99 for Headhunters. Jay Giles Band, Jean-Luc Ponty, Dean Martin, Johnny Winter Second Winter, Jay Giles, Neil Young, Love and Spoonful, Black Oak, Earl Slick, Firefall, Arlo Guthrie, Iron Man, Elton John, Stevie Wonder. Not bad, not bad. David, I will sell you you give me a, what was that, 19? You give me a $4 bump and that one's yours. Mostly because it's a very clean copy. It's been stored in a anti-static sleeve, and that's the original. I know it's just black, but that's the original sleeve it came with. Does it have an insert too? Hold on a second. Let's do it for 14. Yeah, nice copy. Alan Park. That was one of the autographs. I have a Dark Side of the Moon DVD signed by Alan Parsons. How cool is that? Like the making of Dark Side of the Moon. I didn't even know we had that. It's over here in our to-be authenticated autographs. All right, we'll leave that out in case he says yes. And let's put up new auctions. Poison, sold to Nico for $30. Black Sabbath, sold to Nico for $30. Iron Maiden, sold to Travis for $60. That's pending for 14. It's time for a new crate. John marked 6 crates of vintage. Everything left right now is in 2.5. They're still a crate, and we're going to do Laura's right now, okay? Firefall, the big hit is Just Remember I Love You. Laura's marked a whole crate over here of metal. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Let's see if I need to veto anything. Honestly, Laura, that one might need to be vetoed. I vetoed 2 from her last metal crate. She does a great job marking these, but sometimes I'm like, you know what? That one needs to be put up for auction. That one could be put up for auction, but I'm going to leave it in there. That one could be, I'm going to leave it in there. I've only vetoed 1. I almost vetoed 3. Now let me figure out where I want to put the sticker. Let me look at the sticker. All right, let me look at the sticker. And now we're going to figure out where to put the sticker. Okay. I have made my decision. Let me write it down. I'm actually going to let y'all look at the sticker, okay? Usually I hide it till the end, but this will give you motivation. This will give you motivation to claim it, okay? Try not to waste the sticky on it. Let's put it right there. All right. All right, if anybody wants that for 14, he's passing, no problem. You might catch it later for cheaper, but it's hard for me to discount stuff half off the first read-through. I mean, I just can't really do that, but hope you understand. All right, we're ready for new auctions. Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind. Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind is an 83 Jacksonville OG with the merch insert, VG Plus vinyl, and a VG cover. $30 start on Iron Maiden. I also have in the bonus crate an OG Blizzard of Oz. We sold an RTI pressing earlier with a lot of activity. We got Blizzard of Oz, Crazy Train, Mr. Crowley, I Don't Know, a classic, Ozzy's first solo album. It's on the first label because it's an OG Terre Haute with the original inner sleeve. Mr. Crowley, what went on in your head? Dun, 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 dun. I'm going to drink some Monster. As you can tell, I've had enough, but not really. All right. Oh, and I got to write down the Laura sticker. I hadn't wrote it down yet. Let me write that down. Ozzy was not a $20 start. Ozzy, what did I say? Did I say 20? I hope not. 45. Did I say 20? It's supposed to be a $45 start on Ozzy. Let me just read that again. Sorry, I was too busy singing. It's an 81 USOG Terre Haute with the original inner sleeve, EX Plus condition, $45 start. My bad. 81 USOG Terre Haute. It's nice. EX Plus. Nice jacket too. VG Plus jacket. Just a little bit of edge wear. 45 on that one. Iron Maiden, Ozzy, we need something else. This one looks pretty demented. Beneath the Massacre, Dystopia. A 2008 OG technical death metal. Technical. That's the guys, technical death metal, that they come out like in lab coats and they wear glasses. That's technical death metal. $15 start on that one. Beneath the Massacre. All right, y'all know the drill on these. These are definitely sticker price because she's probably comped all these. And what did I do with the one I pulled out? I'll put that one up for auction right well, as soon as one of these other ones sell. All right, here we go. Motorhead, Bad Magic, 1999 with CD. Motorhead, Bad Magic, 1999. Baroness, the blue record. Deep Purple, limited to 400. Baroness, $24.99. Iron Maiden, the last bid was Brian Peace at $40. Nico Capolanis, you're out. Ozzy's at $65. Beneath the Massacres at $15. Jay Nutra on Motorhead. Brian Thurman was next. Mark Stanley on Baroness. Stephen Parton was next, and then Cynthia Herdron. Nightwish, Century Child, a 2015 reissue, 2 LP and shrink. Nightwish, $37.99. $37.99 for Nightwish. Opeth. This one is Incata Venenum. Really cool looking colored vinyl. Opeth is $37.99 as well. Brian Thurman on Nightwish. Steve Riley was second. Mark Riley first on Opeth. Ozzy is up to David Saunders. Gregory has it for $65. Final call on Beneath the Massacre. Lacuna Coil is sealed, $34.99. And this one's called Karma Code, I believe. Karma Code. Slayer, Diabolus and Musica, a 2013, $22.99. Iron Maiden is officially sold, this time to Brian Peace for $40. Stephen Parton first on Lacuna. Amanda second. Slayer sold to Matt Lothel. MT Matt was third. Hiram fourth. Beneath the Massacre, though, is sold to Hiram for $15. I lost David Saunders on Ozzy. Gregory's had it for 3 minutes at $65. 65 going once. 2, 3, 2, 1, 0. David said out. So to Gregory for $65. Next auction is Slaughter. Stick It To You. A Friday music pressing on red vinyl. Slaughter is a Friday music pressing on red vinyl in shrink wrap. Last time that was pressed was through this, I'm pretty sure. Nice. $35 start. $35 start on Slaughter. George, you just missed Ozzy. Slaughter's a $35 start. Red vinyl. Iron Maiden, Sejinsu. 3 LP, $39.99. Red and black marble vinyl. Slaughter has a bid for $35. Next auction, Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. Ozzy is an 83 USOG Carrollton press. A solid VG Plus copy with the original inner sleeve. A $35 start. Ozzy. This is OG Bark at the Moon. Another OG Ozzy. Slaughter is already up to 40. Haven't had that in a while. I can't order those anymore. They're kind of back ordered. Iron Maiden is sold to John Kaiser. And then Brian Peace asked to see it. Already sold. Then Chris Ligero claimed it. Already sold to John Kaiser. Slayer, Haunting the Chapel. Red and black split colored vinyl. Slayer is sealed for $29.99. Haunting the Chapel. Baroness, purple. Baroness is $19.99. $19.99 for Baroness purple. In shrink wrap. I don't have any other information for you other than that. Lothel on Slayer, Matt Parsons, then Jay Barnes, then Jay Nutra. Mark Stanley on Baroness, then John Kaiser. Slaughter's at $45. Ozzy doesn't have a bid yet. Cynthia next on Baroness. Our next auction is going to be Alcatraz. Alcatraz is no parole from rock and roll. Alcatraz is an 83 USOG rainbow press, VG condition, a $5 start. Now Slaughter's at $50. Megadeth, live at the Hammersmith Odeon, 87. This is a new sealed unofficial. Megadeth is $24.99. Nikki 6 a.m. hits. Limited edition colored vinyl. 2 LPs, Nikki 6 from Motley Crue, $19.99. Let's look at Aussie one more time before I make it a buy it now. Aussie is a 83 OG Carrollton press. It has the original inner sleeve, VG Plus vinyl, around a VG Plus jacket. No one's bid. I'm looking for a $35 start. Slaughter's at $55. Alcatraz is a $10 start. Stephen Parton on Megadeth. Matt was second. Brian Thurman on 6 a.m. Travis Wood's next on 6 a.m. Pantera, Reinventing the Steel. White and Southern Flames, yellow marbled vinyl. Seal, $27.99. Bruce Dickinson, The Chemical Wedding. Bruce Dickinson, $24.99. Jeremy next on 6 a.m. Stephen Parton first on Pantera. Nico next on 6 a.m. Alcatraz has a bid for $7. Red Cave Collections next on Pantera. Jay Nutra first on Bruce Dickinson. Aussie 35, Aussie 40. The last bid on Slaughter's a final call. Nico Kapalanis at $55. Alcatraz is at $11. Wasp, The Crimson Idol, a picture disc, $54.99. Didn't know they even did that as a picture disc. $54.99. Wasp, so did Justin Deckelman. Brian Thurman was next. Then John Kaiser. Slaughter's at $60. Riot, $17.99. Sons of Society. Slaughter's now at $60. Slaughter's now at $60 again. Alcatraz is at $11 with Jerry Rock. Ozzy is still getting bids. $40 of David Saunders. Eric Squindo, you're out. Slaughter's at $65. MT Mac gets Riot. John Kaiser was next on Riot. Motorhead, Hammered. Motorhead, $19.99. There is a little bit of a split on the top of the seam. Motorhead's $19.99. Baroness. This is the red album on hot pink vinyl, $27.99. Dave Ferguson next on Riot. Autumn Betts next on Riot. Jay Nutra first on Motorhead. Jay Nutra on that one. Mark Stanley on Baroness. Matt next on Baroness. November's Doom, Bled White. November's Doom is a doom death metal album, $37.99. We're done on Aussie. The last bid was $42 with Michael Freiberger. That did come in, a new bid. Slaughter's now at $68. Alcatraz did not get another bid from earlier. Jerry Rock still has it for $11. It's been there for a while. Next, Opeth, Watershed. Opeth is sealed, $54.99. Cynthia Herdron put B, also for Baroness. That means you were third. MT Matt on O for Opeth, the Record Store Day edition on green vinyl. That just leaves November's Doom back there. This is Landmine Marathon, a death metal grindcore album, $12.99 on that. Ken Crooker on November's Doom. Ozzy has a new bid for $45. Alcatraz is sold to Jerry Rock for $11. Slaughter, the last bid came in just now at $69. Landmine is sold to Jay Barnes. Landmine has... next auction is this right here, Bad Boy, Electric Eyes. Bad Boy is an 84 USOG self-released, $20 start on that one. Slaughter's at $70. Hiram next on Landmine. Slayer, $24.99 for Undisputed Attitude. Slayer. Iron Maiden, Made in England, the picture disc. The picture disc edition, $54.99. MT Mac got Slayer. Lothel next on Slayer. The last bid on Slaughter was $70. Nico's out. Now it's at $75. Iron Maiden is sold to John Kaiser. David Saunders was second. The last bid on Ozzy over here, David Saunders, $45. He outbid the person who had bid before him, which was Michael Freiberger. Let me know on that one. Cynthia third on Iron Maiden. Next is Baroness, the yellow album. Bone-colored vinyl, $27.99 on Baroness. Nightwish, End of an Era. Blue vinyl, 2018, $44.99. Mark Stanley on Baroness. Matt Parsons second on Baroness. Rammstein, Zeet, $14.99. Rammstein, Zeet, $14.99. Brian Thurman first on Nightwish. Stephen Parton first on Rammstein. Cynthia Herdron third on Baroness. Mark Pierce second on Rammstein. Motley Crue sealed record store day exclusive $14.99. You're All I Need, Home Sweet Home, Looks Like a Kill, and Wild Side. Carcass Despicable. Carcass is on blue vinyl or teal, $12.99. Deckelman on Motley Crue. Carcass Despicable. Sold to MT Matt. There's nothing left. There's nothing left. It's all gone. Ozzy is sold to David Saunders for $45. David Saunders, $45. That is sold. Slaughter is up to one person. Amanda's out. Nico has it for $75. Final call. Bad Boy, let's go ahead and make that a buy now for $25. Electric Eyes. Now, when somebody tells us, why don't we straight price metal? That's because that's what happens. We got to make it last. If I told Paul and Laura spend 2 straight days pricing every metal record in a store, well, we'd have an epic night, but then we wouldn't have any metal left. Like all the stuff we've been auctioning tonight, we could have just thrown prices on it, but that's what happens. I'm not complaining. That's not a complaint. It's called an amazing feat. Sold for $25. Bad Boys to Brian Thurman. And over here is Slaughter. And Slaughter is sold to Nico Kopolanis for $75. And the sticker. The award goes to, drum roll, Slayer Haunting the Chapel. Slayer Haunting the Chapel, which was Matt Parsons. I try to usually pick one that matches up pretty good. That's why I don't show them to y'all. Sometimes people can figure out what they're going to match up to pretty good. The records in this crate definitely aren't Child's Play. Nice. Definitely not Child's Play. I thought that matched up pretty good. You got a La Boo Boo Chucky Haunting the Chapel there. That's pretty scary. All right. You get a higher percentage of getting a lower crate sticker when you claim almost everything in the crate. I feel like Matt Parsons claimed almost everything in the crate. He was not first on everything, but you get a high chance of getting a sticker when you claim almost every record in the crate. Your chances go way up, and you got a fast connection. All right. Time for more new auctions. Next. Release the Sharks. Austin Powers. Release the Sharks. I can't scream like that lady. Richie Blackmore's Rainbow. A U.S. reissue of an unknown year. It does have a feelable mark. It's going to go up for just a $5 start. Richie Blackmore's Rainbow. We also have going up for auction right now, without further ado, right now, Iron Maiden, The Number of the Beast, a full album, an 82 US OG Winchester, VG Plus, $45 start on Iron Maiden. $45 start on that. Next thing is going to go up right now. We've got a whole nother crate of vintage pre-owned records to do buy it now or best offer. You may say, what, Chad? Yep, buy it now or best offer. Coming up at you right now. Could you say that again, Chad? I didn't quite hear. Sure thing. I've got a whole nother crate coming up right now of new vintage arrivals. Buy it now or best offer. It's your decision. You can buy them now or you can make your best offer. That doesn't mean I'm going to take it, but that means we can negotiate. Oh, I'm going to have to stretch 1 second.
Okay.
Here we go. First thing I have is Iron Maiden, The Number of the Beast. Can you please show the vinyl on the Maiden? I had a skid and it went missing. I had that as a kid and it went missing. Are you trying to say this is your copy? A 1982 USOG. This is an original Winchester pressing with the original inner sleeve, VG Plus condition, a $45 start. It's an OG Winchester pressing. Now up for bid. And we have Richie Blackmore's Rainbow, a US reissue, an unknown year, a hot pog. It is a VG minus copy. It has a high bid of $15 on that. Next thing is the following. Iron Maiden is at $47, $48, okay? What's the mark on Rainbow and what's the cover condition? Rainbow, it has a fillable mark on track 2, side 2, track 2. Let's go to side 2, track 2. It is a small, light, fillable mark right there. It's nothing that's going to cause a skip. May cause a pop. It's going to cause a pop, but not a skip. Okay? And the cover is VG. Okay? There's that. And this here. Here we go. Iron Maiden 50, 55, 55. Everything in here is bought now best offer, including Waylon Jennings leaving town. Waylon Jennings is $34.99. $34.99, an RCA original press. Heartbeat, that is a compilation. Artists such as Air Supply, Casey and the Sunshine Band, Gloria Gaynor, Al Stewart, Bob Welch, $9.99. Iron Maiden 60, Iron Maiden 65. The last bid on Rainbow is $20 with Red Cave Collections. The Third Rail ID Music. The Third Rail from 1967 is $34.99. Three Dog Night, It Ain't Easy, $24.99. And we have Knoxville Grass, and this is $14.99. Knoxville Grass, also Pink Floyd Animals, and Pittman Press, nice cover, beautiful vinyl, wow, $64.99 for Pink Floyd Animals. Also Lacey J. Dalton, $9.99, and Mac Davis, Song Painter. John Durden is still asleep. Mac Davis, $9.99 for Song Painter. We have Flat. This is Pratt and McLean featuring Happy Days. That is $9.99. Another Mac Davis. We have Milt Matthews from 1970, $29.99. Iron Maiden 85, Iron Maiden 90, and then Rainbow over here is sold to Red Cave Collections for $20. Let's put up some other new auctions, okay? That is sold. Let's move down Iron Maiden over here. And Iron Maiden is at $90 with Stephen Parton. Next thing we have is Accept, Balls to the Walls, an 84 USOG Carrollton press. This is with the original under sleeve, EX edition. Accept is a $20 start. The vinyl's not bad. The cover has some noticeable ring wear. Balls to the Walls has the original under sleeve, $20 start on that. Iron Maiden's at $101. Eric Dog put AGE. AGE on Eric Dog, AGE. What is age? Age? Am I missing something there? Boy, Laura is cooking some ramen up, I think. Laura, you cooking some ramen up? I can smell it. Iron Maiden's $115. Now, the problem is, I don't know who Metalhead BK21 is. Can you remind me of who you are? I think you said you set up a Twitch, but I got to figure out who you are before I call this auction sold to you. Iron Maiden's at $115, except the vinyl's EX. It's not bad whatsoever. Dave Ferguson's in at $22. Chet Atkins Super Pickers. This is a quad press, $19.99 for that. Lonnie Smith Drives. This has always been a pricey record, yeah. $139.99 for Lonnie Smith Drives. $139.99 on that. And then this is Cut and Move Spread Love. Cut and Move is $14.99. Also, a special programmer, Imperial Records, a product of Liberty Records, really on the go. It's a compilation, $14.99. Age in the message, I put sorry. age in the message. Okay, hopefully that's not a claim. Who is Metalhead BK21 on Twitch before I call this record sold to you? Next is Together, Steve Kuhn and Toshikio Asakakoshio, something like that. $19, boy. That smell of ramen is strong. Herb Albert, Magic Man. Herb Albert is $12.99. And George Burns in Nashville. George Burns is $14.99. Wes Bruce and Lang, Why Don't You? Wow, what a nice cover. This one's notorious for having like really heavy ring wear. What a nice copy. Sorry, I'm getting hungry smelling that food up there. Laura's always up front cooking food. It's starting to make me dizzy. It smells really good, though. Chet Atkins, a legendary performer, $9.99. And Johnny Taylor, Eargasm, $19.99. I still don't know who Metalhead BK21 is. No idea. I can't sell this until you let me know. I have no idea. Herb Albert is sold to Adam Bernardi. If not, I got to just completely redo the auction. That's sold for $9. Dave Ferguson, you're out on accept. We have the best of the Pointer Sisters. That's a double LP, $14.99. Also, Ohio Players, ouch. That's one of their risque covers. She's almost got it all hanging out. Ohio Players is $24.99. We have Billy Ocean Suddenly. Billy Ocean is $9.99. Caribbean Queen. And Esther Phillips, Capricorn Princess. Esther Phillips has got a foil cover, $14.99. Marion Faithful's Greatest Hits, unfortunately from that Connery collection, $9.99. Final call. I'm going to have to just redo the auction. I have no idea who Metalhead BK21 is. No idea. Have not heard back from them since that last bid came in. No clue. I could have swore they said something earlier about registering on Twitch. If they've got off, they've got off at a horrible time. I'm going to give it one more chance, and then we just got to completely redo this Iron Maiden auction. So Stephen Parton, don't go anywhere. Amanda Davis on Billy Ocean. That is sold. Eric Dogg, you were second. Accepts now at 30. Herbie Harper, Bud Shank, and Bob Gordon. A 1956 press, $24.99. Herbie Harper, $24.99. Let's jump back over here to this, and we're going to put up another auction. Crocus the Blitz. Crocus the Blitz is a 84 USOG. This is near mint minus. It's an OG press. Indianapolis, $15 start on that. We have Antonio Carlos Joe Beam, $24.99. And the OJ's So Full of Love. The OJ's, $19.99. Herbie Harper sold Adam Bernardi for $15. Crocus is at $18. Oso Adventures on the chat. I know you're a Kiss fan. I guess you've heard the horrible news of Ace Frehley's passing today. Ace Frehley has passed. A legend. All right, well, Stephen, I'll leave this up to you. Stephen Parton, I don't know who that was bidding on this Iron Maiden record, okay? Now, Nico Kapelanis had bid up to 60. Okay, now I know you bid all the way up to $101, but I don't know who that person was. I don't think they were serious at all. If they were, then I have no idea. So we can just say you have it for 65 because Nico went out at 62, and or I can restart it. Okay? Or I can restart it. However, wow, we finally have an answer. I have lost you for like 10 minutes. I bought from you before, 21 BK King. Okay, let me make sure. Boy, you almost lost this Iron Maiden record. You just got extremely lucky. You almost lost it. BK 21
BK King. I got you. You have paid one invoice back in April. You're good to go. Iron Maiden is sold to you for $115. This is sold to you for $115. Boy, you got extremely lucky. It almost went to Stephen Pardon. So I've got you. As long as your name, I figured out who you are, and that's sold to you. Wow. That was almost stressful. Accept is at 30 with Dave Ferguson. Jay Nutra went out. This is sold for $30 to Dave Ferguson. Dave Ferguson gets accept, balls to the walls. And then Crocus the Blitz. Empty mat, $18. The last bidder before him, I'm not for sure, but it's a final call. Harper, $15. Adam, I've already pulled that out for you. Okay? I've already pulled that out for you. The Osmonds, Around the World, live in concert. A 2LP, $14.99. Sonny Rollins, $19.99. Randy Meisner, $14.99. Sammy Hagar, musical chairs, $24.99. Sing It Again Rod with a die-cut whiskey glass, and that one is $29.99. Sonny, $12. Sell that to Adam Bernardi. Crocus is sold to MT Matt for $18. Next auction. What do we have? What do we have? We have, up for auction, another OG Aussie, Bark at the Moon. If you missed one earlier, here's another chance. It's an 81 US OG Terre Haute. It has the original inner sleeve, EX Plus condition, a $55 start. It has the original inner sleeve, another OG Aussie, Blizzard of Oz. Does have some moderate cover wear, $55 start on Aussie. Pipes of Peace, Paul McCartney, $24.99. Ray Bryant, Con Alma, $14.99. Conway Twitty's Greatest Hits, $9.99. Robin Trower Bridge of Size, nice, $24.99 for Robin Trower. It's a second label, but very nice. Wishbone Ash is $17.99. And Lonnie Mack, Whatever's Right, $19.99. Ozzy has a bid for $55. Okay. Next is Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind. Iron Maiden is a low-grade copy. Peace of Mind is in G+ with feelable marks. G+, $15 start. Or you could get a beautiful near mint minus and pristine and shrink wrap of all the inserts for about $150. You can start that one out at $15. Next is Riot. Riot Live is a 6-track OG specialty press, VG+, a $15 start. Riot Live. Okay, there's 3 new auctions. So here's the situation for Thursday night at Coletco. Thursday night at Coletco. We started off with 10 crates of new vinyl, mostly Rocktober exclusives, mostly pre-orders. Everything that's left is in a crate and a half. I'm going to show those here in just a second one more time before they get posted in the morning. Adam Bernardi, you got Sonny Rollins. John marked 6 crates. We've gone through all of those officially. With that one being completed, we've gone through all 6 John crates. Everything that's left is in 3 crates. We've sold about half of everything he's marked, which is about what we normally do. He puts out everything and anything.
And then Laura marked a whole crate, which is always a slobber knocker, and we sold everything in there. We have sold all the advertised auctions except one, and then I have a whole crate of bonus stuff, and as you see, I'm still putting those up. Iron Maiden, Riot, Aussies, might even be some more 80s hard rock and metal. It is now past 11 o'clock. I don't have anything, quote, new to show you, but except auctions. And then the rest of the night, we're going to be trying to show you some new vinyl. First, the Rocktober and the new releases. We're going to be doing some half-off crates. And we're going to be doing discount crates. Probably till I think it's about time to wrap up the auctions. And then we'll see what time it is at that point. I'll keep showing stuff. We'll bring out miscellaneous. We'll end the show an hour early so I can eat and go to the gym. But if y'all stick with me, I bet we got another good hour, hour and a half left in tonight, maybe even 2 hours. Okay? Right now, Aussie is sold to George Scherer. One bid, $55. That is gone. Iron Maiden is a low-grade copy, G+ condition. It has one bid for $15 and now another bid for $16. I've got some scratch and dent stuff, not scratch, but I got damaged covers I need to show one more time. Riot doesn't have a bid, $15 start on that. And we haven't had a nonsense crate. There's going to be at least one half-off crate tonight. One big, ginormous half-off crate. I'm talking ginormous. Ginormous half-off crate. Okay. Quickly, though, I want to turn back the clock now 5 hours ago. And just last time I show these, and I'm going to go ahead and just get them out of my way. I'm going to take them up front and lay them on the counter. And that's what the 6 a.m. video is going to be. And that's all these newest releases. I can go through these in about 30 seconds. Some awesome stuff came in for new Rocktober exclusives. Let's go ahead and add a third auction. Who knows? I might start slipping in some 45s or CDs or whatever else we sell. The bonus crate had a ton of Kiss stuff, but I made a statement earlier on Kiss stuff. Tonight, we're not pushing anything Ace Frehley. We're not pushing anything Kiss tonight. Of course, it's hard to do a sale here at Collectco. Just like when Ozzy passed away, I'll make this statement again. We sell and show a Black Sabbath or Ozzy album almost every night. We probably do every night. We show and sell something with Kiss or Ace Frehley on it here at this show almost every night. Tonight, I've made an effort to not show anything Ace Frehley or Kiss. And the thing is, I think a lot of people like buying stuff after someone passes away. They're not speculators or anything like that. That's already happened if there's going to be any kind of crazy jump in price. The people who want to buy this Ace Frehley stuff are fans. They kind of like buying stuff to celebrate them. And I told Laura there's going to be some Kiss stuff maybe she can get into Saturday night. That might be the right time to do it. And I might try to slip in some tomorrow. I actually pulled some out of a new vinyl crate earlier. I pulled out 2 Kiss albums and 2 Ace Frehley solo albums. Not showing them tonight. Tomorrow, if something pops up, it'll be for sale. Okay? Some people's already asked, but not tonight. But it's unavoidable. It's just like with Ozzy. It was like 48 hours later, I was like, okay, at this point, it's unavoidable, and people are wanting to buy the stuff. So if they're wanting to buy it, and I know they're fans and collectors, we got to sell it to them. But you know, we won't do that tonight, okay? Because I know some people want to buy some stuff. And, of course, y'all know we dedicate a whole night. Our time here is very valuable. I get about 5 or 6 good hours of y'all every night. We dedicate a whole night to Kiss every Monday night. We have for the last 4 months. So this upcoming Monday will be big. Big on Monday. We'll have to just find a bunch of Ace stuff. I've got several autographs. We got to get them authenticated, though. I got a lot of stuff over here, but we'll do that another time. All right. But it's tough being a person who sells stuff, but you can hold it. But boy, it was hard. Aussie, and it'll be this way with Ace. I mean, the demand gets crazy, and it's like, gosh, like we can just not sell them, or we can sell them to people who want to buy them, but we're not going to try to like push them because it's the prices have went up, or just because demands went up. I don't think prices are going to go up. Demand's going to go up, just like with Aussie stuff. Prices really didn't go up on Aussie stuff. Demand went up. We sold out of all the new vinyl. I guarantee you right now, all my distributors are sold out of Kiss stuff. I'm kind of curious to check, because usually people go in and they just buy everything. You know, I'm kind of curious. Let me pull that up actually, because I know when I got news on Aussie, I got online to order a bunch of new albums, like new Black Sabbath pressings, because I knew people would be asking for them like crazy, and everything was sold out. There was nothing in the shelves. There's a lot of Kiss stuff sold out, but there's some. Well, the stuff with Ace is all gone. Kiss Alive 3. Yeah, there's actually not much, no. Yeah, there's some stuff still available. Okay, that's good. I probably need to buy some stuff for next week. Okay, we got UFO Obsession. This is a 78 USOG VG Plus condition. $15 start, okay? Now, there's a lot left in the Kiss collection. Laura probably could answer that specifically, but there's a lot. Riot has one bid with John Kaiser, about to sell it, and then Iron Maiden. And Brian, you keep asking me about an auction win. I honestly don't know, to be honest with you. And Red Cave had Iron Maiden for 18, and Larry Gonzalez says he's out. Okay, so new for Friday is back in print. Yes, Big Generator. Their 1987 Platinum album's been out of print forever. Orange vinyl. Yes, Big Generator. $29.99. Rocky Horror Picture Show red and gold vinyl. New 50th anniversary foil cover. $34.99. Buckingham Nicks blue vinyl. $29.99. Been out of print for 50 years. And then this is new from Rhino Reserve, Rocktober exclusive, the Von Bondies. Pawn Shop Heart, the Von Bondies, $36.99. All right, so Iron Maiden is sold. Iron Maiden is sold to Red Cave Collections for $18. This is all the newest Rocktober stuff that comes out Friday. Some of this is being out of print for a long time, including Yes, Big Generator. Orange vinyl, sell one to Ron Burns. Riot is sold to John Kaiser for $15. And then over here, UFO Obsession. UFO Obsession is a VG Plus copy of $15 start. We have New York Dolls. This is on red vinyl. That's been out of print for a while. I've never seen it available to order. $29.99. Kathy has UFO for $15. And then here's probably an even bigger Yes album, 90125. 90215. This is $36.99. Owner of a Lonely Heart, and that has not been able to order as a single LP in a long time. So that is unavailable up until right now, except for that Analog Productions pressing. All right, we got Judas Priest, and we're going to slip in something else that's not really metal, but it looks pretty cool. First, though, Judas Priest is a VG minus, maybe VG. It has a couple pressing defects that are feelable. Probably caused a couple pops, but not a bad copy, especially for a $10 start. And then U2, this is an original 1983 New Year's Day and Treasure, and then also Fire and Threw a Brick Through a Window, A Day Without Me, which is kind of like a 2-in-1. So a 4-track, nearly really 5-track, 12-inch single from U2, New Year's Day. That's the original jacket, $10 start on U2. We have 2 copies of Nice. That is their self-titled third album with Keith Emerson, a 60th anniversary, $34.99. Korn Untouchables, that's a double LP for $34. And then Korn Life is Peachy, $39.99. I skipped over Pantera Reinventing the Steel, $29.99. Chris Isaak has been out of print until this version right here, Forever Blue, a Record Store Day Essential, $38.99. More new Rocktober, Fleetwood Mac Bare Trees, Rhino Reserve, $36.99. And then Porno for Pyros, another one. My camera seems like it's off a little bit. Porno for Pyros is $36.99. Rhino Reserve. Let me fix my camera. Needs to be pulled back some. There we go. That looks pretty good, doesn't it? What do y'all think? You got Rush, Zeppelin, Radiohead, and Taylor. Taylor back there with her new album, The Life of a Showgirl. Amanda Davis, Korn, Untouchables. Sold. Judas Priest has a bid for $15. Michael Nath wants the new Fleetwood Mac Rhino Reserve. All right, that's sold, and UFO's about to sell, and U2's a $10 start. Pink Floyd, Wish You're Here, album sleeve only. I do not. Nope. And if we do, we keep album sleeves, because you can imagine we get thousands of loose discs and thousands of loose jackets. John keeps up with it all, and he does a lot of matching. So we try to keep every big album jacket we can come up with, and in case we need to match them. So what's left in here from Rocktober, crate number 1, Porno for Pyros from the Rhino Reserve. That's been out of print forever. Really high-quality pressing of Fleetwood Mac's Overlooked album. That's what the hop sticker says. Bare Trees, the last one with Danny Kerwin. Chris Isaacs, $38.99. Korn, Life is Peachy for $39. We sold the last copy of Untouchables. Pantera, $29. Nice, $34. Yes, Move Yourself. You always live your life, never thinking of the future. Owner of a lonely heart. Also, we have New York Dolls, $29.99. The Von Bondi's $36. Buckingham Nicks, $29. Rocky Horror, $34. And yes, Big Generator. The Rhythm of Love. Love Will Find a Way. That's a good one too. Orange vinyl, $29.99. Priest and UFO. One bid sold for $15 to Kathy DeMoss. U2's latest bid, 0. We're looking for a $10 start. $10 start on U2. And we have filled up a full crate. Let me swap these out right quick. Nice. So that was, how many sold crates of vinyl tonight? 4, 6, 8, 10. Wow. We're on crate number 10 and we hadn't done nonsense half off yet. Thomas, I got you already down for a Porno for Pyros. Yeah, I already got you down. Price on Big Generator is $29.99. Orange vinyl. Okay. Judas Priest is at 16 and now 18. And then U2 10, U2 10. And let's go over another one. I got one more crate of new stuff, technically new Rocktober exclusives and new releases. I got one more half crate here. U2 is like an EP almost. I mean, they call it a single, but it's New Year's Day Treasure. I threw a brick through the window, A Day Without Me, and Fire. It's a 45 RPM original 1983 UK single. The person out on Judas Priest is Chad Snyder, and we'll sell that to Noah Colwell for 18 bucks. Okay. We got Morphine. Good. Morphine is on green vinyl. The classic album debut from the 90s alternate rock legends. The 2020 remaster on forest green vinyl. Morphine, $29.99. Pantera, Far Beyond Driven. White and stronger than blue marble vinyl. Pantera, $29.99. The Distillers, Coral Fang, $29.99. Did I pull you a big generator? I didn't. John Cassidy needs a big generator. Sold to John Cassidy. Thank you. This is all the newest stuff for this Friday. Some of it, most of it's Rocktober exclusives and restocks like Pantera, $29.99 on Great Southern Trendkill. Rage Against the Machine is $29.99. Death Angel, Relentless Retribution, orange vinyl, $39. And then a new compilation, first time available in North America, Typo Negative, a best of. It's called The Least Worst Of. Typo Negative, $39.99. And I've got one David Lee Roth box set left. It's the new Warner Brothers records. So David Lee Roth, you get Crazy from the Heat, Eat 'em and Smile, Skyscraper, A Little Ain't Enough, and Your Filthy Little Mouth. So that has been a Rhino exclusive, and they've made it available for Rocktober, $134.99. U2's at $15, and Jason Waltman on Ton. Typo Negative. Jason, have you bought from us before, or are you a new buyer? And that is sold to Jason Waltman, okay? That is all the new releases. David Lee Roth, one box set left. Typo Negative, Death Angel, Rage Against the Machine, Pantera, The Distillers, Pantera, and Morphine Good. And let's put up another auction. Speaking of Roth, I have a copy of this right here. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's nice, it's clean. Laura said start it for $1. David Lee Roth, Skyscraper. $1 start on DLR Sky. It's a clean OG, nothing wrong with it, just a $1 start. And speaking of Van Halen, I still got that Japanese singles box set, $174.99. 13 replica Japanese 7-inch singles, $174.99. We'll use that to cover up Taylor. We have to cover up Taylor back there, $174.99. All right. Next. Stephen Parton wants Pantera Far Beyond Driven. I need to make a note to once again restock pretty much the entire Pantera discography. We've almost went through every album tonight except Far Beyond Driven. And we sold OG copies too. Wow. Okay, so what does that leave me to do? Let me step over here and peek in these. I'm broken. Inherit your life. I'm broken. Never made it as a wise man. Never made it as a poor man either. All right, one more quick run through of some new stuff, and then we're going to do a half off nonsense bin. Okay, I just found this crate kind of buried over here. It looks like some pretty good titles. U2, Are We Done? Last bid was Travis at 15. David Lee Roth 1, 5, 6, 2, 7, 6, 8, 10. Nickelback, All the Right Reasons, $29.99 for Nickelback. Skinny Puppy Bites, $29.99 as well. Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath. Black Sabbath is $33.99. Susie and the Banshees, All Souls, $36.99 for Susie and the Banshees. Bauhaus, this is In the Flat Field. Bauhaus is $29.99. The OC's Floating Coffin, the OC's is $29. Master of Reality, Black Sabbath, that's $33.99. We also have The Cure Pornography for $29. J Retard Blood Visions, $29.99 on that. Dr. Dre 2001, double LP, Snoop Dogg, Eminem, $44.99. Led Zeppelin, House of the Holy, $33.99. The newest album by Whiskey Myers, Womp Whack Thunder, $39.99 on that. And Red Hot Chili Peppers, Freaky Style, $34.99. Thomas Hujar on JR for J Retard. The U2 single is sold for $15 to Travis Woods. And David Lee Roth is with Joe DeGatto for $10. Nobody else has bid again. It's about to sell. Robert Plant, his newest album, Saving Grace, $33.99 colored vinyl. Doja Cat V, $36.99. Mariah Carey's newest album, Here for It All, $34.99. Leon Thomas Heel, $46.99 for Leon Thomas. Bon Jovi's Greatest Hits is $39.99. Ron Wood, his newest compilation, The Anthology, Fearless, a 2 LP Ron Wood compilation, $39.99. Tina Brooks, Minor Move, that's a Blue Note Tone Poet, $34.99. Alice Coltrane at Carnegie Hall, a double LP Orange Vinyl, $39.99. Gin Blossoms, New Miserable Experience. Gin Blossoms is $33.99. I have one of those left. Santana Supernatural, $33. Red Hot Chili Peppers Uplift Mofo Party Plan for $33. The new Robert Plant album sold to Thomas Hujar as well. David Lee Roth has a new bid for $11. Neil Young Live, Touch the Sky, $36.99. Silverchair Frog Stomp. Silverchair is $54.99 for Silverchair Frog Stomp. I'm about to do some redecorating in the back. Does anybody want Led Zeppelin 4? A clear vinyl pressing, remaster, Jimmy Page remaster, $33.99. Gatefold jacket, it's going to sound wonderful. You get Rock and Roll, Black Dog, Stairway to Heaven, When the Levee Breaks, Going to California, Battle of Evermore, Four Sticks, Misty Mountain Hop, $33.99. First thing we have is Stephen Parton on Bauhaus. Stephen Parton gets Bauhaus. And then we have Amanda Davis on Nickelback. Look at this photograph. Silverchair is $54.99. It's a 30th anniversary edition, 7,500 copies. Yellow and green marble vinyl that has the song Tomorrow numbered to 7,500. I'm going to put Silverchair right back there. That's a cool one to have back there in the back. The Frog. And we have Rat now playing. This is a Rat Greatest Hits, Round and Round. Lack of Communication, Wanted Man. This is $24.99. And we have Steely Dan, Can't Buy a Thrill. Are You Reeling in the Years? Back, Jack, Do It Again. So many great songs on here. Brooklyn, Change of the Guard, Turn That Feeling, Turn That Heartbeat Over Again. Amanda Davis on Led Zeppelin 4. Thank you. I've been trying to sell that back there. It hadn't been back there too long, but now we got Frog Stomp. Now let me try to sell you a copy of Rush Signals. Rush is 180-gram direct metal mastering, an amazing sounding record, $36.99. Subdivisions is on here. The Analog Kid, Chemistry, one of my favorites on there. Digital Man, The Weapon, New World Man, another single off that one. Losing It and Countdown. Subdivisions. Rush, Geddy Lee, Alex Lifeson, Neil Peart, the Canadian Trio. Fantastic. It's worth it when you put it on and you hear Subdivisions. You're going to be like, thank you, Chad, for selling this to me. Because here's how it's going to sound. Dun, 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 down, down, down. You're probably like, wow, if it sounds like that, I don't want it. $36.99 for Rush Signals. I'm going to put it over here because I know somebody wants it. I mean, look at the Dalmatian. You got to have it. Okay, and I'm going to replace it with Led Zeppelin's Houses of the Holy. One Zeppelin down, another one up. There we go. Changing the scenery a little bit. Need to sell Radiohead. It's a 2 LP remaster, $44.99 for Radiohead. Okay? David Lee Roth, the last bid was Mortgage Guy Rob at 13. Joe DeGatto, you were outbid. Rat is a 2 LP, it's a single LP, $24.99. $24.99. And Joe, I didn't see you say out on David Lee Roth. All right, time for that half off crate. Let's do it. It is time. Cue the Triple H music. Cue the Triple H music. Maybe Joe will bid on David Lee Roth and buy Rat. That would be ideal, Joe. Hey, Joe. I heard you shot your lady down. Shot her down. Down to the ground. When all the jacks are in the boxes, and the clowns have all gone to bed. You can still hear happiness. Footsteps. All right. Now, what's a nonsense crate? That means it's a lot of recently priced records at half off. Instead of offers, they're recently priced at half off. Okay? Joe DeGaldo sold on Rat. So did Joe DeGaldo. Amanda Davis also wants Led Zeppelin. Is Sabbath Masters a 2 LP? No, it's a 1 LP 2012 remaster. And that means Mortgage Guy Rob, thank you, Robert, to the Barnett family. $13 on that. Well, let me put Rush back up there till I find a good replacement. We got a dog, even though Ace is blocking them. I forgot about the Ace graphic being up there. We got a dog, a frog, and let me see if I can find another animal. I'll put something else with an animal up there. I don't view Radiohead as an animal, but somebody might. It's a 2 LP, $44.99. Welcome, my son, to the machine. Bum, 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 bum. Dun, 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 dun. Pop line, feeling the time. Good call, Stephen. There you go. A dog, a frog, and a cow. And then you got Taylor. We'll leave her back there. She's been blocked by Van Halen, though. Let's unblock her. She's kind of pretty to look at. We got to have some good scenery back there. Half off crate, no more, no less. Jerry Lee Lewis, would you take another chance on me? $5 for Jerry Lee Lewis. Half off crate, no more, no less. He's holding the dice and he's telling this woman, would you take one more chance on me, honey? $5. Peter, Paul, and Mary, In the Wind. Peter, Paul, and Mary, $5. Gold, a Warner Brothers label, first press, $5. Tell It on the Mountain, Blowing in the Wind. Carpenters, Now and Then. Carpenters, $5. The Washington Squares, $5. This crate's pretty easy to buy out of. They're discounted at a large metric of 50%. You don't have to negotiate. All you got to do is claim them. They're not going to be any more, and they're definitely not going to be any less. I've got Crocus and Iron Maiden going up for auction. Crocus is called Metal Rendezvous, a 1980 USOG, VG Plus condition, writing on the cover, $10 start. Iron Maiden Killers, a US reissue, Capitol Dome logo, VG minus, $10 start. Ciascio on the Washington Square, sold for $5. David Soul playing to an audience of one, $5. Clyde McPhatter, The Dominoes with Clyde McPhatter, 18 tracks on Federal and King label, no condition notes, $7.50. No condition notes, $7.50. Chad's going to plug up his phone right quick. There I go. Melanie, The Good Book, $5 on Melanie, The Good Book. I don't know what happened to Phantom Canuck. Phantom Canuck used to watch almost every night and buy every Melanie record. Hope he's okay. Hadn't seen him in a while. Shooting Star, Silent Scream, $10. Michael Nath on Clyde McFadder. Sold to Mr. Nath. Glad to see you're on the chat. Dusty Springfield, $7.50. It Begins Again. John Stewart, Cannons in the Rain, $8.50 for John Stewart, Cannons in the Rain. Crossroads, music by Rocktober, an 86 Columbia House, $15. No one's been on Crocus, no one's been on Iron Maiden. Those are going final call. The Johnny Otis Show and Shuggy Otis on guitar, $15. Cold Shot by the Johnny Otis Show featuring Mighty Mouth Evans and Shuggy Otis on guitar, $15. Previously unreleased recordings of Jerry McCain, Choo Choo Rock. Jerry McCain's at 81 Holland, $10. The Pressure Boys. The name of the album is Wranglin' Dune. Rangledoon. Wranglin' Dune. An 84 indie rock, $10. Michael Nath on Otis. Not Tanner's Dog, Shuggy Otis. Joe DeGaldo is in on Iron Maiden for $10. You have it locked in, and you're honestly about to get it as soon as I stretch. Holy moly. The Point, Magic Circle, an 83 French pressing alternate rock, $10. Jan and Dean's Golden Hits Volume 2, Jan and Dean, $5. Iron Maiden Killers is a U.S. reissue, a vintage press, like a second press, Capitol Dome logo, VG minus with a few fillable marks, a well-loved copy. It's only at $10. We're about to sell it. Crocus is a buy it now for $10. VG cover or less because of the writing and sticker, but the vinyl's not bad at VG plus. Burt Jordan on Jan and Dean. Iron Maiden's at 12. MT Mac gets Crocus for 10. All righty. The Jackie Wilson Story, a 2 LP compilation, $12.50. The Jackie Wilson Story. Iron Maiden's now at 15. 10, 12, 15. The Roots of Rock and Roll. The price is $10. It's a 2 LP from Savoy, no condition notes. That has artists such as the Ravens, the Robins, and Little Esther, and Johnny Otis, and Nappy Brown, and Big Maybelle. Big Maybelle had the original version of You Ain't Nothing But a Hound Dog. Howl, Cornbread Singer, Paul Hucklebuck Williams, and others. The Savoy Sessions. Nice. This is going to be a big discount on this one. The Incredible Jimmy Smith Open House. Half off of $59.99. That's $30. In shrink wrap, a 68 Blue Note. Van Gelder is stamped in the dead wax. Michael Nath wants the Roots of Rock and Roll. I thought you'd pick up the Jackie Wilson Story too. We have The Right Stuff and North and South. That's a double 2-in-1 kind of soundtrack by Bill Conti. $10 on that. Three Dog Night Harmony. $10 on Three Dog Night. And Carly Simon, No Secrets. Carly Simon is $5. The Carpenters is $5. And Peter, Paul, and Mary, Moving. Peter, Paul, and Mary is $5. Warner Brothers 7 Arts label. This one has Puff the Magic Dragon on it. Puff the Magic Dragon's on that one. We have Burt Jordan on Jackie Wilson. Sold. Condition on Iron Maiden. VG minus. Low grade. High bids John Cassidy at $18. Next thing is Leon Russell. Hank Wilson's back. So it is Leon Russell. He was kind of under a fake name. Hank Wilson. $7.50. Chris Knapp on Jimmy, which was the Jimmy Smith album. Half off of 60 for 30 on that one. Jerry Lee Lewis, Roll Over Beethoven, $5. Mama Kershaw's Boy, $10 on that. And Glenn Campbell, Southern Nights, $5. Also Captain and Tennille's Greatest Hits, $5. A lot of $5 records, a lot of half off $9.99ers in here. which would be cheaper than I would probably discount them the first go around. Well, all these are cheaper than what I would discount the first time around. Also, let me refresh my chat over here. All right, we got 193 people still watching. We've been live almost 6 hours. Iron Maiden is about to sell for $18. We have Charlie Parker, Bird at the Roost. Charlie Parker, The Savoy Years, The Complete Royal Roost Performances, Volume 1. Charlie Parker's a 2 LP, $17.50. Be Yourself Adventures wants David Soul. David Soul. Right back here. Playing to an audience of 1. That is sold for $5 to Be Yourself Adventures. Chet Atkins, Country After All These Years. Chet Atkins is $5. And the soundtrack to Airport. This was actually on Netflix not too long ago, and I watched it. I thoroughly enjoyed the movie. It's a flashback in time. You kind of get a look into like what airports were like in the 60s. Pretty interesting. Airport, $10 on that. Greg Beddinger on Captain and Tennille. Greatest hits. And let's go ahead and sell the Iron Maiden. And Iron Maiden is sold for $18 to John Cassidy. Okay, I'm going to see every metal auction that I can scrape up for the rest of the night. If not, we might move into some stuff like Led Zeppelin and the Beatles, because there's a lot of that kind of stuff over here, quote, in my bonus crate. And I've told y'all a ton of Kiss, but we will resume that stuff maybe tomorrow. Carly Simon to Amanda Davis. That was Open Secret or No Secrets. And we have Chastity. That's a soundtrack. Cher was in that movie. $10 on Chastity. El Chicano Revolucion, a 1971 press. Half off of $39.99 makes that $20. And we have Douglas James Kershaw, EX condition, $9 on Douglas James Kershaw. All right, and let's see what I've got another Aussie, Bark at the Moon. So here we go. An 83 OG Aussie, Bark at the Moon. An 83 OG Aussie, Bark at the Moon. 1983. Carrollton Press. Beautiful. EX Plus or better. Original inner sleeve. Bark at the Moon. $55 start. Now up for bid. $55 start. Let me show a few more half-off records. Nice. Billy Joel's Greatest Hits 1 and 2. VG Plus, $22.50. The Rolling Stone Some Girls, VG, just $7. Now we're getting into the check condition stuff. These should be really good titles at really good prices. No bid auctions, there's only one. The no bid auction was Black Sabbath, The Eternal Idol. An 87 USOG EX Plus, $45. Aussie's a $55 start. These were discounted because they're seam split. Just light crackles on Demue Bigore, Godless Savage Garden. They're on limited Coke bottle, green transparent, black marbled vinyl. $29.99 on that. $29.99 on that. And Black Sabbath, unbelievable. That's all if that hadn't have never been reissued, that would have been like a $100 record tonight. And this was from a while back. This is Star Wars. VG and VG minus cover, $15 for Star Wars. That's from like a week ago. I forgot that was down in there. That was like the only thing left from the other night. And then Black Sabbath is $45, Star Wars $15, and then Ozzy's a final call for $55. And then Shannon Lee wants a Demue Bigore. Let's sell that to you for $29.99. Make sure this goes in for $29.99. We're also in a great half-off crate right now. I can't believe the last two didn't get claimed. Billy Joe Greatest Hits and Rolling Stones. And the Rolling Stones Some Girls is VG Plus, $12.50. Another Rolling Stones, original inner sleeve, VG Plus, $12.50. And the Chilling Thrilling Sounds of the Haunted House. VG, just $5. There is writing on the cover. $5 on that. Aussie does have a bid. What is a version of Led Zeppelin 1 with the different colors on the center, like not red and green? You probably seen like a foreign press. So all the U.S. pressings are on
red and green, all of them. If you ever see a Led Zeppelin that has different colored labels, it's a different country. It's either UK, which are most of them, Germany, Spain. It could be any of those kind of countries. But all the Led Zeppelin albums are on green and red Atlantic labels. Except Restless and Wild. An 83 USOG. The vinyl's an 83 USOG. The cover is from Spain. It may be a Frankenstein a copy. See, it says made in Spain. It's going to go up for just a $5 start. Aussie is at 55 and Aussie's at 57. Yeah, Some Girls was VG half off of $14.99. So $7.50 sold to Greg Beddinger. Aussie's at 57. Jennifer Wants the Crossroads soundtrack for $15. And Aussie's at $59. Yep. Accepts a $5 start. I'll go through the other discounted stuff in this crate in a second. Linda Ronstadt, a retrospective, great compilation, EX 1150. So I like these songs by her, which is the stuff from when she was in the band called the Stone Ponies. The big song they had was To the Beat of a Different Drum, but it's very folky, kind of 60-ish folky kind of music they did with the Stone Ponies. 1150 on that. We have Chad Snyder on The Haunted House for $5. Stephen on Linda Ronstadt. Aussie's at 60-65. Accept is still a $5 start. Also, we have Joe Cocker, Mad Dogs and Englishmen. VG, $8.50. This OG jacket folds out like 10 times. Really 4. I exaggerated. Really cool cover, though. Joe Cocker. Live. $8.50. Condition Impressive Aussie. And Accept has a bid for $5. Aussie, the high bid right now is $65. It is an 83 USOG Carrollton press with the correct inner sleeve. It's EX Plus, OG, high bid, $65. Accept, low grade, Frankenstein, $5. Billy Joel, VG Plus, $22.50, $22.50 off. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. Ron Burns on JC for Joe Cocker. Star Wars Joe DeGaldo for $10. Does anybody want to make an offer on Black Sabbath? The only no bid tonight, $45. Gallery, Nice to Be With You. I Believe in Music, VG $5. Elvis, Elvis Worldwide Gold Award Hits Parts 1 and 2. A 2 LP compilation. Half off for $28 is $14. Eric Van Leuven gets Black Sabbath for $35. Accept has a new bid for $10. Sheldon Bergenheyer wants the Billy Joe Greatest Hits. Outlaws, Lady in Waiting, VG for $5. Hank Williams Jr.'s Greatest Hits. It's a family tradition. It's on there. VG, $6.50. Jimmy Buffett, Somewhere Over China. VG, $5. Somewhere Over China. $5 for Jimmy Buffett. Catch Bull at 4, Cat Stevens. VG, $5. The Best of Percy Sledge. When a Man Loves a Woman. VG Plus, $10. Stephen Parton on Hank Williams Jr. It's a family tradition. Rematch, Sammy Hagar. This is EX, $10. And Led Zeppelin in the half off bin. Half off of $29.99. It's a VG copy. Just $15 though on Led Zeppelin. Nobody else bid on Aussie since Metalhead bid $70. Metalhead has this for $70. $70. Jason Fornerati goes back to you. Accept, MT Matt, you got outbid. Jerry Torres has it for $10. And then MT Matt gets Led Zeppelin. Indiana Jones has a seam split. It's been marked down $7 off for $29.99. That's the original soundtrack.
Music by John Williams. You get that original Indiana Jones theme that Harrison Ford walks around playing anytime he walks into a room. It starts playing. $29.99 on that. And then Mary Poppins returns the songs. Walt Disney's Mary Poppins returns the songs. $19.99. I'm looking for an offer. I'm looking for an offer on Mary Poppins. Indiana's been marked down already because of the scene split. MT Matt wants to pass Led Zeppelin, so give that to James Chilcott instead. An amazing live album by Zeppelin. So James Chilcott, you're going to be getting that. Greg Beddinger, you get the Outlaws, Lady in Waiting. Jason Fortnite's out on Ozzy. Sherry Darnell wants Percy Sledge, wearing a half-off crate, no more, no less. James Chilcott gets Sammy Hagar. BK Metalhead, BK21 gets Ozzy for $70. Sold. Except it's sold to Jerry Torres for $10. Done. Quick recap. Most of the crate in here is non-check condition. We're going to try these one more time, and then we're going to do a bundle deal. A gigantic bundle deal. And if we sell more out of here and then sell the bundle, we'll do another crate. I need to show y'all whatever else is over here in this gray crate. A lot of odds and ends tucked away over here. I'm about to clean it out and actually flip it over because stuff gets put into that crate and it gets forgotten about. It really does. My appetite is starting to brew, I can tell you that. I am brewing up an appetite. I got some pretty good food up front. Shrimp cocktail, vegetable platter, baked potato, cupcakes because it was my sister Jill's birthday. Happy birthday to my sister Jill that works here. Hope she's had a wonderful day. She had to work today. I had to make her work on her birthday. EP of still available. EP of still available. You might have to clarify that statement. More auctions, but first, let's get started on a recap. Jerry Lee Lewis, $5. I'm going to be fast. Peter, Paul, and Mary, $5. Carpenters, $5. Melanie, $5. Shooting Star, Silent Scream, $10. We have Dusty Springfield, $7.50. We have John Stewart's Cannons in the Rain, $8.50. Jerry McCain, $10. The Pressure Boys, $10. The Point, $10. The Right Stuff, North and South, $10. Three Dog Night Harmony, $10. Carpenters again, $5. Peter, Paul, and Mary Moving, $5. Leon Russell, $7.50. Jerry Lee Lewis, $5. Mama Kershaw's Boy, $10. Glenn Campbell, Southern Night, $5. Charlie Parker, Bird at the Roost, $17.50. Chad Atkins, $5. Airport, $10. Chastity Soundtrack, $10. El Chicano Revolution, $20. Doug Kershaw EX, $9. Rolling Stones, $12.50 bucks. Gallery VG, $5. Elvis is sold to Burt Jordan, $9. Jimmy Buffett Somewhere Over China, VG, $5. Cat Stevens VG, $5. Next thing was sold. Somebody wants to know how much to the bundle. Let me make sure nobody claims anything else out of here. Mary Poppins is a $1 starting bid. Disney's Mary Poppins returns the songs. $1 start. Good luck to all those that want to bid. $1 start. $1 start. Mortgage guy Rob is in at $1 buck. He's in. Next auction is Rainbow, bent out of shape. An 83 US Club RCA VG++ EX, $15 start. Here comes the price for the bundle deal. Are you ready? Just like the corn song. Count. We'll give first dibs to Neil Reigler. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. I counted 28 quickly, so we'd be pretty close by saying 28. 28. My price is $105. 105 divided by 28 is $3.75 each. That gets those down as cheap as $3.75 for that bundle deal. Holy moly. I think that's what Borat says. We sold every laser disc. Paul found those randomly. Paul found those randomly in the back. As y'all know, stuff like that just pops up, but that's it, unfortunately. Call it even 100. You got yourself a spanking deal. You got it. All right, we got our first bundle. That means we can go through another half off crate. I told y'all, I said we might wrap up around 11:30 or midnight, and now we got lots of bids coming in. We got a bundle deal sold to Neil Reigler. Thank you, $100. Just think, that's just $101 bills for all of this vinyl listening pleasure. And I think we just filled up our 11th crate of vinyl for tonight. Unbelievable. Mary Poppins is at $7. Rainbow's a $15 start. And let's find another crate. Thank you. We're going to have to do an air horn here in a minute because I didn't do one for Laura earlier when we sold everything in there. And I think there was at least one more I didn't do. Look at all this stuff over here. This booth over here is pretty fun. There's a big booth over here next to me. A booth meaning where, if y'all don't know, this building used to be an antique mall. When I first took over, it was an antique mall. And so it's kind of, we've kind of knocked down some of the walls, but this place was originally set up to be an antique mall. So we still call it booths because there's little walls and petitions up everywhere. But one of our big storage booths over here has a lot of cool stuff in it. It has, I'm still seeing sci-fi books. I can see like guitars. I can see 45s. But y'all got to understand, I can see it, but like to dig everything out, it'd be like a day project because you'd have the stuff to dig out. You'd have to figure out where to put that. So John gets over there and prices records and sorts through them for either the dollar sale or to go ahead and mark them if they're good enough to be put out for sale. And eventually, we'll get to that back corner. I know there's Fred Goodwin books. I know there's Fred Goodwin like just toys and miscellaneous stuff I bought from them. So while that could be coming in the future. All right, I got another half off crate. And we've almost filled up this one. Before I do that, actually, let me slide this over. Let me slide that over, and let me show you what's in here, okay? Because I kind of want to clean it out, and can get some stuff sold. So Indiana Jones has a lot, or it has those ugly-looking seam splits. It doesn't affect the vinyl, but you're getting it for a great price, $7 off, a double LP, John Williams, classic movie, Harrison Ford, $29.99 for that soundtrack. Nothing wrong with this. I think I just used to have it sitting in the back. It's a Pink Floyd, The Division Bell. OGs are like $200 plus because they came out in 1984. This is a great remaster, $49.99. $49.99 for The Division Bell. And then this is one of our best sellers lately, Countdown to Extinction. Now, what you got to know about this album is it hadn't been pressed. It has not been pressed on vinyl since, I think, that MoFi pressing, which sells for hundreds of dollars. So this has always been pricey. They are $39.99. It comes as a picture disc. I've got about 50 of them in stock. And then I've got a bunch of autographs here. This is old Chevy Chase. Y'all probably seen me sell a bunch of these. These have been JSA authenticated. We actually kind of had these. I knew somebody that was up there that knew his kind of camp and manager. And we got a deal made where we had about 50 of these signed. And we've got him in his Santa hat. And we have him telling Helen, we're on the threshold of hell. Look around, Helen. We're on the threshold of hell. $125 each. Signed, perfect for Christmas, a perfect Christmas gift. Mr. Chevy. Why is this in here? No damage to it. Nothing wrong with that one. Buckingham Nicks. That's a blue vinyl. $29.99. Nothing wrong with that. $29.99. Motley Crue from the beginning. This one has a little bit of a seam split. Motley Crue is, I'll do it for $5 off, so $33.99. $33.99 for Motley Crue. That's that new compilation that starts all the way with their first big song, and it goes all the way to where they've recorded Home Sweet Home with Dolly Parton. Just a light seam crackle. And then this one also has a light seam crackle. The Sword, I'll do it for $24.99. Just a light seam crackle. But we always pull those out so they don't get shipped to y'all. And we either have to try to get our money back or, you know, whichever. Mary Poppins is at 10. Burt Jordan, you're out. And Rainbow did not get a bid. Let's make that a $15 buy it now. Rainbow's a $15 buy it now. No bid on that. And Nashville Tiger wants Motley Crue. Make sure that goes in for $33.99. Okay? $33.99. And then I've got 4 calendars here. Green Day, AC/DC, and All American Rejects. All 4 of those for $10. I think I sold 2. No, we had 5 Green Days. I've been selling the Green Days for $10 a piece. Never have sold these, so you can buy them all for $10. Green Day, AC/DC, and All American Rejects. 4 calendars there. That's nothing. Dwight Yoakam, $6.99 for Little Ways. It was at a jukebox in the Town Tavern. We bought a jukebox collection where a guy had all these in jukeboxes, and this one was called the Town Tavern. $6.99 on that. And then here's some of those pricey country albums. Y'all probably remember these. Not that. That's Keith Richards. I'll show it last. These are kind of some pricey, high-grade country albums. Willie Nelson, $224.99, both sides now. Make Way for Willie Nelson, $249.99. Billy Joe Schaefer, Old Five and Dimers Like Me, $199.99 for Billy Joe Schaefer. Keith Whitley, I Wonder Do You Think of Me? Keith is $174.99. And J.D. Crowe in the New South, somewhere between, also with Keith Whitley, $49.99. So J.D. Crowe with Keith Whitley, solo, Billy Joe Schaefer, Willie Nelson. Those are some pricey country albums, but that's all I had left of a great collection. Rainbow is sold to Hiram, and that's sold to Hiram for $15. Yep, he gets that for a buy it now. $15. Mary Poppins is sold. Mary Poppins is sold to Greg Beddinger for $10. My crate is full. And I'm taking offers on Keith Richards. This was a no bid from the other night. It's Keith Richards. It's a double LP. It is no condition notes. is supposed to start at $50 and go up. This is Keith Richards. I think it's called Rarities. $50 on that. Let me swap out some crates here. I'll do the Sword if you minus $5. Yeah, it was $5 off because of the scene split. $24.99. 2, 4, 6, 8. Amazing. And I think we can fill up one more crate, maybe even 2, if this next half off crate is successful. All right, so that was everything that's been in this crate for a long time. That leaves the Sword, Buckingham Nicks, Megadeth, Pink Floyd. Who asked about Megadeth? Chad, will that Megadeth need to be taken out of the plastic sleeve or will it be gassed? I recommend opening this up and taking it out. I don't know what kind of plastic this is. I don't know if it's PVC or whatever is vinyl friendly or non-PVC. So I would recommend just going ahead and taking it out and put it in an anti-static auction sleeve. Okay. I would recommend that. Just put it in an anti-static auction sleeve. Actually, you know what? I usually leave that crate there so we can have something that's kind of eye appealing, right? Let me not do that. That doesn't look too aesthetically pleasing. All right, let's do a half off crate. I got to put something over here that's aesthetically pleasing. Let's put Megadeth in there. Or at least an eye catcher. I just got to get a bad habit of not putting stuff down in there, because stuff gets buried and forgot about. So yeah, the Sword, $24.99, J Nutra. And then all these, that's discounted. And those two, there's nothing wrong with those two. Megadeth is $39.99. I need to see what those are going for. I remember when we got our delivery in, originally, they were still like $85 on Discogs. And I think that's why that first week we sold over 140 of them. All right, who's ready for another half off crate? And I can still throw up a few more auctions too. We've exhausted about every metal LP in this building. It's been quite amazing, honestly. So here we go. The Keith Richards was an unofficial, I think it's called Rarities. Yeah, Keith Richards Rarities. It's a 2 LP, $50. Cool cover. Half off, no more, no less. Oh, I gotta get in shape for this one. Three Dog Night Golden Biscuits, $12.50. It has the fold-out cover, OG press, original label, original inner sleeve. It has the fold-out poster cover that detached. That part on the left would detach, and most of the time it is missing. 1 is the loneliest number. A lot of people don't know this, but that is the original cover, this nudie cover. There is an original jacket with that on the front, and it's honestly pretty scarce. We've never had one come through ever. Three Dog Night. Megadeth is $39.99. Stephen Parton gets Keith Richards for $40. Don't forget, I'll be back here tomorrow, and we got another full show ahead tomorrow. Laura's already sent me the hot pictures. I'll show them in just a second. Invoices go out on Monday, $8 in limited shipping. Megadeth is $39.99. Three Dog Night's $12.50. This is the No Nukes concert. It's a 3 LP, $17.50. Doobie Brothers, Bonnie Raitt. Doobie Brothers with John Hall and James Taylor. Jackson Brown, Nicolette Larson. James Taylor, Tom Petty, Bruce Springsteen, Cross, Stills, and Nash. That is $17.50. Becky Lerner wants a Megadeth. I have more if anybody else wants one. $39.99. Three Dog Night is $12.50. So did Denise. Nice copy. Wet Willie, Keep On Smiling. Wet Willie is $10. Folk Rock, The Fleetwoods. Folk Rock is $5. Pat Travers Band Live, Go For What You Know, Shrink Wrap, and Hype Sticker contains Boom Boom, $12.50. Let me check the auction reserve crate over here. Kiss, Beatles, Kiss, Zeppelin. Kiss, Beatles, Zeppelin, Kiss, Beatles. All right, sounds like we need to do a Beatles album. Let's do the Beatles 6. A 65 mono OG Los Angeles. VG minus condition, $10 start. What You're Doing, that's on here. Oh, that's a good one. Every Little Thing She Does, $10 on the Beatles. Sherry Darnell on Three Dog Night. That's already been claimed by Denise Offendahl, or however you say Denise's name. Trans Electronic Music Productions Incorporated presents Switched on Bach, $7.50. Lynn Anderson, A Rose Garden, or Rose Garden, in shrink, a quad press, beautiful vinyl, $10 on that. $10 on that. Next is Band of Susans. The other night I said Band of Saunas. Hope Against Hope, $10, an 88 UK. Band of Susans. Beans. Beans is a 72 press, $7.50 on Avalanche Records. Beans. The Beatles, 10-10-12. The Beatles Songbook, it's an official release from Capitol. It was instrumental versions of the Hollywood Strings from 1964. What y'all got to know is in 1964, everybody and their brother was trying to sell something Beatles related to cash in. A 1979 OG pressing of Led Zeppelin's In Through the Outdoor. In the evening, ba-da-da-da-da-da, wow, wow, when the day is done. $20 on Zeppelin. Nat Reynolds on Beans. The Beatles is at $15. Steven, it's up to you. Nice, The Police, Synchronicity. $15. It's on purple translucent vinyl when you hold it up to the light. Led Zeppelin is Cover Variant D. Cover Variant D, the inner sleeve has been dampened. It's a Specialty OG. Specialty OG VG Plus. $20 on Led Zeppelin. Ra-dun-da-dun-da-dun. Oh, baby. Full in the Rain. Well, my body is starting to quiver. Palms in my hand are getting wet. Don Williams, New Moves, $5. This was a D, as in Led Zeppelin is a dog. D for dog. The Beatles is at $16. Ron Burns on The Police. And we have That Was the Week That Was, the BBC's tribute to JFK, a Decca spoken word. So this has selections of JFK's speeches. $6.50 on that. Ask not what you can do for Coletco. Ask what Coletco can do for you. Ted Nugent and the Ambroy Dukes, Call the Wild. $13.50 for Ted Nugent. Beautiful copy on discreet. The Beatles is at $20 and Led Zeppelin's at $20. I need a B variant. Boy, I might can come up one. Hold on a minute. I've got nope, I got two more E's. No, that's different. That's got to say something else. E and F, I guess. I got E and F. All different covers, if you've never noticed that. It's pretty cool when you lay them all out. Sing a song from the Don Williams album. Lord, today's going to be a good day. Is it on here? I don't know any of these. Senorita. I don't know that. Today, I know Lord, today's going to be a good day. That I like that one. Is that yeah. That's Don Williams, isn't it? Oh yeah. Oh man. Oh, that's a good one. Led Zeppelin 22, Led Zeppelin 25. And the Beatles, the last bid on that was Burt Jordan at $20 and Stephen Parton's out. Zappa in New York, $20. Frank Zappa. I don't know a Zappa song. I mean, I've listened to them, but there's no way I could really even get close to any of those. $20 on those. $20 on that. The Broken Jug, William. An 86 German press, $5 on the Broken Jug. Hey, now this one's tough to get. From 1990, half off of $49.99. I think this was only sold through the club, Canadian Club. Don Williams, True Love, half off of $49.99. I don't know any of these. Just a little bit, come a little bit closer. That sounds familiar. I don't know that one. The Beatles, sold to Burt Jordan for $20. Led Zeppelin over here is at $30 with Jennifer Corbin. And Earth Days and Astronauts, Jeffrey Norman and Magic, an 88 alternate rock, $10 on that. The Rollers, Elevator. The Rollers is $5. And John Lennon, Double Fantasy, $10. I know this one. Oh, Beautiful Boy, that's a good one. Just Like Starting Over. Watching the Wheels. Woman. Pretty sad. His last album, he put out some great music on his last album. Double Fantasy, $10. That next album was released after he passed away, Milk and Honey. Almost the same looking jacket. It's put out after Lennon was assassinated. Pat Travers Band, Heat in the Street. Pat Travers Band is $10. Tina Turner, Acid Queen, with a hop sticker advertising where she played in the movie Tommy, the Who adaptation. $10 on that. And Mumbo Jumbo, The Tailgater, $7.50. Jennifer, I'm going to go ahead and say Led Zeppelin. All of my love to you. $30, so to Jennifer Corbin. Stanley Jordan, Standards, Volume 1, $7.50. He does The Sound of Silence. He does Guitar Man, $7.50 for Stanley Jordan. John Dawson Winter, Johnny Winter is $10. And Shakin' Stevens and the Sunsets, Shake, Baby Shake, $10. All right, Beatles. A mono original. It's been a hard day's night. As usual, a well-played, well-loved record. These things were wore out to death, but this one's not bad. VG minus, for what it is, $10 start. A mono original, Hard Day's Night. Jamie Wills on TT for Tina Turner. Denise on Shakin' Stevens. And Nat Reynolds on Stanley Jordan. The Band of Susans was $10. $10. Right now, we're on a half-off crate, no more, no less. Jethro Tull, Too Old to Rock and Roll, Too Young to Die. VG Plus 750. Now we're getting into the check condition part of the crate where it seems like the titles get even better and the prices get even cheaper. VG Plus 750, mostly because of condition. That's VG Plus 750. Ray Charles and Betty Carter. It's self-titled. Ray Charles and Betty Carter. No condition notes on this. It's clean. In shrink wrap, $10. Beatles, $10. Beatles, $10. Beatles, $10. It also has a correct original United Artists inner sleeve. What a year. You could have went and watched the Beatles' Hard Day's Night and Goldfinger were out at the same year. Wow. And Goldfinger mentioned the Beatles in that movie. They shot down the Beatles. Sean Connery said something like, the Beatles, I would rather, what does he say? I'd rather listen to them with earmuffs on or something. Evidently, James Bond didn't like the Beatles, which is sad. Boy, look at some of the songs on here. Holy moly. Oh my gosh, I should have known better. Can't Buy Me Love. I should have known better. I like that one. I Cry Instead. Tell me why you cry. And what? Beatles 10, 10, 10, 10, 11. Larry Gonzalez also bid. Now 15. Jerry Rock on Jethro Tull. Jeffrey, we're in a half off crate, so the prices are always half off, no more, no less. So this was actually $19.99, but if you want it, it's $10. It was actually $19.99. One thing about the half off bin, it's always no more, no less. King of Twist, Chubby Checker. VG, $5. Blue Cheer. Blue Cheer is a 1970 white label promo. Blue Cheer number 5, the original human being. $15 on that. Martha and the Vandellas, Dancing in the Street. VG, $5. Nowhere to Run to, baby. Nowhere to Hide. Great Motown stuff there. $5 on that. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. If I spit out a price, that is the price. Pay these prices and please pay no more. If you missed out on that Zeppelin earlier, I'm going to throw up another one. A 1979 OG Monarch press. It does have the original inner sleeve. EX condition. It has been dampened. $20 start on Zeppelin. Beatles was at 18 with Stephen Parton. Jay Neutra wants Blue Cheer for $15. Thomas Hujar was second. That's the half off price. Martha is sold to Robert Warner. If you decide, Jeffrey Freeze, you want the Band of Susans for 10, let me know. All-time greatest hits of Roy Orbison. VG, a double LP for $5. The Beatles is now at 20. Grateful Dead, the best of. Skeletons in the Closet. VG Plus, $13.50. This is Led Zeppelin cover variant F. Yes. The Beatles is now at 20. The Beatles is now at 22. Denise, what is the phonics? You got to give me the phonics of your last name. I'll try my best. It looks like it's Offendall or Offdall. It could be Offendall. Whatever it is, it's not natural to me. Wishbone Ash, there's the rub. VG Plus 750. Becky Lerner on Dead, Grateful Dead. Speaking of Grateful Dead, Jerry Garcia Band, Cats Under the Stars. EX, just $17.50 for Garcia. EX 1750. Burt Jordan on the Beatles at 20. He's out because Stephen Parton bid 22. It's up to Larry Gonzalez. Here's another opportunity at a clean Zeppelin in through the outdoor. $20 start. Cover variant F. It does have the inner sleeve. Obviously, those came in brown paper bags. Zeppelin, great designers of album jackets. Or I should say great releasers. They didn't really design them. They approved them. But man, all of them are great, I think. Zeppelin 2 to me was always a kind of an odd one. But man, 1, awesome. 3 with the wheel, 4 the unusual man with sticks. House of the Holy, I think is pretty, it's odd, but I think it's pretty cool. And then physical graffiti, presence with the obelisk. All right, first thing we have is Eric Squindo on Jerry Garcia, sold. And we have Zeppelin at 20, another Zeppelin at 20. Chris Knapp, you were second on Garcia, but you do get Wishbone Ash. Bruce Springsteen, The River, VG Plus 1250. And Creedence Gold compilation, a German press, VG $10. Proud Mary, Down on the Corner, Bad Moon Rising, I Heard It Through the Grapevine, Midnight Special, Have You Ever Seen the Rain? The Beatles is sold to Stephen Parton for $22. Zeppelin has new bids for $25. Stephen's out. Final call to Jamie Wheels. Scott Arnold on CCR for Creedence Clearwater Revival. Iron Butterfly in Agata Davida, VG $5. Yellow Atco label, 5 doll hairs. Next auction. Here comes the sun. Doo-doo-doo. Here comes the sun. Something in the way she moves. Boom, 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 boom. A 1975 reissue. Boom, boom, boom. Come together. Oh, darling. I'm giving my best attempt at being a Beatle right now. She came in through the bathroom window. A 75 US reissue Jacksonville press. VG++. It's not bad whatsoever for a vintage mid-70s pressing on Apple. $25 start on Abbey Road. Zeppelin is sold to Jamie Wheels for $25. Iron Butterfly sold to Red Cave. Beatles is now up. Frank Sinatra's Greatest Hits Volume 2. I Did It My Way. EX 650. The Who Hooligans. A 2 LP Who compilation. VG $7.50. The Miracles Greatest Hits from the Beginning. VG Plus $10. Frog Stomp is 2025. 30th Anniversary Edition, 7500. Yellow and green marble vinyl, numbered. Frog Stomp, $54.99. Music on vinyl, 2025. Ezra Mohawk, Primadoria Lovers, a 1970 VG 1350. REO Speedwagon, VG Plus 750. Abbey Road is a $25 start, a 75 VG Plus Plus. VG cover because of noticeable ring wear. Next auction. A lower grade Led Zeppelin In Through the Outdoor. This is cover variant E. Unfortunately though, it's VG with a pressing defect right here. See that bubble in the dead wax or in the vinyl? Has the original on her sleeve. This one just a $10 start. $10 start, another Zeppelin. And that's the last one I have over here in my crate. Jeff Sapia on Sinatra. Josh Brown on REO Speedwagon. Of course, sticker price, silver chair, sold. I've got one more if anybody else wants one. Now, that little bubble that you feel in those pressing defects, anytime I've ever played one of those, they do not affect back play at all. So, you should be fine. The Best of Buffalo Springfield, Stop, Hey, What's That Sound? $6.50. VG condition. There's something happening here. Taj Mahal, The Natural Blues, VG Plus 750. Nice. Pink Floyd metal in the half off. VG 1150. Led Zeppelin does have a bid, and it has another bid. Two $10 bids. Looks like I got to find something to replace with the Frog Stomp. How about Queensryche Empire? A 2 LP on silver vinyl, $38.99 for Empire. Elton John Jump Up, VG Plus 750. And in quad, the Edgar Winter Group, they only come out at night with the awesome Frankenstein, Ra-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun, and Free White, and Free Ride, or Free Wide, Free White and 21. VG Plus, $10. Next thing is this. Led Zeppelin 10, Led Zeppelin 10. Stephen Parton, first on Pink Floyd. Led Zeppelin 12, Led Zeppelin 15. Eric Squindo on Taj Mahal. So Eric Squindo. Jeffrey Free second. Jerry Rock second on Pink Floyd. Chris Knapp third on Taj Mahal. Chris Knapp third on Pink Floyd. Jeffrey Freeze, you were next on Taj Mahal. And Ron Burns gets Empire. 2 LP silver vinyl. So do Ron Burns. The Beatles is a no bid. This is a 1970 US VG++ Jacksonville. Just $25 for Abbey Road. And then Zeppelin, the last bid on this was $15 with Stephen Parton. Wow, that slot's hot back there. Let's replace it with something else. That slot is hot. That hot is slot. That slot is hot. Here we go. I've got 5 of these left. It's brand new from Led Zeppelin, and y'all know they don't put out much too often. The Led Zeppelin live EP. 4 great songs. It's probably the length of an album because they're lengthy. In My Time of Dying, that's over 10 minutes. Trampled Underfoot, I think that's nearly 10 minutes. Sick Again, and then Kashmir, which is probably nearly 10 minutes, live from Nebworth. The Zeppelin EP, $24.99. We have You Got a New Empire. That was the last copy. He just bought it. New and sealed silver vinyl, $38.99. If you want to go on a waiting list, I can order more. Ryan Mustaine gets the Beatles for $25. Led Zeppelin is sold to Stephen Parton for $15. Queensryche would be a waiting list if you want on there. This was a great half-off crate. We've sold exactly half of it. I'm ready to sell the other half of it. But the first thing I need to do is quickly read through those again. The Zeppelin 4-track live EP, remastered, produced by Jimmy Page. 4 recordings on vinyl. Those had never been released to vinyl before. I've been listening to them. Run dun 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 dun. I'm thinking of going on your Danzig wait list if I can get a price. There is no Danzig waiting list because they have not made that information available to me. So as of right now, in my world, the Danzig records aren't coming to me. So I can't take down names. I can't tell you prices. In My Time of Dying. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Jamie. I have 4 left. I have 4 left. Boy, that slot is hot. Can we get 4 more people to buy those and we could sell out and then I'll replace it with something else? Or I should have just took that one down and went ahead and put something else up. If we can sell 1 more, I'll go ahead and replace it. I'll tell you what's cold. I've been basically begging somebody to buy Rush all week. It's took all week. It's been over there. It's been here all week. No one's bought Signals for $36.99. All right, bundle could happen. Let's read through them one more time. The No Nukes concert. The No Nukes concert. Triple LP, $17.50. Wet Willie, Keep on Smiling, $10. The Fleetwoods, Folk Rock, $5. Pat Travers Band Live, Go for What You Know, with Boom Boom, $12.50. Hop sticker. Switched on Bach, $7.50. That's music on the Moog synthesizer. Lynn Anderson Rose Garden, a quad press, $10. The Beatles Songbook, Hollywood Strings, $5. That was the week that was. JFK, $6.50. Ted Nugent, Call of the Wild, $13.50. Clean copy. Don Williams, $5. New Moves. Zappa, New York, $20. Broken Jug, William, $5. Don Williams, $25. Earth Days and Astral Nights, Jeffrey Norman and Magic, $10. The Moog synthesizer record is classical recordings like Mozart and Bach, and it's set to a Moog synthesizer. So it's Bach being played through a Moog synthesizer. It is $7.50. There's several different records. There's Switched on Bach 1, 2. It was actually a pretty popular thing that came out. They took the classical stuff and they played it through the very popular 70s era synthesizer, and it was a big seller. Sold. The Rollers Elevator, $5. Sold to Jay Nutra. John Lennon Double Fantasy, $10. Pat Travers Band Heat in the Street, $10. Mumbo Jumbo, $7.50. The Tailgaters. John Dawson Winter III, $10. Ray Charles and Betty Carter, self-titled Shrink Wrap Clean, $10. Band of Susans, $10. King of Twist, Chubby Checker, VG, $7.50. Roy Orbison, All-Time Greatest Hits, VG, $5. Bruce Springsteen, The River, VG Plus, $12.50. The Who Hooligans, VG, $7.50. The Miracles Greatest Hits, VG Plus, $10. Ezra Mohawk, Primadora Lovers, VG, $13.50. Best of Buffalo Springfield, $6.50. Elton John, VG Plus, $7.50. And Edgar Winter and Quad, VG Plus, $10. Actually, I know exactly what's happened. I moved my camera around a couple times, and I haven't got it perfect. It's on like a swivel over here, and I haven't got it perfect in a long time. Sometimes we can get just the right angle, and this thing can move so delicately. That helps a little. See, it's kind of like you're looking at it from the side, but that way you can pull this up, and I kind of turn them like this. I think that looks pretty good, but the Ace Frehley graphic is going to be up there for a few days, so the record on the left is going to be covered up for a while. We got to leave Ace up there. Oh, man. Great neck adjustment. Okay, Heat in the Street and Winter. Heat and the Street. The John Dawson Winter, the Johnny Winter was $10. And the Pat Travers Heat in the Street. No, that's Go for What You Know. That one was right here. Also a clean copy, also $10. Here, I can take Chevy down. He's been up there a while. I think I'll sell some more of those a little bit closer to Christmas. I've tried a lot. I'm glad I didn't buy 100 of them. I almost bought 100 of those things, which means I'd have a lot left. But and then the Edgar Winter is $10 as well, VG Plus. Would you sell me winter quad for $5 before a bundle? No. Both of these are sold to Christopher Yoakum. You can buy it right now for 10. How much more can I beg of you to buy it for $10 before Red Cave does? There is a firm rule, half off, no more, no less, until they get to a bundle. No matter how much you beg or plead, it's sold to Red Cave Collections for $10. He beat you to it. Think long, you'll think wrong. Dang it, Scott. Think long and you'll think wrong. Think long and you'll think wrong. I like that pretty good right there. That's a pretty good angle. Pretty good angle going right there. What y'all think? Let's get this glare off. Is there something behind? Oh yeah, there's something behind Pink Floyd. Radiohead. All right. Bundle deal. Everybody done? Happy? Satisfied? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. There's some pretty good titles in there. I'm going to veto one record because I know somebody that would buy this, and it's probably going to be 2/3 of the value of the bundle because this was originally marked. I'm going to pull out this $50 Don Williams record. I feel like if somebody really wanted that for $25 off, they would have already bought it. Taylor Swift is Orange Glitter. Yeah, $38.99 for Taylor. I would love to sell it. I'm going to leave the $40 Zappa. I'm going to leave the $27 Ted Nugent. And the $35 No Nukes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 25 records. Here's my bundle price for everything that's in here. $105. 105 divided by 25 is $4.20 a piece. Wow. 105. That was the exact price of the bundle the last time. If we can get these sold, I'll go, same thing that happened last night. I got this half crate, which I think is left over. This half off crate that was left over from Laura. We'll go through those. And then Chad's got to eat. Come on, Chris Knapp. Come on, somebody. Living in the lighted stage approaches. $80. 90. 90. 90 and a 1975 Canadian nickel that has very little value. And this 1975 Canadian nickel, and it has very little value, but I'll throw that in. The bootlegger photos, bootlegger photos. Oh yeah, I probably do. I don't probably have any more signed by the sheriff, but I probably have some. Dun, dun, dun. Hey, look at this cool thing. I'm going to keep this. The 1910 Fruit Gum Company. Look at that. Looks like a bubble gum machine. It even has Ozzy on it. Yeah, it's a pillow. Man, we're not going to be able to strike a deal here, are we? Again. So many nights we could keep going and selling records. It comes down to one unclaimed bundle. You would think somebody just go ahead and claim it. But for some reason, nobody's claiming it. Let me see if I can put up another auction. Stephen, was you interested in this one night Paul was doing a show? The Endless Summer, Stephen. Paul said you made an offer on this and he might want to wait till I was watching to make the final call on it. Okay? So you let me know what you're thinking and we'll probably be able to strike a deal. I'm glad I just found that. So what we're looking at is the situation at hand is, yeah, this is $99.99. The Sandals, the Endless Summer soundtrack, a '66 original. We were looking at a bundle deal here. It was 25 records for 105. Chris Knapp offered 80. I said I was at 90 plus a Canadian nickel. And $90 $90 was the price, and it was 25 records. That gets them down to $360 a piece. And we're just missing one bundler to say I'll take them, and I was going to do one more half off. I think I went up to 75, so I'll offer 70. All right, sell this to Stephen Parton for $70. You got it. So do you for 70. And I got to take action, because if we need to stop, we'll stop. But if we get a last-second claim, I've got one more over here to knock out. I'm trying to see what other opportunities I have for auctions over here. I don't know why these are just casually laying in this crate. I've kind of ran out of stuff. The only thing I have left is Kiss. Here we go. I don't know why this was over here, but it needs to be put up for auction. It's a 1976 Winchester pressing of the Beatles' Help. Is this the one with 2 discs? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Yeah, this is the one. I don't think John noticed it even had 2 discs. Or, yeah, wait a minute. Yeah. Never mind. Let me retract that. This has 2 discs in it, and I'm not for sure which is the right one for the right year. That's why it's over here. Let me go lay that over here for Laura. That looks like a good Laura project. Her to figure that out. I will take the Don Williams for $10 out of the bundle if Chris Knapp will stick to the $80 bundle price. He can keep the nickel. Whoa. Did you hear that, Chris Knapp? He's saying he will take the Don Williams for $10. No, this one was actually $5. But if he does that, then that was the half off price. If you're talking about this one, and then I'll do 80. That will get us to what we needed to be. I'll still do them for 80 if he wants to do it. Then we'll knock out this one over here. It's going to be short but sweet. But I think it'll be worth y'all this dramatic wait it's took to do this. Chris Knapp might have already went to bed. He probably feels a lot of pressure to be the buyer for this bundle deal. But some of this stuff has his name written all over it. Like this right here. This looks like all over kind of the stuff Chris Knapp would be. The broken jug. Looking back at me. I don't have any new CDs. I wish I did. Boom! We got a deal. I wear some of y'all down. I'm going to make you feel bad about yourselves. I'm going to mope. I'm going to cry. I'm going to beg. Finally. Is that your last Taylor Swift? No, we got several more in stock. Several more in stock. Oh my gosh. All right, this will be worth y'all's time probably for waiting. Folk songs and instrumental music of the Southern Mountains. It's a 5 LP Appalachian folk compilation, $17.50. Return to Forever returns. This is a 4 LP, half off of $32.99, $16.50. $16.50. Archie Whitewater. Whoa. I forgot about this one. Seriously. It's half off of $199.99. Oh my gosh. So that's now just $100. I bet Jim B's watching. Sensation, another big discount. Half off of $84.99. That would be $42.50. It's a 1976 private press country rock album. $42.50 on that one. $42.50 on that one. Peppermint Trolley Company. $10 for the Peppermint Trolley Company. VG condition, $10. Mass and F minor by the Electric Prunes. VG, $6.50. Thomas Valentine at the Coleman's Tavern. VG plus $5, a 1972 New Orleans jazz album. Eric Van Leuven on Peppermint Trolley Company. Sold to Eric Van Leuven. High Rise Live, a 1999 killer Japanese noisy heavy psych album, half off of $59.99, and it's sealed. Kid Thomas and his Creole jazz band, Sonnets from Algiers. New Orleans, The Legends Live, Volume 3. Sealed for $7.50. High Rise sold to Robert Warner. Nice pickup on that. Bruce Joyner and the Plantations, Swimming with Friends. An 86 French import, New Wave Garage, $7.50. I'll take it. I have no idea which one you're talking about, but I do have the Incredible String Band, a white label promo, VG plus $7.50. Little Feet Down on the Farm, VG plus $7.50. Jay Neutra wants the Kid Thomas. Details on Archie Whitewater. Archie Whitewater, a 1970 promo. No condition notes on Cadet Concept. Beautiful vinyl. Has an old retail tag where somebody was selling it for 99 cents. $100 on that. Kitchen Cynics, Can You Hear the Frog? A 1994 indie rock lo-fi. $10 on the Kitchen Cynics. Bill Connors of Mist and Melting. $7.50. Lal Filson, One More Blues. Lal Filson and the Philip Walker Blues Band. EX for $9. Rock and Roll Revival, a 1970 German compilation, $7.50. Dale saves $100 on Archie Whitewater. $100 off. I might as well have shot myself in the foot. I would have been better off financially. Jay Neutra on Phil Walker. Jay Neutra on Phil Walker. Phil Walker, this one right here. John, you missed another 4 Mac Davis records tonight. And I'm not joking. And you missed 3 the night before that. So I'm going to have to tell John just to stop putting them out. So in 2 nights, you've missed 7 Mac Davis records. And there's people watching that will tell you I wasn't lying the other day when I replied to you, and I said you missed 3 or 4, and you missed 3 or 4 tonight. It might be 8. I think he's put out 4 and 4. Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits. EX, $9. Fingers Video Games. EX, $5. The International Vicious Society, a very eclectic compilation, is the note from Paul. A 2004 Spain, $10. Walter Becker and Donald Fagen from Steely Dan. Steely Dan, $14. And Mark Winter, Painter's Joy. White vinyl, $5. You can just put them in a pile for me. Well, they've already sold. They're all gone. They're all sold. Mac Davis is high demand. Steely Dan is $14. It was $28. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. It's Rock and Roll Comp German. It was made in Germany, but it's not German people. These are Americans, like Buddy Holly and the Shirelles and Bill Haley. To my knowledge, these are not Germans. Yes, German press. I knew that's what you meant. I was trying to be kind of funny. Hopefully somebody got a chuckle out of that. Buddy Holly does not look German at all. Maybe a little. So does Scott Arnold. All right. Anybody? I'm going to read through those one more time. That was a half-off crate. That's the crate I was trying to get to last night, and we never did strike a bundle deal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Wow. A lot of vinyl sold tonight. Incredible night for pre-orders. 10 crates of new vinyl. Goodness gracious. All right, let's read through this again. We got a 5 LP Appalachian folk music box set, $17.50. Return to Forever returns. That's Chick Corea. A 4 LP set. This was probably pricey new. 4 LPs, $16.50 on that. We have Sensation. That is a half off price of $84.99, which is $42.50. Mass and F minor, the Electric Prunes, VG 650. Thomas Valentine at the Coleman's Tavern, 1972 New Orleans Jazz, VG plus $5. Bruce Joyner and the Plantation, Swimming with Friends, $7.50 on that. The Incredible String Band, a white label promo, VG plus $7.50. Little Feat Down on the Farm, VG plus $7.50. The Kitchen Cynics, Can You Hear the Frog, $10 on that. Bill Connors of Mist and Melton, $7.50. Stephen Parton wants Bruce Joyner, sold. Are we done with metal? Yes, no more auctions. What about the CDs from the beginning of the show? Those were leftovers from last night. We've already shown them. Give me the NOLA Jazz for $5. That is sold to you for $5. Stephen Parton was second. Jay Nutra got it. Next is Ray Red on BC. Bill Connors, sold to David Hoy. And Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits, Here's to You, Mrs. Robinson, $9. Fingers Video Games, EX $5. The International Vicious Society, $10. Eclectic Compilation, Mark Winter was $5, and I can't believe no one got Steely Dan. The early years. I mean, this, for as much as we sell a Steely Dan, for this not to be claimed for $14, I'm going to go ahead and say it, I'm shocked. It's supposed to be a $35, $40 record. Jackie Reynolds gets the Appalachian Folk Box. That is sold. No more auctions. This is the last crate of the night. We just filled up our 12th full crate tonight. You better claim whatever else you want in there, because I'm going to sell the leftovers to who? Chris Knapp. He will be getting the leftovers in a bundle deal. I am extremely hungry. Tonight, Thursday nights are usually a brain drain. I've been live for 7 hours, nonstop talking and selling. I have had one mini Slim Jim, and that's it. Now, this bundle might be a higher price point than what you're used to, because there's some pretty cool records in here, and I think they just need a little bit more time to mature, and not be trying to show them at half off at 1:06 a.m. The track listing on Simon & Garfunkel, Mrs. Robinson for Emily, Wherever I May Find Her, The Boxer, 59th Street Bridge Song, Feeling Groovy, The Sound of Silence, I Am a Rock, Scarborough Fair, Homeward Bound, I Wish I Was. Next is Bridge Over Troubled Water, America, a great song. Yes, covered it. Kathy's song, El Condor Pasa, Bookends, and Cecilia. We got a Taylor Swift, sold to Jerry Rock. Sold to Jerry Rock. Anybody else? I've got more. Taylor, The Life of a Showgirl. I'm going to make sure no last second lag. Matthew Sherrick, let me know if he wants Simon and Garfunkel. If not, he's going to take it. Zeppelin 2 is $33.99. 180 gram Jimmy Page remaster. Heartbreaker. Hey, fellas, have you heard the news? Ramble On. Whole Lot of Love. The Lemon Song. Moby Dick. Thank You. What Is and What Should Never Be. Bring It On Home. If I say to you tomorrow, dun, 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 take my hand, child, come with me. Sold to Stephen Parton. All right, so bundle deal. Here's how I'm going to do these, Chris Knapp. 10, 5, so 3, 13, 10, 7, 20, 5, 23, 7, 30, 5, 40, 5. This is the big one. You might want me to pull that out. 45, 1650, 55. 55 without sensation. $85 with sensation. 45 with sensation, without sensation. Excuse me. 55 with sensation. 85. I messed up again. 55 without sensation. 85 with sensation. Josh Brown wants Led Zeppelin 2. Do I have a Led Zeppelin 3? Yes. I think I mentioned you the other night. I said, here's that Led Zeppelin 3. Scott Arnold was buying all of them the other night except this one. So there you go, Chris Knapp. And what I did was I took the half off prices and I reduced them further, kind of individually. And then that one would have been $85 originally. I put it in for $30 since you're buying the rest if you want sensation. Looks like it demands pretty good money, so it should be pretty good music, eh? Now, what happened to that Zeppelin from the other night? We had it. I said, Scott wanted this. And I called out your name a few times, and you were nowhere to be found. You were probably snoring. Some of y'all get caught snoring. And it makes me sad, because I'm like, man, they're snoring instead of watching me. I want people watching me. I'm attention hungry. I got to have you on here. That was weird. I just flipped by Ace Frehley album. That was kind of a weird thing. I just kind of flipped over an Ace Frehley. That was kind of weird. Sensation was Private Press, rock, country rock. Yeah. He'll take them all. Okay, yeah, that was an incredible price at $85. This record was $85. That's why I didn't want to reduce them any further. That was buy this, get all these free. That was insane. So did Chris Knapp. That's the things we do here at 1:12 a.m. Those two records, Chick Corea and that other one combined, would have been well over $115. Oh my gosh. He says he'll take them all. All right, that's done. Crazy stuff there. Still haven't found Led Zeppelin 3, but there's no telling. We got all kinds of new vinyl here. Steely Dan, Rat, Silverchair, Neil Young, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Santana, Gin Blossoms, Alice Coltrane, Tina Brooks, Ronnie Wood, Bon Jovi, Leon Thomas, Mariah Carey, Doja Cat, Robert Plant, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Whiskey Myers, Dr. Dre, The Cure, Black Sabbath, The OC, Susan Batchy's Black Sabbath, Skinny Puppy. Rush Signals is a 180 gram remaster. Rush Signals is a 180 gram remaster. We've been trying to sell that for 6 days. Everybody hates Rush. They're one of my favorite bands. Can't get anybody bought in. Nobody will listen to me. It's like trying to beg at this point. Can't get anybody to listen to me. Nobody will listen to me. I'm almost begging at this point. Ball thrower, Carole King, Hendrix, Ace Frehley, Ed Sheeran, Archies, Joy Division, Kinks, Greatest Hits by Queen, Beatles, Rush, Black Sabbath, Dokken, Gordon Lightfoot, Avril Lavigne, Lord, Led Zeppelin, In Through the Outdoors, Sleep, Monk, Thin Lizzy. Orbit Culture. Black Flag, Chris Cornell, U2, Post Malone, Pink Floyd, Metallica, Zeppelin, Jeff Buckley. Found it. Sold to Scott Arnold. Sold to Scott Arnold. Sold to Scott Arnold. Rush, how much? $36.99. Matthew, just say sold. 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 Everybody say it with me. Matthew, say it. Sold. $36.99. Sold. 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 Say it with me. Sold. 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 Led Zeppelin was $29.99. Yes. Sold to Scott Arnold. Matthew Sherrick. Sold. 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 $36.99. Sold. 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 $36.99. Matthew Sherrick. Sold. Sold. Pass. Oh. Golly, what do I have to do to sell this record? We have sold every record in the back in a complete cycle. Oh my gosh. I'm never going to order this again. There's got to be a Rush fan out there that at least wants to buy it. It is an amazing sounding record. Unbelievable. Crazy. Evidently, y'all have not listened to Subdivisions. What is going on with America? I'm going to have to run for president. I'm just totally confused. No discount. I would be bad. We'd be in bad shape if I discounted this. That would be disgraceful. Chris Cornell and Joy Division. Give me 1 second. I mean, listen to that. Unbelievable. Thin Lizzy, Thunder and Lightning. $39.99. Friday Music. All you guys say, Jay Nutra, is sold. It's on gold vinyl. Sold. Thin Lizzy, you just need one word, 4 letters. Sold. Brand new. Sealed. In a baggie. It's not sealed, but it is. $39.99. All you got to do is say sold. Joy Division. Unknown Pleasures, $29.99. $35, it's mine if it's new. Pass. No discount. $0 off. Pretend it's $44.99 and then ask me if I'll take $39 for it. Let me change the price right quick. $44.99. $44.99. I'll take $39.99 for it. Joy Division sold to Stephen Parton. I've marked it down $5 to $39.99. Sold to Jay Nutra. We're going to give him $5 off and we're going to sell it to him for $39.99. No discounts on new vinyl. Chris Cornell, the other record. Let me find that over here. What was the Chris Cornell? That was Higher Truth. Should be. I think it's called Higher Truth if I can figure out what I've done with it. Rush is $36.99, Matthew. All you got to do is say sold. Oh, man. Just look at it. Would you look at it? Rush is $36.99. What the heck happened to that Chris Cornell record?
It's not in there.
It's got to be over here. Aha. Black Flag, Chris Cornell. Found them. Black Flag, My War. $29.99. Chris Cornell, Higher Truth. Double LP, one of his solo albums. $39.99. Man. Stephen Parton's got Chris Cornell. I like Stephen's language. All he does is say sold. Subdivisions is a 2000, probably a 2023. Yeah, probably. Catalog number at top of spine. Does not have text on bottom. Hop sticker does not mention digital now. Yeah. Yeah, that's the newest 2023. Why did one sell for $60? One sold for $60, sealed back in August. That's crazy, isn't it? The Black Flag is if you scan Black Flag, it pulls up 5 different versions. So I can't tell you. I'm going to say 2023 is probably the one. Yeah. They start at $22.99. I'm asking $29.99 for mine. They start at $22.99 plus shipping. So let's see here. Ships from United States. So actually, mine matches the cheapest copy listed for sale right now. Because if you had to go buy one, you would pay what I'm asking. And if as much as y'all buy from me for $8 shipping, if you buy enough from me, shipping is $8, but it breaks down per album, very cheap. Like you're starting to pay dollars and quarters for shipping. So, yeah, I've got mine pretty much matched as the cheapest copy for sale right now. If you had to go in there and just order one record from this seller, plus shipping and tax, it's going to be over $30. That's fine with me. Just waiting for Matthew Sherrick to say sold on Rush so we can end the show. I'll go ahead and put that up here. Sold to Scott Arnold. Folks, the show has come to an end. Thank you, Scott. Good night, everybody. I am going to be back tomorrow for another huge night. We will be here tomorrow about 5:30, 5:45. I'll be here once again till well after midnight and later. It's my last sale of the week, but Laura will be showing. Laura will be here on Saturday, and I know y'all are going to tune in to support her because she's going to be helping me out by doing a show while I'm watching some football. And the good thing is, I told her, I said, Laura, you got a lot of fans. There are going to be a lot of people watching just to buy records from you. And I know y'all will treat her nicely. If not, I'll get back on here and take revenge on people, okay? Teasers for tomorrow night. Laura did send me the pictures. Auctions for tomorrow night. Mastodon, Shotgun Messiah, Danzig, Velvet Revolver, The Night Creeper, STP, that's OG by the way, Lamb of God, Steel Panther, Iron Maiden, Alice in Chains, Aerosmith, Black Sabbath, Nirvana, Uncle Tupelo, Supertramp, Judas Priest, I don't know who those other two are, Stone Temple Pilots, Star Wars, Candlebox, The Who, Def Leppard, Muppets, ZZ Top, Sam Hain, Death, Traveling Wilbury, Zeppelin, Miles Davis, Faces, Slayer, Tom Petty, that's an OG, Wildflowers, Rolling Stones. Big night for tomorrow, some cool stuff. And we'll blast through some half-off crates. And we got new vinyl expected, and we'll be doing vintage discount stuff as well. So thank y'all. I've got a great snack supper lined up, if that's what you want to call it. I've got like vegetable trays, shrimp, and a potato, and crab chips. Thanks, everybody. I will hold Velvet Revolver past 8 o'clock, if that works, 8 o'clock Central. If not, let me know a later time. Thanks. Thanks, everybody. Stephen, Jay Nutra, Jerry Rock, Robert Warner, Chad Snyder, Josh Brown, Ryan Mustaine, and anybody else that's watching. We started Thursday Night Metal Night 7 hours and 25 minutes ago, and it's officially another one's in the book. Another one's in the books. We'll be back tomorrow